Okay, look like we're live. Sergeant, can you check and make sure that we are in the right Zoom room, please?
Checking now. We are rolling. All is well.
Thank you. Sergeant, can you begin your recordings?
Computer recording started.
Cloud recording all set.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council Fiscal 2023 Executive Budget on the hearing on the Committee on Finance jointly with the Committee on Small Business and later to be followed by Public Housing and Criminal Justice. At this time, will all members and staff please turn on your videos? Thank you. For verification purposes, thank you. To minimize disruption, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. Thank you. As a reminder to the viewing public, on Wednesday, May 25th, the public portion of this hearing will be held. Again, that's Wednesday, May 25th. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Morning, everyone. Happy Monday and welcome to the first portion of day number 9 of our executive budget hearings. My name is Justin Brannon. I am the chair of the Finance Committee of the City Council. I'm joined this morning by Councilmember Julie Menin, chair of the Committee on Small Business. I want to thank Commissioner Kim of Department of Small Business Services for joining us. Good morning and welcome to your entire team, Commissioner Kim. Thanks for being here. The Department of Small Business Services projected FY23 budget of $253.9 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed fiscal 23 budget in the executive plan. SBS's FY23 budget increased by 42.2% from the preliminary plan. The increase was the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are the $10 million for New York & Co. The New York & Co. Recovery Blueprint, $8.3 million for a small business portal, $5.7 million for bid support and bid formation, $4.8 million for the development of the cannabis sector, $6.5 million to expand the city's investment in bridge training programs, and $3.6 million for relocation grants and workforce training programs under the Gowanus Rezoning Initiative. Small businesses are the backbone of our city, and over the last 2 years, they've been battered and bruised and have struggled to survive. It feels good for politicians like us to say that small businesses are the backbone of our city, but it's important that we follow that up with tangible action and support. The work of the Small Business Services Department as we emerge into a new normal following of the COVID pandemic is truly more important than ever. Recovery and resiliency are 2 key factors to this industry's long-term health. My questions today will focus on federal funding, the cannabis industry, the small business portal, and commercial lease assistance. I want to thank the finance team, especially Alia Ali, for her work on today's hearing, my special advisor, John Yedin. And now I'll turn to my colleague, chair of the Committee on Small Business, Julie Menin, for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon, for your leadership and for holding this important hearing today. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's remote hearing. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm Julie Menin, and I'm the chair of the Council's Committee on Small Business. So today, as Chair Brannon said, we're going to be hearing from the Department of Small Business Services on their fiscal 2023 executive budget. The fiscal 2023 executive budget for SBS totals $253.9 million, with $32.5 million, or 12.8% to be exact, proposed for personal services (PS) to support 334 full-time employees. The $441 million increase in SBS's fiscal 2022 and $75.3 million increase in its fiscal 2023 budget between the preliminary budget and the executive plan is primarily the result of modifications to city and federal funds. SBS's executive budget includes 0 in new needs in fiscal 2022 and $68.7 million in fiscal 2023. SBS's executive budget includes $46.1 million in other adjustments in fiscal 2022 and $6.6 million in fiscal 2023. Despite the increased funding added for certain programs, there are still some essential programs that did not receive additional support in the executive plan. The COVID-19 pandemic, as Chair Brannan said, had a devastating impact on New York City small businesses, with thousands shutting down permanently. The once prosperous small business community experienced sharp decline in revenue. Hence, the City Council called upon the administration in its budget response to provide additional support to our small businesses through a number of different proposals. This included investing $1.5 million to help businesses launch online storefronts and to innovate and adapt to meeting the changing needs of the current and future economy. Many small businesses do not have the bandwidth, the resources, or tools for selling goods and services over the internet, and quite frankly, they need the city's support. The council also called upon the administration to establish a grant program for MWBEs. Minority and women-owned business enterprises, MWBEs, continue to face unprecedented challenges as they navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. The council urged the administration to restore the $1.5 million for the Apprentice NYC program, which provides participants with limited or no prior experience with paid full-time apprenticeships to learn vital skills that they need to meet employer demands. I'm quite frankly disappointed to see that none of these programs were funded in the executive budget. The administration added $1.7 million additional funding for workforce career centers as urged in the budget response, but I'm not clear at all why it was added to the Department of Consumer Affairs and Worker Protection budget as opposed to SBS's budget, the agency that clearly is dedicated to workforce development. So I hope we're going to get the answer to that question today. However, I want to say I'm very happy to see that the fiscal 2023 executive plan includes $5.7 million in fiscal 2023 and $400,000 in the out years to incentivize the creation of bids in new neighborhoods and to provide matching funds to small bids and merchant associations in low to moderate income communities, which will foster, obviously, help for our small businesses. I advocated very strongly for this, so I'm very pleased to see this in the plan. I'd also like to see this funding, however, baselined. The executive plan also includes $5.2 million in the out years for the agency's commercial lease program, which provides free local services to help eligible businesses with signing a new commercial lease, amending, reviewing, or terminating an existing commercial lease, as well as addressing commercial lease related issues. This is a crucial service that is needed by our small businesses. The executive plan includes $6.5 million in fiscal 2023 and $1.3 million in the out years to expand the city's investment in bridge training programs to help more New Yorkers build foundational job skills. As far as SBS's executive budget, I want to know what the agency's long-term plan is for helping small businesses recover from the economic devastation caused by the pandemic. The lack of federal funding in fiscal 2023 is very concerning to the small business community, as clearly they still have a dire need for relief funds. Has all the fiscal 2022 COVID-19 federal funding been spent yet, or will anything roll over to fiscal year 2023? It's the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. This includes equity in funding and assistance. As chair of the Committee of Small Business, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. This hearing is a vital part of the process, and I expect that SBS will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members today. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next month to ensure the fiscal 2023 adopted budget meets the goals that the council has set out. I, first of all, want to thank again Chair Brannan, and I want to thank Commissioner Kim for testifying today. I want to thank SBS's staff who've consistently been responsive to our many requests. We would not be able to analyze the city's budget at such a detailed level without their cooperation, so thank you. And I also want to thank my staff and the staff of the finance and legislative divisions for their help in preparing for this remote hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Menon. Good morning and welcome to the first portion of the executive budget hearing for May 23rd, the Department of Small Business Services. My name is Malcolm Buterhorn and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. I would first like to acknowledge council members present for the record. We are joined today by council members Brannon, Menon, Palladino, Ung, Moya, Lewis, Osei, Carr, Caban, Brooks Powers, Sanchez, and Powers. Unlike in past, council members and members of the mayoral administration will have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. We just ask them when not speaking that you please remember to mute yourself to avoid background noise. Council members who have questions, use the raise hand function in Zoom. You'll be called on in the order with which you raised your hand. Council member questions will be limited to 5 minutes. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. Kevin D. Kim, Commissioner. Jackie Mallon, First Deputy Commissioner. Dinesh Shawl Gross, Deputy Commissioner. Lucinda Glover, Deputy Commissioner. Kitty Chan, Deputy Commissioner. Calvin Brown, Assistant Commissioner, and Andrew Schwartz, Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel. I will first read the oath and after I will call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Kim?
I do.
First, DC Mallon.
I do.
DC Gross.
I do.
DC Glover.
I do.
Thank you. DC Chan.
I do.
Assistant Commissioner Brown.
I do.
And Deputy Commissioner and GC Schwartz.
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Kim, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brannon, Chair Menon, and members of the Committees on Finance and Small Business. My name is Kevin D. Kim, and I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Small Business Services, SBS. I am joined by SBS First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon and members of my senior leadership team. I am pleased to testify today on SBS's fiscal year 2023 executive budget. At SBS, through the work of our 4 divisions, we aim to unlock economic potential and create economic security for all New Yorkers by connecting them to good jobs, creating stronger businesses, and building vibrant neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs. Our Division of Economic Financial Opportunity, DFO, is focused on helping the city's MWBEs connect to more government contracting opportunities. Our Division of Business Services, DBS, helps businesses of every size and sector start, operate, and grow in New York City, including by helping businesses navigate city government. Our Neighborhood Development Division, NDD, equips community-based partners, including business improvement districts, BIDs, with the resources needed to help our commercial corridors thrive. And our Workforce Development Division, WDD, works to increase access to quality training and jobs for all New Yorkers. SBS's fiscal year 2023 executive budget is $253.88 million with a headcount of 334 employees. Our budget includes $118.34 million in pass-through funding to other city entities, including $67.9 million to the New York City Economic Development Corporation, EDC, $31.2 million to New York City and Company, and $19.2 million to Governor's Island. We serve as a conduit for funding to these other city entities and thus do not spend or manage any of those funds. The remaining $135.54 million or 53% of the FY23 executive budget is allocated for SBS's own programs and services. The allocation represents an increase over the preliminary budget by $42.9 million, and the headcount of 334 is an increase of 40 compared to the preliminary budget. In my first 4 months as commissioner, I have visited commercial corridors in every borough. Small business owners openly share stories of despair and delayed dreams. On these same tours, however, many small business owners also share stories of their passion, grit, and sheer will to not only survive, but to succeed, even during a pandemic. It is this relentless energy, spirit, and drive that inspire us at SBS to continue to focus on bringing the city's economy back stronger and in a more equitable manner than ever before. Just 3 weeks ago, SBS launched its first ever 5 Boroughs in 5 Days campaign to celebrate National Small Business Week. Over 5 days, the incredible SBS team connected more than 60 city agencies and community partners to more than 3,000 New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, while also visiting nearly 500 businesses through door-to-door outreach. We also launched a new version of our Shop Your City website and began running advertisements, both traditional and via social media, including use of community and ethnic media. As of yesterday, more than 14,700 visitors to the site look for small businesses to support. Each one of these small businesses has the power to lift up a family and a community in just one generation. And that's why small businesses need to be at the heart of New York City's economic recovery. To help these businesses succeed, we need to cut red tape, eliminate barriers to growth, and help fulfill their full potential. And that's why just last week, Mayor Eric Adams, Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, Chief Efficiency Officer Melanie LaRocca, and SBS released the results from the Mayor's Executive Order 2, Small Business Forward, reforming 118 violations for small businesses, an historic overhaul of regulations that builds on the Council's Local Law 80 passed last year. We expect these reforms to save New York City small businesses an estimated $8.9 million every year. Of those 118 reforms, 30 violations will be eliminated altogether. Fines will be reduced for 49 violations, and cure periods and first-time warnings will be introduced for 39 violations. We applaud the efforts of our sister agencies whose partnership was essential to the EO2's success. Of these reforms, the vast majority, 88 of the 118, will be implemented through internal policy changes and amendments to the rules of the City of New York. 5 require a change in state law, and the remaining 25 require the support of the Council, and we are eager to work with you as partners to ensure these reforms are completed by the end of this calendar year. Executing on Small Business Forward was a critical first step, but only a first step, to fundamentally overhaul how the city engages with small businesses to ensure more seamless and supportive interaction on every front. One of the core proposals of the blueprint was to establish a Small Business Advisory Commission, and Executive Order 15 signed earlier this month does just that. The 30+ member commission, with me serving as chair, will include representation from small business leaders across the 5 boroughs. The commission will propose recommendations on new and existing policies, local laws, and rules of the city that impact small businesses, including enforcement protocols. The interagency working group that carried out EO2, meanwhile, will begin its work of streamlining and accelerating business processes by launching the city's one-stop shop online business portal. The executive budget contains $8.3 million to develop this portal with the goal of allowing every business in New York City to execute and track all interactions with the city in real time. Through the portal, we'll provide small businesses with seamless and sequenced access, guiding the user across multiple agencies. The portal will also enable businesses to track their transactions with the city, including filings, permits, and inspections, to allow greater accessibility and transparency. The pandemic hit historically disadvantaged communities relatively harder, and a strong recovery for all is vital to our city's success. The executive budget focuses on providing funding for a more equitable recovery with several key programs. In partnership with local financial institutions, the city will launch the $75 million Small Business Opportunity Fund to help entrepreneurs gain much needed access to capital. The fund will offer loans to both early stage and longstanding businesses, including the many BIPOC and immigrant entrepreneurs who did not receive federal financing assistance, and those from communities that have been historically underserved. Economic barriers in these same communities run very deep, and the budget offers a way to combat this inequity. The administration is committed to ensuring that the communities that have been most impacted by the war on drugs benefit most from the newly created regulated adult use cannabis industry. The executive budget provides $4.76 million for SBS to invest early and meaningfully in developing the sector equitably, learning from the experiences of other cities and states. We will launch broad-based outreach and community engagement to not only make New Yorkers aware of opportunities to participate in the industry, but also to help them navigate the licensing process and the ancillary business services cannabis entrepreneurs will need to succeed. The pandemic also hit commercial corridors in immigrant and minority communities particularly hard. The budget allocates $5.7 million to provide direct subsidy to the smallest bids, prioritizing those budgets of around $500,000 or less to strengthen business supports in those underserved commercial corridors. With these funds, SBS will also introduce a suite of back office professional services, as well as startup tools to expand the capacity of small and new bids. The budget also provides new tools to help job seekers get back on track. $7.5 million was added to SBS's budget to expand our investment in industry-formed trainings in tech, healthcare, industrial, food service. This includes $1 million in bridge programs to help more New Yorkers build foundational job skills and receive interventions like English for speakers of other languages, high school equivalency, and pre-apprenticeship programs, as well as entry-level skills, certification, and job readiness training. To magnify our impact, we will leverage relationships with community-based organization partners, especially those who serve BIPOC, LGBTQ+ New Yorkers, and people with disabilities. Building on a successful pilot initiative, the executive budget provides $6.3 million to expand stipends to low-income and traditionally underserved participants in occupational training. All of these new or expanded programs, though, will fall short without adequate outreach to get the information to the communities that need to hear it most. To reach people where they are, the budget adds $1.5 million to strengthen SBS's mobile outreach team, which has already been active across the 5 boroughs, bringing deep into the neighborhoods our suite of services, as well as the services of our sister agencies, directly to job seekers and business owners alike. The budget also adds $160,000 to invest in additional resources in translating materials into more languages at the time of program launch. We'll also expand our work with local consulates and work closely with community-based organizations that support immigrant entrepreneurs to align their services with community needs. I am excited to work with the new and expanded tools we have for fiscal year 23. The SBS team and I are committed to fulfilling Mayor Adams' clear and bold agenda to ensure the future of the city's economy is built on equity and inclusivity. We know that working closely with the City Council is critical to achieving this shared goal, and I look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you for your time today. I welcome any questions you may have for me or my team.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we begin, the committee may not get to all of our questions, or you might not have adequate responses. We certainly don't anticipate that, but we will send a follow-up letter for any of the unanswered questions. It just will help us in the important budget negotiations. So I want to jump right into the federal funding. In the current financial plan, SBS primary funding source is city funds for FY23 and federal funds for the current fiscal year. Federal funds comprises about 69% of SBS's total funding in the current year, but only 24% in the executive plan for FY23. So can you give us an idea of how this reduction will impact agency programs and initiatives?
Sure, Brandon, thank you for the question. We know that during the pandemic, there was a real need for emergency funding for all our small businesses, and the federal government stepped up and provided some of that funding. We know that as we come out of the pandemic and as we look to the future, we are well equipped with the executive budget needs that were met here to be able to provide the services that we think small businesses need as they recover. So while the emergency funding money, and a lot of it came in the form of emergency grant money, $100 million for the resiliency grant that was announced back in December, we believe that the funding is adequate for us to be able to address the needs going forward.
Okay, so but does the agency have a plan then to use city funds to replace the dwindling federal funds?
I wouldn't really look at it as dwindling federal funds in the sense that the federal funds that are being shown to be decreasing on paper are the ones that came in the form of emergency grant money that came in at the time. We had a couple of those programs that came in, and the money had been distributed and allocated to the businesses, small businesses at the time. For example, the $100 million grant in December was 10,000 businesses received $10,000. And those were emergency one-time grants.
Okay, so you don't see any, then you're not concerned with the lack of federal funding going forward?
I think the way to look at it is that the emergency money came in during the height of the pandemic, and then as we were trying to dig ourselves out of this, the programs themselves that we run now won't see a loss of funding. So those emergency grant money, that won't be there, and that's why you see the perceived decrease on the paper. But the main programs that we're working on won't be seeing a loss of funding, and we're hyper focused on the road to recovery, which is what's in the economic blueprint that was released, and the executive budget reflects and meets those needs.
Okay, I want to talk about the cannabis industry. The FY23 executive plan includes 4.8 million in FY23, and then about $760,000 in the out years for the development of the cannabis sector. Could you tell us and expand on what this will entail and what services SBS will provide on this emerging industry?
Absolutely. So we are very excited to be working very closely with our sister agencies at EDC, as well as other agencies, to partner then up with the New York State Office of Cannabis Management in making sure that when the licenses get distributed out or get available in New York City, that we have the education and we have all of the outreach that's necessary to make sure that the communities that were most impacted negatively by the war on drugs are in line and in position to understand exactly what it would take for them to participate in this industry. There are 9 different types of licenses, anything from manufacturing to also the retail side of it. I think that the education component will be critical. The first $200 million that the state has allocated is for a particular set of individuals who have been most impacted by the war on drugs. Somebody who has had a marijuana conviction for themselves or a member of their family, spouse or parents or children. And also, they also would have had 2 years of business experience, and then running a profitable business, as well as being in a community that's LMI, the 80% below, in the lowest 20% of income, average income, medium income neighborhood. Those folks will be in the initial tranche of licenses that are going to be available. And so we are out trying to get everybody who would be in that category knowledgeable about how to take advantage of this opportunity. At the same time, once that initial tranche passes, then every New Yorker will have access to apply. And we want to make sure that the communities that historically don't get as much information from government are also well positioned to be able to apply for these licenses.
I guess I'm looking at the numbers. That's my job, right? So I'm concerned that I want to understand, I guess, why is there so much? It seems incredibly top heavy, right? So you have $4.8 million in FY23, but then a giant drop off to $760,000 in the out years for development of the cannabis sector. Is everything going to be front loaded, and we just don't think there's going to be a need for recurring services? I'm trying to understand, because that's a significant drop off.
The cannabis industry currently is, all the rules and regulations and the regs are being discussed, and then they'll be announced sometime this year, hopefully. And so the gearing up of the education and making sure that the communities that we had discussed previously have access, that's kind of the primary focus right now. We will have a headcount of 7 that's being added to this team. Anything else going forward is a continuing conversation. We're working very closely with City Hall OMB to assess outer year needs, but the baseline and the main education, because the licenses are being promulgated this year, I think it's the right strategy to make sure that we use this time to make sure that the outreach is done properly. Our mobile units, one of the reasons we received funding for our mobile unit outreach program is to go deeper into the neighborhoods, to communities that necessarily wouldn't hear about the opportunities with the cannabis industry or other emerging industries. And so that's where the focus is now, but it doesn't mean that in the outer years that there won't necessarily be additional funding. But I think coming out of the pandemic, I think we're all trying to assess exactly what needs will be for now and then what needs will be next year.
Can you tell me when the city regulations will be published?
The city, I'm not sure exactly the timeline for that. I think everyone's waiting on the state to first publish their regulations, and we're expecting that to happen sometime this year. So I think a lot of it is going to depend on the state regs.
Okay, and so I don't know if I missed in there, but is some of this money going to go towards assisting with the upfront costs of launching these new businesses?
So for our FY23, the budget is primarily focused on education, outreach, access. The state has a $200 million fund, that initial tranche that they've been talking about, that will help businesses, including those in New York City who want to start up. They will help find real estate through DASNY and also through just helping them pretty much launch and operate their business initially. So the state is primarily taking charge of that. We have our sister agency as well working closely to support those efforts, but the SBS funds are focused on the outreach and education, because we do want to make sure that those who have been most impacted by the war on drugs to have this initial opportunity to be fully aware of all the opportunities and to take advantage of this new emerging industry.
Okay, I want to move on to the small business portal. The FY23 executive plan includes $8.3 million in FY23 and then $600,000 in the out years for a small business portal. Can you tell us what services will be provided through this portal, and will small businesses be able to complete and track all of their interactions with the city on this portal?
Yes, so the idea for the business portal, which we're very excited about, and which is a continuation of our EO2 work, because we know that small businesses have been particularly hit hard during the pandemic, and that we need to do whatever we can to support them. And we feel that the technology, use of technology in this particular case, to have this business portal one-stop shop, will allow somebody to say, hey, I want to open up a business in New York City. They go to this one website. They know that, for example, if you're opening up a restaurant, you're going to be interfacing with FDNY, DOB, sometimes DOT, DCWP, Department of Health. And so we want them to be able to go to that one site and sequentially go through the process of navigating all the city agencies to get to where they want to go for their particular business needs. And so some of it I will defer to DUIT, because they are in charge of creating the final product, but that is what the interagency working group that was working so hard on the EO2 changes and reforms, we're now shifting our focus to give DoIT the right understanding of the processes that a business owner would have to go through to navigate New York City bureaucracy at times. And so we're closely going to be working through the summer and beyond to help support DoIT's project to get this one-stop shop portal finalized, hopefully in a year's time.
Okay, commercial lease assistance. FY23 executive plan includes $5.2 million in the out years for the agency's commercial lease assistance program. Could you tell us what free legal services are provided with this program? And then I'd love to know how many businesses has SBS assisted through this program in FY22 thus far?
Sure, I can get you those numbers shortly, but we're very proud of our commercial lease assistance program because one of the ways to combat storefront vacancies, which we all know is a concern for the city and the small business owners and the commercial corridors, the bids, everybody who's focused on helping the city recover. The commercial lease assistance allows small business owners to work with our vendor to lawyers who will come in and help negotiate lease terms for them to help address arrears issues, help address any kinds of provisions in commercial leases, which we know many times for especially small business owners whose English isn't their first language or who might not have access to professional legal services otherwise, to be able to have this kind of legal representation in dealing with landlords. And so the money that has been allocated and now baselined is something that will be critical in helping to address some of the concerns that I had mentioned about storefront vacancy and also helping to build up commercial corridors.
And my last question, what is SBS doing to be a bit more proactive with reaching out to businesses and letting them know about the services that SPS provides? I've often felt like SBS should be more like, one of these businesses that sends out mailings about when they're having a sale or something. Like, I used to own a small business. My wife is a small business owner. Just about everyone I grew up with owns a bar or a restaurant. And one of the struggles is or the challenges is they don't know what's available to them. Especially when you get into MWBEs as well. There's a whole world of opportunity out there. But I think sometimes there's a sentiment with businesses that there's all these opportunities that are just sitting on someone's desk and, they have to call and find out about it. When I'm running a bar or a restaurant or a small business, the last thing on my mind is, gee, let me call up SBS and see if they have anything they can help me with. So what are we doing to be more proactive with reaching out to businesses and letting them know of what's available?
Well, that's a great question. And I will say to you with certainty that this administration also understands that outreach is critical, that it has to be prioritized. And I think the executive budget reflects that. I think the mobile outreach unit, first and foremost, the mayor said from day one, we need to go and meet New Yorkers where they are. We have been already actively taking our mobile unit from borough to borough. We announce it on our social media platform, which has been increasing its views through the aggressive advertising and the National Small Business Week announcements we had made. The 5 boroughs in 5 days campaign wasn't just some kind of a gimmick. It really did make a huge impact just by going to the metrics and seeing that 14,500 visits to our site to support small businesses resulted from part of the campaign that led up to National Small Business Week in the first week of May. We also find that the business portal revamp and the EO2, all of these things are making news, and people know that we are here to serve them. We are a non-regulatory agency, except for our waterfront permitting group, but everything else we do interfacing with small businesses is to serve them. We have small business advocates We have compliance advisors who are out in the commercial corridors, and they are there to walk through with the small business owners with a human touch, because we know technology is important, but nothing beats human touch. And again, through our campaign during National Small Business Week, we had nearly 500 visits door to door to small businesses to let them know about our services. We've also partnered up with some celebrities like Angela Yee from the Power 105.1 Breakfast Club group, where we've gone and done a lot of events with her to get the word out that we also have a Black Entrepreneur NYC program, for example, that people should take advantage of. So the outreach has been something that we take very seriously, know that we can have the greatest services in the world, but if no one knows about it, then like you said, people will be missing out on the opportunities. So we are truly dedicated to that effort. And the mobile unit, I think, is a big piece of it. I think the language access, our social media revamp has also been a big piece of it. I can say that we had almost 20,000 more views other than the 14,500 visiting our Shop Your City site, but 20,000 more views, I think, in the past month to our website in general. So we know that if we don't get the word out, opportunities will lapse. And then back to your point about CLA, I just wanted to give you back the numbers on the commercial lease assistant. From the program's launch in February 2018 through April 22, we've provided over 3,200 services to over 1,500 unique businesses. And your question about fiscal year 22, we've provided 1,600 services to over 700 unique businesses during the past year.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner. I want to leave ample time for my co-chair and my colleagues. So I'm going to turn it over now to Chair Menon.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just interrupting a second. I was asked to just say that we were joined by Councilmembers Velasquez, Ayala, Barron, and Dinowitz. Sorry, back to regular programming.
Okay, thank you so much, Malcolm. I just want to make sure all the colleagues were recognized, because I know we've got other ones who are not. So if you could just make sure that all of our colleagues are recognized. I think we had
Councilmember, everybody's been recognized so far, and I
good.
keep a tally
Perfect.
throughout the hearing.
Thank you so much. Good. Just checking, because I got a text about it. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you, Chair Brandon, for the questions, and thank you, Commissioner, for testifying. So I really want to build upon something that Chair Brandon talked about federal funds. I can't overstate how concerned I am about the lack of federal funds and the fact that the city is not stepping up and doing grants. We have over 200,000 small businesses, and it's estimated that a third of them are going to close because of COVID. So what is the city of New York doing about that? That is of great concern.
Thank you, Chairman, for the question. And we share your concern that small businesses have suffered and really been impacted negatively during the COVID pandemic. And so I think all the programs that we've announced in the executive budget and have gotten support for, the small business portal, the support for the smaller bids, the job training and partnership programs, the cannabis industry, the mobile outreach, I think all of those programs will be efforts that will be impactful in helping the city recover in a more equitable manner. The federal funds, though the grants are no longer available, the programs that we run are not impacted by that. So we know that these programs during COVID and even before COVID have had meaningful impact, positive impact. And so we're very focused on making sure that we can help the small businesses survive and now really try to grow and thrive. There is the 75 million Small Business Opportunity Fund that is part of the blueprint as well. And we're finalizing the terms on that. And we hope to get that out before year end.
Okay, I'm just going to say again, I can't state it strongly enough. We need to redouble efforts to help these small businesses, and there's nothing like a direct grant that actually helps these small businesses to recover, particularly with exorbitant rents. Moving along to MWBEs, which I know Chair Brandon asked about, so I've got a very specific question. In fiscal year 2021, New York City awarded only 3.8% of city contract money to MWBE firms. We went over this data at the hearing that we held with the Contracts Committee. But I'm very concerned that given that statistic, coupled with the fact that 84% of the city's MWBEs do not have access to city spending, according to a controller report, what is SBS doing then to help our MWBEs?
Well, the MWBEs are a major priority for us. We have a whole division focused on it. We have a tremendous Deputy Commissioner, Diana Shaw-Gross, leading the efforts. We have try to approach this from a variety of angles. There's obviously getting our presence known in a number of the in-person events. We went up to Albany for caucus weekend and made presentations. We had tables up there as well, but we've also locally gone to the big faith breakfast that was held in Jamaica, Queens a couple weeks ago. We went to the greater New York Chamber of Commerce events to make sure that we tabled there. But those are just one portion of what we need to do to keep outreaching into communities. We feel that the revamping of the MWB online portal has been very successful in getting other sister agencies to be able to access MWBEs a lot easier, to know what services and who they are, which MWBEs provide what services. And so the online directory has been effective in doing that as well. And then I'd like to turn it over to our Deputy Commissioner, Diana Shaw-Gross, to also talk a little bit more about our efforts in the MWBE area. Diana Shaw?
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning to everyone, and thank you for the question, Chair Menon. On the overall value of contracts, I just want to point out that by law, our MWBE program covers certain procurement categories. So that is all construction contracts, all professional service contracts, all standard service contracts, and all goods contracts under $1 million. And then by law, there are other types of spending that are excluded from the goals program. So those include all human service contracts, which is a very large spending category for the city. Those aren't covered by our goals, as well as intergovernmental contracts and even emergency contracts. That doesn't mean that MWBEs can't win in those areas. We're certainly trying to support MWBE firms in winning government contracts of all types, but you won't see those reflected in the MWBE utilization numbers. Federally funded contracts, for example, are another contract type that is not included in our utilization reporting. But we are, doing a great deal to support MWBEs in building their capacity and being mentored and growing their back office capacity, and in tackling and achieving new levels of wins on New York City contracts, so that we can move the needle on city utilization, and that includes including our city non-mayoral agencies such as NYCHA, Health and Hospitals, Department of Education, working hard to improve utilization in those non-mayorals as reflected in our One NYC numbers. And there you'll see we have awarded $21.5 million in contracts over the course of time since that goal was set, ahead of schedule in the goal of reaching $25 billion in awards by 2025. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, I mean, just really specifically, the council called for a grant program to support MWBEs, and that has not been included. So my question is why?
Well, just one correction on Deputy Commissioner. I think she said 21.5 million, but she meant 21.5 billion towards the $25 billion in MWB awards. I think that all the efforts that we're putting in to support MWBEs, including our technical assistance centers and programs that we have. One thing to note is that the city is actually ahead of schedule and moving toward achieving that one New York City goal of 25 billion in MWBEs by fiscal year 25. And so we feel that the efforts that are being made right now are getting us to the goals that we've set, but we could always do more, and we're working to constantly look at our programming and outreach. We think that the blueprint and the executive budget support we have, again, with outreach is also very much, the MWBE outreach is also very much part of our plans in the new
Okay, I think I think we definitely have to do more with approximately 11,000 registered MWBEs in the city. Only approximately 2,000 have ever received an MWBE contract. So we have a lot of work we need to do around that. So I'll move on. I'm just going to ask a few more questions before turning to my colleagues. So I'm concerned about bridge training programs. So the fiscal 2023 executive plan includes 6.5 million in fiscal 2023, 1.3 million in the out years to expand the city's investment in bridge training programs. How will this funding be used to help more New Yorkers build foundational job skills? And why is the out year funding so much less than the current year funding?
I'd like to ask First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon to help answer that question, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for the question. Hope you're doing well today. So the investments were made in industry-informed trainings in the areas of tech, healthcare, industrial, media, and some construction as well. That was your question, right? Where we're going to focus the money? Sorry.
Well, why is it also less than the current spending?
I think the money in the out years, I think, is what we're continuing to monitor and working with City Hall and OMB to make sure that we gauge the situations as they're coming. But I think the important point here is that the workforce and job training programs, SBS has been piloting a number of programs, working closely with industry partners and finding wherever we have success on a smaller scale, that's where the investment's been going. So there is kind of somewhat of a moving target in all of our training programs models. So we know that we need to continue this conversation with City Hall and OMB and to keep updating the results of all the training programs that we've been working on.
Also, I note that the administration added 1.7 million additional funding for workforce career centers, as was urged in the budget response. But why was that given to Consumer Affairs rather than SBS? I know Consumer Affairs has the Office of Financial Empowerment, but wouldn't it be better suited to SBS and make sure that we're spending that money on Workforce One development sites?
I think this program is really trying to leverage what each agency has available. So one of the things, as you referred to, our Workforce One centers, SBS manages the 18 Workforce One centers in the city where we connect job seekers to training programs and to different career paths. As you also referred to, DCWP does their financial empowerment. They have expertise in the financial empowerment program. So the idea was to have their expertise there in that area be brought into and leverage the Workforce One Center spaces that we have, the physical spaces. And we believe that all people, small business owners included, with more financial literacy and financial empowerment will make better small business owners and increase the rate of success. So that's where that concept came from.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question and then turn it to my colleagues, and then I'll come back with my addition. I have a lot of questions on second round. So the last question I'm going to ask is around NYC and Company, because with the tourism market being battered, so many of our small businesses depend on tourists really for their lifeline. And so I note in the plan that the fiscal year 2023 budget is 15.5 million less for NYC and Company. Why is that?
As I had referred to in my opening testimony, we act as a conduit for funds to NYC and Company. So I think the question is better suited for them. But one of the things we have been doing with NYC and Co. very closely is that they've also been focused on not just getting tourists into New York City, but once they're here, trying to shop local and shop your boroughs. And so that's one of the projects that we've been working very closely on. But in terms of their actual budgetary decisions, since we're just a conduit, I would defer to NYC and Company to answer that question.
Okay, I'm going to refer to my colleagues now, and then I'll come back on second round. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, chairs. We'll now turn to councilmember questions. The hands have gone up and down, so the order for questions will be council members Barron, Brooks Powers, Lewis, Dinowitz, and Sanchez. We'll start with Councilmember Barron.
Regarding
Thank you very much. Wait a minute. Oh, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Chair Menon for the line of questioning that you put forth. It is something that's very, very important. 11,000, no matter what the rhetoric is, how much they want equity, how much we're working hard for MWBE. The bottom line is out of the 11,000, only 2,000 actually got contracts. I want to, if you can answer this question very quickly, because the chair doesn't want me to take a lot of time and he'll cut me off any minute. But I want to ask you a question. What is the total amount of contracts number money-wise being awarded? Because when you say 21 billion and we go into a 25 billion for MWBEs, what is the universal contract number? Because when you see that, then you'll see the proper perspective.
Deputy Commissioner Gross.
Could y'all hurry up? Because the time is of the essence, and I have a few other questions.
So I apologize, Councilmember Barron, you're asking about the total universe of one NYC?
The total amount of contracts that the city contracts out to enterprises, to companies.
So for the local law 1 numbers, the numbers covered by our MWBE program last fiscal year?
No. The total amount of contracts, city contracts that are given to businesses, period.
Okay. I apologize. If you're asking about the 1 NYC number, which is including
the total amount of contracts. You know, every city agency has contracts. The mayor has contracts. There are contracts given out. Of the $99.7 billion budget, how much of that budget is for contracts?
So
go ahead, Deputy.
The full city contracts budget denominator, I'm looking for you. I know the denominator for local law 1 is just over about 30.
What is the full city?
That's what I'm going to pull that for you.
Budget out of the 99.7 billion, how much goes to contract services for the entire city?
And council member, we'll find that number for you.
Now this is my problem. That's the number you should have. Because when you give these numbers about it looks good, 21 billion, 25 billion by such and such a day. We are the new majority in town. Whites are minorities. White men are small minorities. But watch when you get that number of how much of those billions, maybe trillions of dollars of contracts that go out, over the 10 years and all of that, they get a disproportionate amount. And that's my concern. So when you give these numbers, you make it look good, but actually it isn't at all. It is much too low compared to all available. And that's what I wanted to get to. Secondly, I want to know the number of Black, not minorities, not people of color, the number of Black businesses, the track record, not your goal, what you've done for Black businesses in the last few years, this year, last year. How much, because the small businesses in our communities are going out of business because they can't get grants or even loans from the city. You keep giving us training to build our capacity. For what if we're not going to get the loans or the grants? And I thank the chair for mentioning the grants, and I thank the chair for focusing, Chair Menon for focusing on MWBEs. So we want those solid numbers, not rhetoric, not how much you've improved and how well you're doing. How much do I want to know Black? I'm the Asian, the Latino, Latina. I'm also concerned with women, but I want all of those numbers for all of them, but especially Black businesses. How are we faring in this city? Because we're not doing well at all. And then finally, we live in a colonial capitalist exploitating economic system that white men dominate in the cannabis industry. Well, when we were selling it in the communities, not me, I'm talking about Black people in general, when we're selling it, it was the worst thing in the world. But now they sanitize it in the cannabis industry across the country. Mr. Chairman, I have just 2 more minutes. The cannabis industry across the country is being dominated by white males. John Boehner, who used to be the speaker of the Republican speaker, he was so against cannabis, it was the worst thing to do. Now he's the head of the cannabis corporation. This is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. So now when it comes to New York, who's going to benefit? White farmers. They're complaining already that all of the stuff you're talking is not happening. It's not happening. I'm not one who wants to even push cannabis or alcohol, because I think we got to be clear in our mind to make radical revolutionary change against capitalism in this city, in this state, and in this country. So I'm not supportive of us getting high on anything but life. But be it as it may, that it is legal now, and it is an industry, and we keep talking, we wanted to go to those communities that were devastated by it most. You know, that's not happening. It's not happening in Colorado. It's not happening in anywhere in the country where cannabis was legalized. I did it to decriminalize. Didn't want us going to jail, just like whites don't go to jail for their over-the-counter legal drugs. I didn't want us to go to jail. So I just want some real talk, you know what I mean? Real talk, not the same rhetoric we hear every year that sounds real good, but the rhetoric doesn't match the reality.
Time expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Brooks
I
Powers.
do want them to respond to that a little bit.
So we'll get you those numbers. MOX, our sister agency, and OMWBE and City Hall, we'll gather those numbers to make sure we get very accurate, up-to-date numbers for you and send that over. In terms of the cannabis program, I will say that New York State thoroughly researched the other states that have legalized cannabis, and it's true, many of the other states have failed in their social equity purposes and goals. And the New York State laws were designed specifically to address their shortcomings. And so, of course, everything remains to be seen, but I think that New York State and I can say definitively that the research has been thoroughly done to see what those shortcomings were, and those concerns were addressed in how the law was crafted. And now the implementation part is as critical. And that's why this administration has allocated the funds it has to the cannabis outreach program. And so working closely with the state and our sister agency, EDC, to work on making sure, as you said, and expressed all your valid concerns about how the communities most impacted by the war on drugs may not be the ones benefiting like in some of the other states. We are committed to doing everything we can, and including The other aspects of outreach that we were talking about will include an extensive outreach into the communities with our local community partners who know those communities best, to make sure that these opportunities are given to those people that we want to target, and that state's law is designed to target.
And if you can quickly tell me how many the record of given to Black businesses, grants and loans?
We will get you that as well, but I want to just tell you for now, I see here that the total contract spending for fiscal year 21 was $30.4 billion, the city contracts that you wanted to understand.
Yeah, which was much higher than what we got that year. Way, way higher. And the percentage of that mostly went to white men and their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmembers Krishnan and Hudson, and next we'll turn to Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with Commissioner Kim and the rest of the SBS team. Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Menon, and the staff for facilitating today's hearing. First, I'd like to say thank you to Commissioner Kim and his team that have been working shoulder to shoulder with my office in terms of the Rockaway merchants and all that they are enduring right now by being hit by 2 pandemics, COVID and a lot of construction that's been taking place in the downtown Far Rockaway area. So just jumping into the questions now. In terms of open streets, how does SBS identify community-based development organizations to operate commercial open streets? Is it done in conjunction with DOT? And then in terms of the small business acceleration, the executive plan includes $500,000 in fiscal 2023 and $800,000 in the out years for a concierge service that offers businesses a sole point of contact to help navigate city requirements, regulations, and site visits. SBS will integrate data systems and dedicate small business specialists at DEP, DOB, DOH, MH, and FDNY, as well as Con Ed and National Grid to coordinate the inspections in order to cut opening times for new businesses. Many of my constituents, small businesses, particularly in the downtown Far Rockaway area, are still struggling to recover and remain in business following the pandemic. These businesses have unfortunately been unduly burdened with unpredictable power outages and long-term construction work impacting the foot traffic and forcing some of them to close for, or many of them to close for hours or days at a time. How will the accelerator be able to support the needs of businesses like those I've described? And how will the accelerator and its agency liaisons continue to support businesses once they're established and off the ground? And then I will say in terms of the small business units, the executive plan includes $1.5 million in fiscal 23 and $500,000 in out years to launch a mobile unit that will provide free tax prep and a number of other critical services. What capacity does SBS expect these mobile units to handle? How many and what headcount are expected, and how many businesses will be served? And I'll end with saying I'd also like to highlight the Small Business Residence Fund that the council urged the administration to include, providing a $75,000 grant to help MWBEs remain competitive. This grant would represent a real opportunity for MWBEs in need, and I will reiterate the council's call for the funding. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the questions, Council Member. The Open Streets program you referred to, that is something we work very closely with DOT and also community-based organizations and business districts. And last year, for example, we funded everyone who applied, 20 organizations, over $700,000. And this year we'll be opening applications in June and also encourage groups to apply for the open streets through DOT. So the way it works is that it's done in conjunction with DOT. DOT will designate the neighborhoods, and community-based groups in those neighborhoods then end up applying. So that's your, just want to make sure I answered your question on open streets before I move on to some of the other questions. Council member?
Yes, sorry. I was
Okay.
trying to come off of mute.
Okay. So, and in terms of the concierge service, so I think it's exactly what you referred to, is that there are business owners, especially BIPOC and immigrant-owned business owners, who necessarily have never had to deal with the city and have no experience dealing with the city. So we recognize that we need people here to hold their hands and be their advocates. And that's what we have at our agency, our lines specifically dedicated for people to be their small business advocates. So if a business owner wants to either open up a business, or even if they have an existing business and they need to just interface with some government agency and they're having a tough time getting through to them or not understanding all the regulations, that's where we step in and we stand shoulder to shoulder with them to be able to help them, first of all, understand all the regulations that exist, but then take the second step of being their advocate to our sister agencies and addressing whatever needs that come before them.
Time expired.
Sorry, sorry, my answer might have been too long, but the mobile unit, we will get you more numbers on that, but we are excited because we know that even with all our presence throughout the city, that a lot of New Yorkers can't come down to One Liberty Plaza or get to one of our Workforce One centers. And so we are trying to go deep into the neighborhoods to meet the New Yorkers where they are. And the hallmark of this administration is to bring our interagency sister agencies to cooperate and bring other services too. I think in the past, if SBS Mobile was out, it might have just been SBS services, but now we partner with the Public Engagement Unit to talk about benefits enrollment. We partner with DCWP to talk about earned income tax credit. So there's a lot more that we're doing with all of our other agencies through this one vehicle. But we can also get people signed up to our Workforce One centers there because we have computers, secured computers on the mobile vehicles that can take in sensitive information that you might not be able to do over a laptop or a handheld device. So this is the way we know we will reach a lot more people who have historically been underserved.
Thank you for the response.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Lewis.
Starting time.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Menon, for your leadership, and Commissioner Kim. Happy to meet you online. Finally, thank you for coming by with your team. I'm going to ask all my questions, and then if you all could respond and follow up with an email, I'd appreciate it. The first one is on small business language access. The executive budget plan includes investments for additional resources for language access programs for small businesses. So I wanted to know what languages will be included, and will it be for all the agencies' programs, and if that also includes online translations as well. Regarding the commercial lease assistance, I wanted to know, in the 4,800 cases you shared in totality of unique businesses that you've all assisted, how many required support of grants, being that the current program only provides legal services? So I wanted to know if anyone required grants, and if the fund that you mentioned that you're still trying to finalize, would you be able to go back and provide those businesses with grant opportunities? Regarding our chamber on the goals, our 5 borough chambers have been very supportive during the pandemic. So I wanted to know, how's the chamber business recovery going, and how much funded is needed in FY23 for them? And my last question is on cannabis. I wanted to know how much of the projected outlay will fund outreach and community engagement, especially for BIPOC communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. On the language access question, as you know, by law, we need 10 languages or 10 languages that are designated. So we hope to have at least that and more. It's an additional $160,000. So with the funds that we currently allocate to making sure that as much of our information is out there in language accessible form. Even in our website currently, we know that if you go there, there's a little toggle there that you can click on and it will translate into a number of different languages as it exists now. In terms of your question on the Chamber on the Go, I know that in fiscal year 22, for example, the on-the-ground outreach conducted in the 5 boroughs by the 7 chambers of commerce reached approximately 6,100 businesses. And in fiscal year 22 is 2,600 businesses that received assistance, and that they have been funded for fiscal year 23, and EDC is helping to operate along with the chambers, the Chamber on the Go program. But we're working very closely with the chambers to provide all the support that they're giving, in addition to some of the other supports that the SBS can provide that maybe the chambers cannot. In terms of your question on the cannabis outreach is going to be extensive, and we are going to rely heavily on our partners, including MOCJ and including our local community partners that know their communities well. We've been working on trying to gather as much information as we can on what individuals who have been most detrimentally impacted by the war on drugs want and need to get full participation in this industry as the opportunities come along. We've been partnering with the state because their regulations are still being finalized, that information keeps changing in real time. And so we have very frequent updates with them as well as with EDC and City Hall to keep up to date on what the final regs will look like. And before that though, what we do provide anyone interested in entering this industry is the basic business services. How do you create a business plan? How do you learn the financial literacy skills that you need to operate any small business? So we are on the ground already working on it, but the additional funds and the headcounts to help get the word out in the communities that we're targeting will be very meaningful. I believe you asked how many of the 4,800 CLA clients get grants. I have to, I think, go to our vendor and work with them a little bit on getting you those numbers. So let me try to work on that and get back to you.
Time expired.
And before we move on, I just want to interject one thing that the commissioner said. So Chamber on the Go is a city council initiative. So we just want to make sure that that is clarified.
Thank you.
Yes, most definitely. I wanted to make sure that the funds were included, and this is something that was a priority for SBS to continue the support. And Commissioner, I know you have to get back to me regarding some of the businesses who may have had arrears and needed grant support. And in regards to the cannabis program, I know that this is something that you're still working on. It's new. My hope is that the BIPOC communities and those that are interested could be at the forefront of this. Thank you for taking the time to answer the questions. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Councilmember Sanchez and Hudson.
Thank you, Malcolm, and thank you, and thank you, chairs Menon and Brannon. Commissioner, it's very good to see you again. I want to talk a little more about something that Chair Brannon actually brought up, which is you have these great programs that support our small businesses, but I'm still concerned about the outreach that's done and how these small businesses know about the programs. And you mentioned that the work is reflected in the budget, and you have the mobile units, but how much money and time is allocated to outreach is one. Are you doing canvassing efforts, going door to door to each business. I know I've offered to go with you and the team personally to go to each business personally. Is that type of stuff done? And are you prioritizing areas outside of Manhattan? And very famously infamously rather, during the height of the pandemic, something like 2/3 of the loans, these federal loans, went to Manhattan and 1% went to the Bronx. So, equity and distribution of time and resources to do this outreach and what that outreach looks like.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the additional headcounts we're getting as part of the executive budget is going to add to our outreach unit and outreach efforts. And that's something that we do every day. It's not just when we have commercial corridor walks, which I think in my 4 months, we've already done double-digit number of commercial corridor walks with electeds and community leaders, and we are definitely scheduling yours as well. We know that that kind of door-to-door outreach is critical. One of the reasons why we did our 5 boroughs in 5 days in the different boroughs, and also partnering up with different communities. In Staten Island, we focused on the Sri Lankan community, for example. In Brooklyn, we were in Bed-Stuy with the Caribbean community, and in Chinatown in Manhattan, and then Little Columbia, Jackson Heights, and Queens, and then the Yemenis community with Yama over in the Bronx. And that's just one example of all the types of community and specific local community type outreach we're doing.
But let me pause, because I think I see that the language access is certainly important, and I think I kind of do hear more about that and see that work is being done. I guess I'm asking, are those additional people you just mentioned that you're hiring, are those specifically people whose job it is to go business to business, door to door, and talk to people? Because the existence of a mobile unit in a neighborhood is great, but it is not the same thing as proactively reaching out to the businesses who are probably busy doing the work, who are probably not leaving the store to check out the random truck that they see outside. So are these people specifically for canvassing, and are they specifically for canvassing the businesses?
So I'll be honest with you, as we get the additional support in fiscal year 23, we are looking very closely internally how to best maximize our outreach efforts, because we have outreach teams that focus on MWBEs, for example, and they're out and about at as I mentioned, some of the major conferences and community groups. And then we have small business advocates who are out door to door talking to businesses also, and compliance advisors. We have a staff of compliance advisors whose sole job is to be out there talking to business owners, walking around their retail stores or their restaurants or their liquor stores, and to say, hey, this is where you might get a violation from another city agency, to preemptively and proactively avert getting any violations at all. But the idea of the mobile outreach unit, yes, is to not just be the RV vehicle physical presence there. I think that's just the beginning of kind of a hub and spoke model in a way, where they're there bringing our services to the communities. And then there'll be people attached to that unit who then will be manning the unit, but also spreading out into the community where they're placed. And then whether—
Well, I would it's 14 seconds. I don't mean to interrupt. I just, there's a time thing. I would really love to see how much money is specifically allocated, or how much time is specifically allocated. Because I hear what you're saying about the hub and spoke model, but how much of their time is specifically going door to door. And I'm stressing the fact that this is vital outside of Manhattan and even outside our business improvement districts. And I hear you talking about conferences, which is great. And a lot of our businesses don't exist in a place where they are going to conferences, or they may not be in a business improvement district, or even have a merchants association, which I see in the report. Some of these grants are going to. Some of the up and coming businesses exist in little pockets. We're in the Bronx. We don't have huge commercial corridors everywhere. there's maybe one block or 1.5 blocks of businesses. Even a corner maybe has 3 or 4 businesses, and those businesses need, even more so than those big commercial areas, that proactive outreach and that small business service employee going to them and making sure that they avail themselves of all the really, I think, really good programs that are available. We just have to make sure that the businesses that are on the outskirts, in the outer boroughs, and don't have access to the same resources that BIDS and many Manhattan businesses have, that those businesses have those same resources available to them and know about them and can access them.
And council member, we definitely, we are aligned in that the outer boroughs have traditionally been underserved. And, you know, I think that if I had to break down my time, and I wouldn't know exactly, but right now off the top of my head, but I've spent much more time in the outer boroughs than I have in Manhattan doing commercial corridor walks and going to community events. But to your point, we are trying to identify as many smaller groups as possible. So for example, who in the Bangladeshi community can gather merchants, and we don't expect one person to gather everybody, but that's just examples of identifying the Yemenis community in the Bronx, but all those not just merchant associations, but smaller gatherings of groups, wherever they are, we want to be there. And so we are formulating and executing on a plan to go into smaller groups to bring our folks there to do presentations. We've done it for the Dry Cleaners Association, for example. We've done it for industry heads of the nail salon associations and whatnot. So we are not just waiting for invitations, but we are proactively looking to find the group leaders and the groups that can host us or will want to host us. And if not for those people, but for aside from those people, we are doing the door-to-door outreach because we understand that small business owners don't have the luxury oftentimes to take the time off. And I think that's where the mobile unit kicks in, where we go out there, but we send the people based from there in those particular communities where we don't have as much of a presence, and then send people door to door into the businesses.
I love to hear it. And you mentioned the Bangladesh community. That's huge in my district. And I love to hear that word proactive. It's not a word that we hear from every agency. So I love to hear that. And to make sure you know that as a council member, I'm not going to speak for other council members, just to say that, you know, we represent, we're all over our communities and we are all over our district, and we have the relationships with those communities and those businesses. And we are a good resource for small business services in terms of making connections with those communities, those businesses. And so, at least on my part, I look forward to working with you on doing that proactive outreach to our business, small businesses, to make sure that they avail themselves of the resources that you are providing.
And thank you. Look forward
to Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, chairs.
Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner, very nice to meet you. Look forward to also inviting you and welcoming you to District 14. I'm right south of Councilmember Dinowitz. So I'm also just going to ask my questions and then we'll see what we can get to, and there might be some follow-up. But I actually wanted to continue Councilmember Dinowitz's line of questioning, which was really about the kind of outreach, the kind of support that we receive out here. You know, I have a couple of I have two bids. No, I have one bid. I have one bid to be, hopefully, if we can continue to get SBS's support. And I have 2 merchant associations. And then I have all the bodegas and barbershops and salons and everything like that. And the technical capacity of the different businesses is just, you know, it's just very different, right? And so not just about going in and helping folks to understand what can land them a violation or, you know, introducing ourselves. You know, the first question is, what about that one-on-one assistance? What one-on-one kind of assistance does SBS provide, and how much funding is dedicated to it? The second part is also following up on Councilmember Dinowitz's note about how the Bronx fared in the beginning of the pandemic, where we received, you know, 1% of the first grants that came out. So could the agency share a breakdown of how much funding and how many awards disaggregated by the program that were received or were handed out through the agency since the pandemic began. So would love to understand how many grants went to who, how many low interest loans went to who, and to the extent that we have that information available from the state programs as well, that would be really helpful. And I am particularly interested in the smallest businesses, right? Fewer than 10 employees, micro enterprises, even our street vendors. How has SBS been able to help? And then the last question is about street vendors. And that is, it's related to the first question, is what is SBS's outreach to street vendors look like? Is there a particular office? Is there anything dedicated that SBS has in order to offer street vendors support, education, and outreach? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, council member. And we do look forward to doing our commercial corridor walk with you as well. The kind of outreach you talked about, I think I addressed it somewhat, but you're right. We understand that the smallest businesses, and I met with the United Bodega Association president, for example, and we talked about how there's a lot of mistrust of government in general, and it's built up over the years. It's not something that just happened overnight. It's something that's been happening and festering for years. And, I spoke to him about the services we had, and he wasn't aware of many of the programs. So now we're going to go and do several presentations. It's not one time we show up and then, hey, if you made it to the meeting, you're lucky. If you didn't, you're not going to get the information. I think we're happy to tape it in whatever appropriate languages need to be. Those kinds of informational meetings, we're happy to do it multiple times as well. We also find that social media these days, everyone talks about trying to reach people via social media, but you also need to have the right social media channels, right? It's not what I find in New York City, the toss salad of all the different ethnicities that live here and local community groups, that certain community groups rely on, let's say, WhatsApp, or the Chinese American community relies on WeChat. And if you're not on those social mediums, then you're not really connecting with the business owners in the first generation in particular. And so how do we identify all of that is something that we're constantly trying to update our database and our outreach efforts to coordinate with that. The technical capacity, the one-on-one you asked about, we have a hotline. People have over 75,000 calls were received. And once that call comes in, we are able to hand it over to a small business advocate or compliance advisor who will then be the one-on-one person for the constituent. And the additional money for the concierge service that's been talked about, that's coming as part of the executive budget, is exactly that. When we say concierge, it is the one-on-one human touch. And then hopefully when the business portal is all up and running, we understand that people can also transition to get more of a personal touch and less frustrating experience with government. So those are all the things that we're very excited about looking into. As for the disaggregation of data, we will work on getting you that. We estimate that we estimate that there are approximately 8% of small businesses, of all small businesses in New York City, that are based in the Bronx. And we recognize that the inequitable distribution of funds initially during the pandemic was a cause of concern. I think that LMI communities did not receive their fair share in the beginning, and subsequently the programs and grants were designed to try to improve on those metrics. And when they tried to then go after zip codes, for example, you also found inequities because there are some of the lowest income communities that were adjacent to some of the higher income communities. And so zip codes necessarily wasn't the best way to identify the people most in need. And then they went to LMI census tracts. And I think that's right now currently the standard that's being used. And so we are constantly trying to work on making sure that the funds, any funds and any programs are equitably distributed, and in particular to LMI communities throughout the city and in the Bronx.
And street vendors?
Oh, the street vendor. So there is a street vendor advisory working group right now that will be releasing their recommendations soon. But as you know, from SBS's perspective, street vendors are entrepreneurs, they are business owners, and we are working in partnership with our sister agencies that also have a say over how this is all being worked out. We also understand that there's a balancing act between the brick and mortar stores and what needs to happen in the city. But again, our focus is on educating the street vendors to help them understand how to grow their particular business. And from what we see is that this kind of financial literacy, basic education, just understanding supply demand chains and whatnot, like to help street vendors be successful in their business is a goal of ours as well. They are an entrepreneur, they're a startup small business, and we are working with all small businesses to help them operate, grow, and thrive in New York City.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner. I appreciate your background. That I understand your parents were immigrant small business owners, and you've been one. So glad to have your perspective in the leadership here.
Thank you, Council Member.
Next, we will turn to Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Good morning, Commissioner and Chairs Brannon and Menon. I just wanted to, and apologies if this is redundant, then I can circle back and catch the recording. So please let me know. But Brooklyn has experienced lots of business growth. I think that has far outpaced some of the other boroughs. But there are still plenty of businesses, particularly smaller businesses that are rent burdened or in arrears due to the lingering fiscal impacts of the pandemic. What programs or funding does this budget have for such businesses? And then I wanted to just follow up with another question quickly, and then I'll turn it over to you. But I know many fines and fees were suspended during the pandemic to aid small businesses hurt by the lack of consistent revenue. But many of these fines and fees have since been reinstated. So what does this budget have to support businesses for which the fines are still onerous? And what is SBS doing to ensure these small businesses are supported around this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Your first question, I'm sorry, I just, could you just repeat your question?
That's okay. Yeah, what programs or funding does this budget have for the businesses?
Yes. Our commercial lease assistance program, that's something that has been funded for executive fiscal year 23 and the executive budget. That is critical in helping small business owners who don't often get the proper representation to get pro bono legal advice in negotiating with the landlords, to modify terms, to work on reducing arrears. I think for many landlords, in particular smaller landlords who themselves are small business owners in a way, they are looking to work to keep tenants in place as well. They understand the negative impact of storefront vacancies on their part. And so this program is really trying to get the small business owners and the landlords to work together to figure out ways to provide relief for the small business owner. So that's a program that we're very happy that is and very proud of, that's been again funded in 23. Now, in terms of your question on, sorry,
no, that's okay. So for there were fines and fees that were waived during the pandemic, and then now they've been reinstated.
Yes,
and they're still, onerous to small businesses.
Yes, and Mayor Adams on January 4th, 4 days into his administration, signed Executive Order 2 and named Deputy Mayor Maria Torres-Springer, myself, and Chief Efficiency Officer Melanie LaRocca as co-chairs of this effort to make recommendations to the mayor. And we announced this last week, where 118 reforms were made, which will save small businesses approximately $8.9 million every year. And so part of the effort has been, how do we reduce the burden on small businesses permanently? But the other part of it is on the education side and having funding for our compliance advisors and our small business advocates. Compliance advisors, I don't know if you caught this, but they go into the stores and walk around and give advice pro bono on how to avoid future violations and come into compliance. The city is this administration is focused on making sure that the interaction between small business owners and the city is education first, rather than punitive first. So we know that everything that we do in terms of going forward, the small business portal that's being revamped, the concierge service that has been funded, we are trying to get the small business owners to understand that we are there for them, to understand that compliance is really for the health and safety risks of the public in general. But other than that, we are wanting to reduce any kinds of other burdens on them so that they can focus on what they do best, which is operating their business rather than spending time at an oath hearing, for example, or fighting fines and hiring expediters. So all of the efforts that we've put into the executive budget is aimed at doing that for small businesses.
Thank you. It's good to hear, and I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Osei.
Thank you very much. Ironically, I'm in the back of a church where there is a funeral of 1,000 people supporting Mary Zingoni, who was the owner of a deli, 82nd and Columbus, for 100 years. But the reason they survived is they bought the building above. So I want to go back to the question about the money for attorneys, lawyers for the public interest. It's great that you have. What's the budget for that, and how many people do you think it will include in terms of those able to be helped? Because in Manhattan, the number one issue is going to be rent. Number two, the commercial rent tax. We want to get rid of it. What's your position? And then the issue of the portal is a great idea. I have heard about it for the last 40 years, but I hope it works. And I wanted to know, is there money in there for individual delis, bodegas, small, to be able to get hardware? Because most of them don't have it. And then the bodegas really want apps. And I'm wondering, is that also part of what your dollars for technology are? And then vacancy data. That's obviously my bill. One of the big issues, vacants, storefronts. So are you supportive of the Department of Finance keeping that up on real time? And thank you very much, Commissioner. And I'm sorry I have to talk low, but the funeral's ongoing.
So let me just trying to get to, I was quickly writing down all your questions, sorry.
The lawyers.
Okay, lawyers, yes. So the CLA program, we had referred to it before. It has, there's $5 million allocated in the budget. And I wanted to give you numbers historically on how many people we've served, but I believe it was 1,600 services to over 700 unique businesses in last year alone, fiscal year 22. And then from the program's launch in February 2018 till April 22, we served over 1,500 unique businesses and provided over 3,200 services. So I think if you extrapolate those numbers, I think that we are looking in fiscal year 23 to provide similar numbers as in 22. I actually think there'll be an uptick because of the additional outreach we're doing. And so we think that, I can't give you the exact numbers, but I do think there will definitely be an increase from fiscal year 22, only because of the additional outreach we're doing citywide with our mobile unit, with our social media. As to your portal question, you're right, that question and that idea has been around for many, many years. I think that there are some cities, I think Boston, for example, has done it better in some ways. And I think we're also learning from the different experiences and models that are around the country. But we are very confident in our very capable CTO, Matt Fraser, and he is working to design the framework for this. But we also have our interagency working group that worked on the EO2 successfully to come together to give all the input on the processes and everything that needs to go into making this portal a true one-stop shop that really lowers the burden on small businesses who want to just launch or operate in New York City. And the app idea is part of this. I think the app will be important because we know that not everybody can get access to computers. Small business owners who are in bodegas or other retail stores, the app idea is critical to also having them have access. You mentioned
CRT.
Oh, the commercial rent tax. So the commercial rent tax, I believe there's legislation still being formulated, and I think that the appropriate answer really is to see what the legislation ends up, and the devil is really in the details, and to understand best what the final outcome of that process is. And I think that goes for all legislation that's pending and that's being discussed. So I'd like to wait for that moment. I think you're on mute. I'm sorry, council member, you're on mute.
The vacancy issue. How are we going to deal with these vacancies?
So yes, this administration, as you know, the top two priorities have been public safety and economic recovery. And at SBS, we really do believe that economic recovery and this issue in particular of storefront vacancies also promotes public safety when we're able to fill the stores. And so during the pandemic, we had a trial effort with Live XYZ, for example, in trying to help determine the storefront vacancy numbers. We're looking at all different aspects of how best to be able to identify empty storefronts. We know that city agencies have people on the ground also every day all over the city. And so we're trying to figure out what is the most comprehensive way to be able to identify storefront vacancies. As you know, when a business opens up, we know the numbers because they incorporate, they file, but when businesses close down, we don't get the same kind of real-time information that a business is closed. And so having our bid partners and community local partners as well, how do we engage everybody to be able to get this accurate count is something that we're actively working on. But it is a very important question, and we share your concern about that.
All right. I mean, that's the law that I passed the Department of Finance. They are supposed to keep track of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brannan. And Chair Menon?
Yeah, I just want to interject one thing. I'm glad, Commissioner Kim, that you're talking about the one-stop shop bill. I just want to clarify for everyone, I introduced that legislation in February to create this one-stop shop website that will consolidate all city agencies, permits, and licenses, and have an app. So I'm thrilled that we now have a supermajority of council members that have signed on to that bill. So I think it's going to be a great partnership with the administration on making sure that we launch this important bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And we'll turn to Councilmember Osei now.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Menon and Chair Brannan, as well as Commissioner Kim. Nice to see you over Zoom and not here in Bed-Stuy, even though I know you love this district over here. I want to ask a question in regards to street vendors, especially in light of harassment that we've seen of our street vendors, not only here in the district, but across the city. I wanted to ask in particular, how much is SBS allocating to street vending resources, including providing more licenses and doing more outreach, especially to outer boroughs and vendors of color, to ensure that they are vending properly and are protected from harassment?
Thank you for that question, council member. And we do love Bed-Stuy. We've been out there several times, and we launched our National Small Business Week out there as well. Let me just turn to First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon. I know we are definitely active as a member of the Street Vendor Advisory Group, trying to figure out everything that relates to small businesses, and we are having street vendors apply and sign up for all of our existing services. But as to your question about as to the exact amount of funding, let me just turn to First Deputy Commissioner Mallon.
Sure. Hi there. I'm sorry. Would you mind? What is your question specifically?
I think my question is pertaining to how much in the budget is going towards outreach to street vendors in terms of assisting them to get licensing.
I see. I think we'd have to come back because it's part of a broader outreach budget that we'd have to come back and give you some specifics on that particular target. But happy to do that.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, Councilman, I misunderstood the question. Yeah. So the outreach, since we did get this additional funding, and there's a really broad, comprehensive outreach strategy that we're creating now that we know this money is going to be there, including the mobile unit, but also through our community partners, and we will get back to you on that. But the street vendor outreach is also definitely a part of that broader outreach.
And no worries if you don't have this number off of the top of your head, but I would definitely love to get this number. Do you know how many street vending licenses you've approved this year thus far?
So SBS, we don't do the approval of the street vendor licenses. DCWP is the agency that handles that.
Okay. Thank you. And the second question I have, or third question I have, is, the executive budget calls for $4.8 million in developing the cannabis sector here in New York City. And part of that money is dedicated to outreach and community engagement. How much will be dedicated to outreach, and what is the outreach plan to reach Black and Brown neighborhoods who are most impacted by the war on drugs?
Thank you for that question. We are excited to be working closely with the state, because the state has their own outreach program and they're headquartered right downtown as well. But we are working closely with them because we don't want to necessarily duplicate efforts. I think that where we have a lot of value add is the community partnerships that we have in the Black and Brown communities, as you mentioned, and all communities throughout the city that are historically disadvantaged. We are going to leverage that to make sure that the education is done properly and in a as wide of a manner as possible to reach as broad of an audience. And so the headcount that we're adding in the cannabis industry line of 7 people, we're also going to incorporate them into the broader outreach unit. I think when we say outreach, we don't want people to think that SBS is going to just talk about business services or just MWB. When we go out, we're going to have a team that's able to talk about all the services that we do. And so with cannabis in particular, the law is designed and written in a manner to really give initial preference to people who have been the most impacted on the war of drugs. So our outreach efforts will align with that. And so I think to your question about certain communities that have been most impacted, that's where our efforts will go as well.
And has that outreach begun already?
We've definitely started talking in forums and community group events where people have asked about it. As I mentioned previously, the state is right now in real time finalizing those regs. So until those regs are finalized, it would not be prudent for us to say exactly this is how you get a license, for example. But we have been already talking to people and have signed up people to get the basic fundamental business prep that you need to open any business, and the cannabis business will be no different. You still have to know how to do your books. You still have to know how to sign a lease. You also have to understand just financing, access to capital. So we are doing all of the preparatory education now, and the state knows, because we've been partnering with them and EDC as well, that when they do get people interested in New York City in wanting to get involved with the industry, they'll refer them to us to get this foundational education done, so that when the time comes and licenses are available for applicants, that they'll be in a better position to take advantage of it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just one last point, when you do start, more of your extensive outreach, especially here in the 36th district, I would definitely love to partner between our office and SBS on reaching those community groups and any other type of outreach. But thank you for answering my questions.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And for the record, we were also joined by Councilmembers Brewer and Farias. That ends Councilmember questions. I will turn to Chair Menon for her closing comments, and then we'll turn to Chair Brandon.
Well, thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Commissioner, and to the SBS staff for testifying today and answering a number of our questions that we had. I know we have additional questions moving forward that we'll provide. I also want to thank Chair Brannon and the finance and legislative staff. I think you can hear from the questions that we asked today the incredible importance of small businesses to the city, the importance of MWBEs. I can't reiterate enough how concerned we are about making sure that MWBEs are really being able to get fulsome amount of city contracts. So that is going to be a big importance. Bridge training is obviously a top importance for us as well. And I know a number of my colleagues really talked about equity and making sure that we are ensuring that the fine reduction that the mayor launched is basically having an equitable distribution in neighborhoods that were particularly hard hit. So I look forward to the responses to all the different questions and thank everyone for their help on this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Menon. Yeah, I echo what Chair Menon said, Commissioner. And, you know, as always, the council wants to be partners, right? Like I said, I think in my opening statement, I don't know that you'll find a politician that doesn't run to say that small businesses are the backbone and the lifeblood of our city. But what does that mean? And what are we doing to actually prove that and back that up with action? And I think when you hear from small businesses who are frustrated or you know, feel that the city could be doing more, you know, that's where we need to step in and make sure we're connecting them to the great work that SBS is doing that frankly a lot of these businesses are not aware of. So I think that connection and education is just as important as anything else we brought up today. So I appreciate that. We've got a long hearing to go, so I'm going to let you guys go on good behavior, and we appreciate it, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Give us a few minutes, Chair Brandon, while we switch over, get your next co-chair up. Yep.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Executive Director Lee Scott. I'd like to test the audio.
Can't hear you. No.
Oh,
You're unmuted, but we don't hear anything.
Now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, I think it might be the headset, actually.
You don't want to wear your customer service headset?
It helps, but let me see. I'll try one more time, and if not,
Okay.
then we'll do without it.
Okay.
Can I interest you in a Time Life books series? Does anyone remember those Time Life commercials?
Yes.
All right, Greg.
Okay. So Chair Russ,
do.
your audio works. Oh, Miss Lescott, can you speak one more time? I think I heard you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. We can hear you. Chief
Great.
of Staff Koch?
Hatch, it works. Thanks.
Koch, got you. And let's see, Chair Aviles. If you want to test your audio.
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yep. The only person
Awesome.
we're waiting on
Thank you.
is Chief Operating Officer Daniel Sherrod.
So I'm using Emma Vitalos because I didn't get a link.
Okay, we'll
And
rename
I don't know how to
you.
change the name. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Give me 1 second. I'll do it for you.
And for some reason, the virtual machine isn't connecting to my camera, so I apologize.
No, no worries. Okay, so everyone is on from the admin. Chair Aviles, are you ready?
I'm ready, Malcolm.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so Chair Brannon, we'll go with your opening, then Chair Aviles, and then we'll swear in the administration.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the second portion of the 9th day of executive budget hearings. I'm Council Member Justin Brannon, and I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Finance. I'm joined today by my colleague, Council Member Alexa Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Public Housing. From the New York City Housing Authority, I'd like to welcome NYCHA Chair and CEO Greg Russ, Executive Vice President and CFO Anika Lescott. Good afternoon and welcome to you and your team. NYCHA's budget is not part of the city's budget, and NYCHA's fiscal year follows the calendar year. NYCHA's adopted calendar year 22 budget includes $4.14 billion in projected revenue, which is 0.5% less than the authority's calendar year 21 year-end actual revenue. NYCHA projects expenditures of $4.18 billion in calendar year 22, which is 0.3% larger than the authority's actual 21 year-end expenditures. NYCHA's budget is financed by various federal assistance programs, such as federal operating subsidies and Section 8 vouchers, as well as tenant rental revenue and city funds. My questions today will focus on ARPA funding, the council's preliminary response, the work order backlog, and as well as RAD PACT conversion. I want to thank John Basile for his work on today's hearing, my special advisor, John Yedden, Malcolm, the entire finance team that works really hard behind the scenes to get these hearings, make these hearings happen. I'll now turn to my colleague, Chair Aviles, for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Good afternoon, rather. Welcome to the City Council Finance Committee and Public Housing Committee's joint hearing on the fiscal 2023 executive budget. My name is Alexa Aviles, Councilmember Alexa Aviles, representing District 38 and proud chair of this Public Housing Committee. Today, we're going to hear from NYCHA, and I would like to thank the chair of the Committee on Finance again, Councilmember Brannon, for your leadership and partnership, getting us all through this budgeting process during all of these hearings. As a reminder to those of you watching, we welcome and invite members of the public to testify on Wednesday, May 25th. Everyone's voice matters, and I encourage all New Yorkers, particularly NYCHA residents, to please visit councilnyc.gov to learn more on how to make sure that your voice is included in public testimony. As We begin to emerge, but still remain in this COVID-19 pandemic. The compounded and enduring systemic inequities in this country have become clearer and clearer. Over the last 2 years, trillions of dollars have flowed into the wallets of billionaires, while working class and impoverished families struggle to pay for groceries and other basic necessities. We've seen surging inflation combined with a persistent lack of affordable housing stock that is making it difficult for hardworking families to afford rent. In fact, rent collection rates for NYCHA in 2021 were lower every month compared to 2020 and lower than in pre-pandemic levels. Last month, NYCHA was only able to collect 68% of its owed rent, which I'm sure you will hear more of later. As this cycle continues, it is imperative that the city invests in its social safety net for its residents and its public housing system. Yesterday, in her State of the City address, Speaker Adams talked about the depth of the housing crisis and how our city must meet this challenge head on by investing in the building and preservation of affordable housing, of low-income housing. There can be no safety without stable housing for our communities. I couldn't agree with that statement more. And the commitment and urgency should be driving an aggressive investment strategy in our public housing. Today, we're here to continue the city's budget process, and it is my sincere desire that we maintain a thoughtful dialogue on how to ensure the authority's budget is being used to assist and defend the nearly 400,000 residents who rely on the city's public housing system. Sadly, I must point out, from my perspective, the numbers in this executive budget do not match the urgency or commitment to public housing residents. We have a long way to go. NYCHA's budget, as you have heard from Chair Brennan, is not part of the city's budget, and its fiscal year follows the calendar year. The authority's adopted 22 to 26 capital plan approves approximately $8.3 billion in planned commitments for infrastructure improvements, major modernization, systemic upgrades, resiliency, and fortification of developments damaged by Superstorm Sandy. The authority was expecting already to receive about $3.5 billion over 5 years in capital commitments from the city's prior year's commitment. Despite council calls for a more robust investment in NYCHA, both for operating and capital needs, the executive only added, earmarked through HPD, an additional $1.5 billion in capital over 5 years, with $200 million of that required from the rezoning deal to go to Gowanus and Wyckoff houses. The executive earmarked the new $1.3 billion specifically for RAD impact. What that means is that the executive added $0 in the immediate to support capital improvements for the 110 remaining residents in public housing developments across the portfolio that are not in private management or slated to be in private management through RAD impact. Some of our most challenged housing stock will get no additional resources in this budget. NYCHA notes that 110,000 of the residents will be covered by the trust if it passes, and if residents are allowed to opt in and out, what happens to those residents that might opt out? What happens to those repairs? We also know that NYCHA is holding on to millions in unspent city funds for repairs that need to be done probably 10 years ago, if not longer. This practice must end, and we need the agency to responsibly and expeditiously move through quality capital improvements that it has the money for and that our residents deserve. The pressure on NYCHA and the city has never been greater to do what is right by the residents. To be clear, and certainly to close very soon, this budget presents no new money for operating needs and only new money for private management. These are investment choices. Mayor Adams' response is simply far, far below our ask and what the needs are. Overall, we look forward to hearing more about an update from NYCHA from the preliminary budget hearing just a few short months ago and how it is going to systemically address the situation. But for the record, as chair of the Public Housing Committee, from my perspective, as I've probably said 5 times since I've started talking, these investments are insufficient to address the crisis at hand. It is clear that our city must do more to protect social housing, to protect dignified housing for our low-income working-class New Yorkers. This budget says that we believe only the private market will solve this matter, despite acknowledging the facts on the ground. Renters in the private market are barely making it. Most of renters are paying more than 50% of their income in rent. The private market will not solve these issues. That is not the future we should be investing in for our residents. We must invest in them. We must use the power of our public dollars to back the repairs that need to be made, to back public housing. Before I turn it over to the Finance Council, I would like to thank the committee staff who have helped in prepare this hearing. John Basil, Principal Financial Analyst, Chima Obichele, Unit Head, Audrey Sun, Committee Counsel, and always I must thank my Chief of Staff, Edward Cerna, and our Legislative Budget Director, Christina Botego. And with that, I thank you for your patience. I will now pass it to the Finance Council to continue the hearing.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Aviles. Good afternoon and welcome to the second portion of the executive budget hearing for May 23rd, the New York City Housing Authority. My name is Malcolm Butehorn and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. I would first like to acknowledge council members present for the record. We are joined today by council members Brannon, Aviles, Barron, Brewer, Carr, Farias, Hudson, Lewis, Osei, Palladino, Sanchez, Ung, Ayala, De La Rosa, and Velasquez. Council members who have questions, use the raise hand function in Zoom. You will be called on the order with which you raised your hand. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. Gregory Russ, Chair and CEO. Annika Lescott, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Daniel Sherrod, Chief Operating Officer. Sean Mavani, Chief Asset and Capital Management Officer. And Joey Koch, Chief of Staff. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chair Russ?
I do.
EVP Lescott?
I do.
COO Sherrod?
I do.
CMO Mavani?
I do.
And Chief of Staff Koch?
I do.
Thank you. Chair Russ, whenever you're ready.
Thank you and good afternoon. Chairs Aviles and Brannon and members of the Committee on Public Housing and Finance and other distinguished members of Council, NYCHA residents and members of the public, thank you for sharing the time that we have today. I just want to let the Council know I am remote and dealing with a bit of COVID here, so if I have to mute myself to sneeze, I will do so, but we will weather through. I have prepared remarks which we submitted, and the testimony is quite good. It outlines the major areas that we saw both the chairs discuss in their opening remarks. But I am going to depart from this testimony because I want to emphasize to the Council what we are up against and why the time of urgency is upon us in a way that it has never been upon any city with respect to its public housing before. NYCHA signed the agreement with HUD in January of 2019. That agreement was focused on systemic and institutional reforms that required the collaboration of HUD, the Monitor, Southern District, and us, and the city. The city, almost to the exclusion of any of the other partners, actually put real money into this, and a substantial amount, some of which was just mentioned in the opening remarks. This money was intended primarily for compliance efforts around lead and mold, heating and hot water, and elevators. And what we find as we move forward is this is insufficient. We are no longer in a place where NYCHA can represent that we are going to be able to repair buildings that have not had comprehensive capital investment. It's that simple. These buildings have lost 3 cycles of investment more than 60 years without the kind of capital. And we should point out that the condition of the buildings is deteriorating as we speak. NYCHA is tasked under the HUD agreement to rebuild the institution, and we are doing that. We have the transformation plan, which focuses on revitalizing the organization, dealing with the business practices and the culture. There's plenty of examples in the written testimony of efforts we have made there. We are hopeful that these actions will help rebuild the trust that has been lost over the years. But I would say to the council today, unless we raise $40 billion, unless we invest in the entire building instead of one-off modernization components, we're not going to be able to sustain the buildings. It's that simple. You wonder why it takes so long to fix something. Part of that is NYCHA. There's no question that the culture and past history of NYCHA in terms of how it thought about repairs and how it thought about the connection it has or lost to its residents is a problem. No one is saying that's not a problem. But you have to understand the lack of capital in these buildings is corrosive. It not only weakens the infrastructure of the building, it weakens the infrastructure of the institution. Now, what are the plans to raise this capital? So one of them was mentioned earlier, the rental assistance demonstration. That's the first tool that HUD gave the Housing Authority, not just us, but others. And that tool has actually been quite successful. It has raised significant amounts of money in the past years. In fact, it's raised over $3.4 billion. It's impacted 6,000 units and 15,000 households, as evidenced by the recent activity last week when we had the ribbon cutting for the Brooklyn Bundle. But that's against a $40 billion need. Let's think about that number. That is a need for the entire portfolio, and that is a need that we have to address if we're going to succeed as a city and a housing authority. In the federal realm where NYCHA has to work, there are certain restricted pathways that it has in order to raise money. The first is called a capital fund financing. NYCHA has done that. We currently have a capital fund financing, which is basically a loan paid for out of our capital funds. There are energy performance contracts, which again is a loan paid for by savings we have from energy in the operating budget. And there's another path, and that path is the path that we proposed in the Preservation Trust. That trust bill is currently in Albany, and everyone on this call, everyone should make a call to their senator or their state assembly member in support of the Preservation Trust. We did not get Build Back Better. We did not get the kind of funding that we thought we could get to comprehensively modernize every single building. The trust offers that path, but the trust requires state legislation. It is the public-to-public construction between NYCHA and the trust. There's no private entity involved, contrary to the propaganda that is out on the street now, which is just despicable. It's not even true. So the trust is a way to raise the money we need to invest comprehensively in each building. And to do that, we must move from one subsidy platform to another and do it safely. The trust bill embodies all the resident protections asked for. The trust bill now includes an opt-in feature that's been added to the legislation where residents get a chance to express their desires. This bill needs to pass this session because if we lose another year, we've lost another year of opportunity to raise the money. Even if the trust passes, even if we got the most favorable financing possible, how long is it going to take to issue bonds to get that money into the building? That's the lead time. So one of the things I'm going to suggest in my opening remarks here, We can talk about all the things that are on the agenda. We can answer all your questions about what we're doing with operating funds, what happens to lead abatement, what's going on with mold. We can do everything but fix the buildings. And for that, we need a dramatic action to occur now. I don't know how else to say it. We've been saying it for 2 years. We've been saying it over the voices of those who somehow think this is a sellout of the program, but it is not. If we want social justice, we have to raise the money to invest in these buildings. That's the justice, is to put these buildings into a place where people feel okay going into them. They feel good about living in these apartments, and they feel good about the opportunity to be there, and that releases them to do the work that they need to do in their daily lives to succeed. So the trust is a key to raising the funds that we need to make sure that the entire portfolio over time is sustainable. And I really urge everyone on the call to think about supporting the trust in some way. Make a phone call, talk to a state assembly member or state senator, because it is vitally needed. It is the only path out. And we think it can raise the funds sufficient to begin to restore these buildings to what they used to be and give people their lives back, because they now live in a decent, safe, sanitary apartment. That concludes my remarks this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. We want to jump right in because we've got a lot of questions, and this is a very, very important topic for us, obviously. Before we begin, I always like to just give a disclaimer that the committee might not get to all of our questions today, or you might not have the responses that we are satisfied with. So we will make sure we send a follow-up letter, and we need to get answers ASAP because it helps in our budget negotiation. So I want to jump right into ARPA funding. In March 21, ARPA was enacted. It provided billions of dollars to states and municipalities by the formula set forth in the legislation. New York City received approximately $5.8 billion, and the funds are required to be obligated by December 31st, 2024, just setting the table there. So out of the total amount allocated to the city, how much has NYCHA received in its budget?
I'm going to let Anika Lescott respond to that, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you just clarify the acronym that you use, sir?
ARPA?
And what does ARPA stand for?
The American Rescue Plan Act?
It's the emergency housing vouchers were included in that, I believe.
Okay, sorry. We
yeah.
use a lot of different acronyms, and I just didn't want to give you the wrong answer. So yes, for ARPA, we received an allocation of 5,738 temporary vouchers worth $81.3 million, and those are available as emergency vouchers for specific populations. Those vouchers must serve New Yorkers who are homeless, recently homeless, at risk of homelessness, and or victims of domestic violence or trafficking.
Okay, and of that 81.3 million, how much of it has been obligated to date?
So we are still working through the program, and we have not obligated very much of that funding as of yet.
We have leased about 600 families worth of vouchers.
Correct.
There's about another 500 pending and another 2,000 in the queue. So they are leasing up, which would then obligate the funds.
Correct. So we are going through the leasing plan, and we do anticipate that we would meet all the federal guidelines around using those vouchers.
Okay, and how much of that was originally budgeted for calendar year 21 that was unspent and rolled into the future year?
So 81.3 is the total that we received, and we just have been leasing up to date. So I would say that we received all the funding and have been sort of leasing up as we've gone on.
Okay, and you expect that that all that money will be spent by the end of calendar year 24.
Correct. As Greg mentioned, we have leasing plans. So we do anticipate that we will start to see some obligations in the coming months, and we will, continue with that work to expend by the calendar year 2024.
Okay. In the council's preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to include an additional $1.5 billion annually in the capital funding to support NYCHA. The mayor included $1.4 billion over 5 years. So how will NYCHA allocate this additional $1.4 billion? And do you feel that this funding level is adequate?
So I will just start with the numbers, and then I will turn it over to Sean Mabani, who oversees the capital and real estate divisions. So you're correct. We received an additional $1.2 billion for our PACT program, an additional $200 million for in-unit repairs at Gowanus and Wyckoff. And so Sean, I will turn it to you to speak more about how that funding will be used.
Sure, thank you, Anika. Chair Brin, the funding for Gowanus and Wyckoff has been specifically programmed as part of the Gowanus rezoning agreement and will be used for apartment renovations at those two sites. We are currently engaging with residents around the exact scope of work that will be covered by the funding that's available. The remaining funding is, as mentioned, earmarked to support the PACT RAD program as we move forward, where a certain amount of city funding is used as subsidy to ensure that the total amount of financing raised through those transactions can comprehensively renovate those properties. In terms of your second question, I think Chair Russ has covered that earlier, but obviously that is a very small amount of capital funding, in particular for our capital projects work, relative to our need, and therefore is not sufficient to meet the needs of renovating the buildings where we are today.
Has NYCHA had any conversations with the administration with regard to the council's ask of $1.5 billion in capital funding annually?
We discussed the capital needs with the administration. We haven't had specific discussions on that particular item, but the administration's well aware of what the capital needs are, and our plans to raise that capital through a variety of means.
Okay, because there's a significant delta here, right, in what the council called for and what we saw in the mayor's exec budget, right? The council called for the administration to include $1.5 billion annually. The mayor included $1.4 billion over 5 years.
Well, the administration also supports the trust. And I just want to point out, however much money the city comes up with, that's great. But our path is through the trust model and through RAD. Those are the only programs using federal funding that can sustain the housing authority. It's that simple. This is not additional funds are always welcome, don't get me wrong. But if we're thinking about what is it that could actually take care of a portfolio which houses as many people as the city of Atlanta, it is the trust and RAD combination. And that's what could raise the bulk of the money and stretch the city dollars in an appropriate way as well.
All right, so let's stay on RAD. So as of February 22, about just under 15,500 units have been converted under RAD. So how much funding and resources have these conversions brought in to NYCHA?
So I'll start with some high-level numbers, and Sean, if you have additional information, that would be great. So far, we've raised about $3.4 billion. Now, I want to point out, one of the reasons that I realized there's a lot of folks who look at RAD and think this is a privatization model. First thing I have to say is it's not. We're not selling any property here. There's a leasehold that's created so that the RAD deals can work. And that's significant because NYCHA still has substantial control underneath the property. But that 3.4 billion is for comprehensive modernization. This is another element that gets lost in, should we give money to elevators? Should we give money to roofs? Yes, those are all good things to do, but they don't mean a whole lot unless you're doing the whole building. We have done tons, billions of dollars in roof replacement. We are doing elevators and we are doing boilers, but we must also do what we see at some of the RAD sites where the entire property, inside and outside, is done over. So we've got about 3.4 billion that we've raised, 15,000 households impacted, and we're on the path to hit 30,000 sometime this year in the pipeline. Sean, if you've got additional information on what we've got in the queue now under construction and what's coming up, if you can, would you please share that?
Yeah, I would, thank you. I appreciate, because right now we're at basically, if we're saying you're on path to hit 30,000, that means we're basically at the halfway mark now, right? So you think—
Correct. That's correct. The 62. That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Sean, did you want to add any numbers to what I've just shared?
Sure. So as you mentioned, we're at the 35,000 mark that will have been either completed, they're in construction, or they'd be in the stage of resident engagement pre-development. So just about 57% of that 62,000 number. A significant number would be completed in the coming weeks, representing an additional $700 million of capital repair work that's going to get completed. And another 2.8 billion in major upgrades are underway or will begin early this year for another 12,000 households. And so, we will make it to that 35,000 apartment mark, and then, we'll be looking to progress rapidly to the remaining 27,000 units that are in the overall 60.
So where are we at right now as of April? Let's say as of April, how many units have been converted?
As of April, I don't want to misspeak, council member, so we can come back to you with the exact numbers around that.
Okay, you can come back to me by close of business?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. And what is the total need across the entire NYCHA portfolio that's been addressed through these conversions?
Well, the total need is 40 billion. So if we've raised 3.4 and we raise another 700 million, we'll have about 10%.
Okay.
But the numbers are staggering. You have to realize—
Because I was under the impression that NYCHA's total estimated capital need was about 32 billion.
No, that was years ago. See, this is another thing that happens. The capital needs are increasing at almost $1 billion a year. The rate of increase is due to the rate of deterioration in the buildings. I mean, that number is moving. It's not a static target, because not only in addition do we have to do the capital work, if possible, we should also try to address some longstanding issues related to energy and environmental concerns, and we should redo grounds and security. It's more than just the compliance that is in the HUD agreement. We must also make these buildings livable and attractive again. And when you start looking at that kind of money, then that capital need is on this kind of incline. It is not going to go down until we raise enough money to address the entire portfolio. RAD addresses potentially 62,000 units. We still have additional 110,000 that need investment of a very deep and substantive amount.
Does NYCHA have any data on the number of evictions to date that have occurred in developments converted through RAD?
We do.
Yes, we do. And as a follow-up to the hearing on the PAC-RAD program that happened several weeks back, we will be providing comprehensive data and analysis of the evictions that have happened to date. We do have some initial figures that we've assessed and publicly released in the past that cover the period through September 2021. And so
you don't have any updated information? That was a long time ago.
we will be providing comprehensive data after September 2021, as well as part of the response to the previous council hearing. But I can give you the information that we have right now. So for the 8 properties that converted between 2016 and 2020, we looked at the total evictions pre-conversion and post-conversion in a similar amount of period of time for each property. There were 85 evictions that happened pre-conversion, which reduced to 65 evictions post-conversion in a comparable time period, right? That was across 9,517 apartments in total at those 8 properties. So that was an indicator of the eviction rates and how they compared at properties that converted in that period. We also have looked at eviction rates year on year and compared those between NYCHA, rest of the properties, and then those that have converted through PACT. So for example, for 2017, 2018, and 2019, on the NYCHA side, evictions averaged at about 1 per 300 units, with some variation each year. For PACT converted properties, this number has varied year on year. In the latest year, in 2019, it was 1 per 2,000 and 1 per 207 apartments, apologies. But we will be providing a comprehensive set of data through last month in the update that we're going to give formally to the council hearing, as this was discussed extensively there.
Okay, and when will we receive that?
We should have that to you within the first 2 weeks of June, if not earlier.
All right, I got like 2 more questions, and then this is too important. I can't jeopardize all the time here. I want to talk about work order backlogs. Can you provide us with details on why the number of open work orders has increased so drastically over the past year? And in addition, why the number of days it takes to complete repairs has also seemingly increased from about 150 days 2 years ago, February, to 310 days this year. 310 days to get something repaired.
Well, I'm going to preface this and then I'll ask Daniel Sherrod. I can't emphasize enough the 2 things that NYCHA has to do. It is true NYCHA has to change its business process. No one is arguing. We are in the process now of changing work order structure, moving trades closer to the properties, and doing those kinds of things that you would expect of a property manager. But I cannot represent that these things are going to work. If you open a wall in a NYCHA building like we did a month ago when we had a congressional tour, you will see that the piping in apartment 4A, even if it's fixed and replaced, is not going to fix 3A and may cause a leak in 5A. That instead of saying, I can fix the leak behind your wall, we have to fix the entire stack, all 15 floors. So part of what you see in the work orders is the increase in the deterioration of the actual physical buildings and the systems in those buildings. They become more and more difficult to repair. Now, NYCHA has not helped itself by having systems that we think, and then we're in the process of reforming, that contribute to the efficacy of the repair process. We have too many steps. We're going to change that. We're moving the trades closer to the work. We're going to change that. We're going to change the work order system. But what we're running against, and it's a bit like being on a treadmill, is that unless you do major capital investment to a building, you will not be able to repair your way out of that problem, and eventually it will catch up to you. I don't know, Sherrod, if you wanted to add anything else or not.
Chair, I'll say, I say this respectfully. I feel I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but it also feels like we're having a bit of an out of body experience, and you've been there since 2019.
Yeah, I'm not having an out of body experience. I'm telling you the facts, and
right,
the facts are that.
Then why? Then answer me then. If in February 2020 it took approximately 150 days to have a repair completed, now it's up to 310 days. Why? Is it a staffing issue? Do we need more money for staffing?
Well, we could use about 1,500 more people. Honestly, NYCHA is at a tipping point. We're on a balance beam here. We have enough staff to kind of keep up with the worst things that happen, and in some cases, we can do some very good things. But I'm not going to represent to council that we have some kind of magic in terms of figuring out what to do with the work order.
I'm not looking for a Potemkin village. I mean, I want the truth, but I also have the numbers in front of me.
That it's totality. And that what the building is doing is deteriorating so rapidly that the kinds of repairs that you could do don't stick. I'm not going to argue. We have to change how NYCHA does its repair system. I understand that. And but I also cannot emphasize enough what kind of conditions we have to deal with that are extraordinary.
But so, okay. When was the last time that you'd say NYCHA had a manageable number of work orders, 90,000 or less?
Probably 15 years ago or 20 years ago.
Okay. All right. I got to let my co-chair get in here. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I look forward to getting those numbers. Chair Aviles, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. I guess along the lines, continuing along the lines of RAD impact and noting, yes, we did just have a hearing on this several weeks ago. In terms of, just for the record, obviously, we've kept track around how much capital has been raised in terms of, private capital and how many people are in the pipeline. However, has there been any, I guess one of the questions I asked in the prior hearing, which I still have not received information on, is the total amount of public investment that's been made in RAD Pact to date for these conversions. And also if there has been any full assessment on that looks at the effectiveness of the program outside of just the capital raise, but really looking across several metrics, including the quality of the repairs, moving work orders, transparency, the leveraging of dollars. Is there a plan to do any kind of assessment on this program?
Chair Aviles, thank you. So we are putting together those different numbers you've asked for, including trying to quantify the full public investment, given the different ways that there can be public investment or support that's leveraged through a PAC transaction. And we'll try to accelerate the written response to those questions at the hearing and try to get those to you, next week, earlier than what I mentioned a few minutes back. We, as was discussed at the hearing, we do a good amount of what we call asset management and compliance oversight of converted properties around things like construction quality, a whole range of indicators that are specified in the transaction around performance requirements for the development partners, whether that relates to bringing down the number of work orders or the time to complete work orders, or specific commitments that are made around lead abatement, mold, and other aspects. So we are taking on board your feedback at the hearing around how do we make more of this information public and available and easy for folks to access the data and do assessment of that. So in addition to this kind of monthly reporting requirements and assessment we do internally, we do have a plan to provide a way for that information to be publicly available later this year through some type of user-friendly platform that residents and other stakeholders can access and gain the information they're looking for. And that would support the type of evaluations that you're talking about around looking holistically across the program. In particular, we're getting to a point with the recent level of conversions and construction completions to be able to assess that more holistically. We are now launching a kind of post-occupancy evaluation where we will be surveying residents at converted sites where construction's also been completed regarding their experience through the conversion process, the quality of repairs, as well as ongoing services provided by the development partners, the property manager, et cetera, and hope to build that out further during the course of this year and collect that data to support those type of holistic evaluations, given a number of rounds have moved on and construction is completed.
I appreciate that. However, you can imagine my dismay when the only new public dollars we seem to be allocating to support repairs are solely allocated to a program where there hasn't been any feedback from residents, any systematic evaluation of the program beyond capturing capital dollar investments, which I know are important, and anecdotal information, quite frankly. And yet we continue to allocate the only new dollars to that program. So I think about it in algebraic terms, right? The order of operations seems completely wrong here. And so we are right now talking about the budget and spending, and yet we have no quantifiable evidence. We have no metrics that your office apparently collects on a monthly basis, and yet we seem to never get access to. So if you can understand that this is at the heart of my dismay here, is that at the end of June, those metrics, while still important and we'll continue to ask because that is our job and oversight, we need them yesterday. We need them now. There's a 1.2 billion over 5 years, which again is not adequate from my estimation, and certainly the chair would agree, and all of us, we know the depth of the problem here. But simply the timing is just completely off here. We need the metrics now to be able to rationalize and make sound investments of our city dollars. In terms of the public outreach, we talked about for the units, excuse me, I'm gonna move that question. In terms, there seems to be a choice that some residents, for those residents that are in the 30,000 pipeline, right? The ones that are yet to come RAD PAC conversions. Are these developments where residents have already been engaged and agree to follow in to participate in RAD PAC, or are these developments that were chosen without them and are just going to be put into a pipeline?
Sure, Villa. So the remaining 30,000 units that you're referring to, resident engagement and kind of pre-development discussions have not been initiated yet at those properties. We've discussed in the past that the criteria to select those properties relates to their kind of deteriorated state capital needs and the difficulty of NYCC to typically also manage these type of properties given their geographic location, et cetera. But we normally go through a process that's an extensive, 12-month or longer process of early engagement to socialize the PAC-RAD program and model what it means for residents and stakeholders, and work through that to allay and address any of the concerns that come out from residents and stakeholders as we work through the project process.
Thank you for reminding me of the criteria. That is, I guess, another thing we're waiting to receive around how developments are assessed and put into this pipeline along the different criteria. So we also look forward to receiving that when it gets here. Are you saying that residents will be engaged in a process, but necessarily do not have any direct say on whether or not RAD will be something their development is converted into? So if residents say they don't want RAD and yet they're in a conversation about RAD is what RAD could be, will NYCC continue to move forward with the RAD conversion process, or will it select another development?
Well, we have 30,000 units in the queue. The resident engagement process is substantially different than it was just 2 years ago. We also have borrowed substantially from the Fulton Chelsea process, so that our hope is, as we begin to present what RAD can do for the property, and that residents see that they have an equal voice in selecting the development team for those properties, that they would be persuaded that this is an opportunity to get the entire property rehabilitated.
I hear that, Chair Russ, but if residents choose not to participate in the RAD program, will that be honored?
Well, at the current time, there's no a vote on it.
Okay,
but we have enough property that we can continue to bundle financing, and we're not going to, we have talked with people who've been very, very against the program, and we said, okay, let's think about it. Let's take a pause. But the fact of the matter is, in the long run, at some point, we have to reach 175,000 units of rehabilitation. The trust bill, for example, does have an opt-in mechanism that is new to the bill this year. Yep. That does allow choices between the trust, or among, I should say, the trust, RAD, or waiting, I guess is the best way to describe it. We put that in the trust bill because we wanted to provide for something more similar to what you're talking about. When we partner now with the, we continue to work with them, and we continue to work with those who want to partner with us. And, sometimes the site is not ready, but we have come back and have found folks to be more amenable to it. In fact, as the sites get completed and people see the finished product, and Edenwald is a good example of that. When I talked to the tenant leader at Edenwald, he said, we want what they have, which is across the street is Bayside. So the notion that the proof is kind of in the pudding, and the RAD pudding shows a property that is very, very strongly rehabbed, well maintained, and in a very different place than it was pre-RAD. So the trust bill includes an option which we wanted to provide, and there's enough units there that will work, if we have to work through folks who have their doubts, and work with others who want to move forward.
Sure. Chair Russ, the trust bill still hasn't passed, right? We're in our current reality. And the question, the question is simply, and I think you've answered it, is the residents do not have a voice in this process.
I think that's an exaggeration.
Well, no, actually, sir, maybe they have a voice in this process. They do not have decision-making power over whether or not their development will be converted in RAD. They will be consulted. They will be informed, is what you're definitely saying. But what you're also saying is that they do not have decision-making authority. At least there is nowhere in this description that I have seen residents have decision-making authority on whether or not their developments will be converted into RAD, as is in our current state.
All I can say is that the program is working, that we work with the resident councils that want to work with us, that if you go to a RAD property, walk around. Go look at it.
I have been to a few, and I appreciate that, but I think we have our answer. Look,
we went through the whole process with Fulton and Chelsea and came out of that the better. And that process was one of engagement, reaching a mutual understanding, and selecting the development team together.
I think the one thing I will
That's a partnership.
I will absolutely agree with you, sir, that there have been improvements along the way. Without question. I think the consulting with the residents, I think in certain developments has seemed to be improved. But we also have to acknowledge that that is not the standard across the board, right? We have to acknowledge that there is still a dearth between what the program is in its rhetoric and in its flyers and what the lived reality is on the ground. There is still a huge gulf between those two realities. So yes, in some instances in Fulton, that's, the gold standard. However, that is not the reality across the board. And so our responsibility and oversight here is to say, if we are going to pump 1.2 billion of our public dollars into a program that hasn't had a full assessment and hasn't fully corrected the problems that we see on the ground on a day-to-day basis, then our responsibility is to continue to push and address those issues, of which I am trying to address here. And one of the problems that we have seen is that residents have been consulted, and it has improved over the years, The materials are much better than they were certainly 5 years ago. Nevertheless, there is no definitive mechanism for resident to say no to RAD right now. And so I guess with that, I would like to move on to the spending, some questions around spending. So there's obviously been a there's traditionally been a struggle between NYCHA spending city funding in a timely manner. What systems have been put into place to make sure that these city dollars this year get spent and these improvements are made?
Sure. So it sounds like, Chair Vilas, you're discussing the capital spending. So I'll turn it to Sean to tell you more about the great work that they've been doing.
Yeah, thank you, Nika. Chair Vilas. So, we took to heart the feedback and criticism at the preliminary budget hearing around the progress we have been making around spending funding in general, but some of the ongoing challenges with the city funding. We did a full portfolio review in the last 2 months to look at all city funded projects, in particular focusing on the discretionary funded projects, which, unfortunately is one of the more challenging portfolios since I've come into my role and looked across. We spent upwards of $1 billion in capital funding in 2020 and over 1.4 or close to 1.4 billion in 2021. So at an overall level, we are able to expend at a pretty high rate of capital funding. But definitely, as you're highlighting, a small portfolio of about 50 to 75 discretionary funded or mayorally funded projects, have really struggled, or we've struggled to implement them effectively over the last few years. We went through that portfolio at every step of the project lifecycle. What are the key challenges? What are remediation options? And we're developing a project by project remediation plan to try to now accelerate that set of delayed or somewhat backlogged projects, get them into construction, and ideally get them through construction in the next 12 months wherever possible. And so there's a whole range of initiatives that we've developed around that, from how we staff internally, dedicated teams that focus on city-funded projects, both in our capital projects function, but also in our financial planning and administration functions, so that we can move through the municipal approval process effectively. We're putting in place dedicated management information around these sub-portfolios so that they're top of mind for me and my senior team to look at on a regular basis and manage them very aggressively. We're also looking to streamline some of our internal processes, whether it's some of our procurement steps, whether it's some of our governance processes, to be able to move these projects as quickly as possible, but with the right level of oversight and prudence. And some of the smaller projects, we're partnering closely with our operations function, where they have in-house capacity or additional contract capacity to push on these projects. We kind of expand the amount of resources we're doing here, given these are typically quality of life, grounds, and other types of projects where operations functions also have strong capacity.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I was curious, I know in our last conversation, one of the areas is staffing. Chair Russ just mentioned, in an optimal situation, we'd need to hire 1,500 additional people, I am sure, across the organization. You also mentioned some staffing changes. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like within the capital division, where much of these changes are going to take place?
That's right. And I think Chair Russ was referring, related to the kind of work order backlog and the maintenance questions. Within the capital function, as part of the changes that we put underway in the last few months, we are reorganizing our capital function. We are trying to resource up our kind of critical project managers as the core part of that function that oversee these projects. Typically, our project managers are overseeing 10 to 15 projects today, which are albeit, small size component replacement type projects, but that's pretty heavy workload. We have alternative models of how we also oversee projects using external contractors as program management services. And we're revisiting all of that and trying to refocus our resourcing in that area as much as possible. And so we will be increasing our staffing levels of our project management function. As I mentioned earlier, we are also increasing in areas that relate specifically to city-funded projects, like our financial admin process, our OMBCP submission team and other aspects related to that. We are not making a significant net headcount increase in the capital function, but rather trying to repurpose some of the vacancies we have and some of the non-core roles we have to refocus more on some of the core functions to be able to further streamline the way we deliver the projects.
Thank you for that. In terms of, thank you for noting that Chair Russ was specifically talking about the trades. And we know this is an area where there is an excessive amount of need for skilled trades, plumbers, painters, carpenters. What is the plan to address that specific need?
Sure, so I'm happy to start. In our 2022 budget, we continue to make significant investments in our skilled trades workforce. And so that is something that we started back in 2021. We've started to decentralize our trades. So essentially, previously the trades were sitting perhaps at the borough level, and we're actually trying to disperse them further into the properties so that we would expect to have higher sort of response times. And so we're making significant investments there. 2021, we began that work and we're continuing that in 2022. And I'd like to call on Daniel Sherrod to add some more context around our work with the skilled trades.
So good afternoon. The skilled trades are being moved closer to the new NYCC model, which is neighborhoods. So they're being assigned specific neighborhoods in order to reduce their travel time, to get them back invested into a certain number of buildings so they don't feel like they're dispersed all over, and start to have a more comprehensive yet personal view of what's going on at their development. So for example, if you look at Red Hook East and West, we move the skilled trades closer to that particular neighborhood. And now we're seeing a lot of faster turnaround in their work orders, even though we still have a lot to do. Is becoming more and more manageable because those trades, the plumbers and the carpenters in particular, are able to get there quicker instead of having to come from all different sides of Brooklyn. They are strictly in those two areas. So when you look at the neighborhood model throughout NYCC, you see us pushing the skilled trades closer so that they can actually reduce travel time, which is a more time for hand and hammer work inside the units.
So in terms of, absolutely agree, anywhere you can bring them closer to the neighborhoods, obviously you'll see. But I mean, the big problem has been just a sheer dearth, right, of plumbers. For Red Hook, we know that, it's one of the most common problems we see, right? All related to the issues that Chair Russ mentioned about the piping and the repairs that we know. So what is given the sheer need for plumbers, is there a particular program or approach that NYCC is taking to increase the amount of plumbers that we need across the city?
Well, we are increasing. Sorry, go ahead, Sherrod. Sorry.
It's all funding based by each development, but we are increasing plumbers as we speak. We're working with our human resources department to get through the DCAS civil service system to get plumbers onboarded so that we can actually disperse those plumbers and all our other skilled trades throughout the neighborhoods as needed. So we are working on increasing the number of skilled trades throughout the entire portfolio based on our current operating budgets.
Is there a target that you're using to hire?
Well, we're trying to get as many as we can afford. That's the thing. I'm constantly getting updated from Anika on how many extra people I can hire, because it is a function of finance. The moment we don't have enough money, I got to stop. So I don't have a hard target. I'm literally, if she gives me $20 extra, I'm going to spend that $20 extra to get more staff on.
So Ms. Anika, can you tell us how many plumbers NYCC can hire?
So I can't speak to the exact number of plumbers, but I will say that we have set aside $20 million this year for around 250 more skilled trade staff. And that's on top of the $22 million that we added in 2021. So in all, Sherrod is looking to hire $40 million worth of staff So that's around, 400 to 500 skilled trade staff. And of course, that depends on the title, the salary, and the like. So we have a significant ways to go. And it really is up to operations from my perspective in terms of what skilled trade, where should they be placed to really meet that work order need that we've been talking about and making sure that we are responding to our residents.
So thank you for that answer. That gives me a sense of scope. And if you can't meet the 400 to 500 outstanding trades people vacancies that you need, at least it gives a sensibility of how much. In terms of, because there is such a need and obviously a shortage of skilled workers, how much overtime is allocated to fill in the gaps?
So that's a great question as well. We've set aside for our budget around $100 million in overtime spending in 2022. And again, our overtime spending is a function of our response time and our need for vacancies. So you're right that we are balancing the vacancies, the overtime budget, the skilled trades budget to make sure that we have boots on the ground to be able to respond. And we will, of course, shift as necessary. We also have been, and Sharad, you can speak more to this, we also have been supplementing our staff where appropriate with contractors to help us to get the work done.
Right, because we use contractors when we don't have enough plumbers, because it's not necessarily a function of the bodies, it's really a function of the piping. And when pipes break everywhere, as soon as we repair one pipe on the 5th floor, it'll break on the 7th floor because we've sent in more pressure up the line, and now it found the most weakest line. And then that break, as you know, Chair, will probably happen in the middle of the night. Actually, you can ask Councilman Ressler. We had a break that broke in the middle of the night, and we had to send like 20 or 30 extra people to get the services to the tenant. So it's really a function of the pipes, not necessarily the bodies.
Got it. In terms of one last question, I'd love to turn it over to my colleagues who are patiently awaiting. So thank you. In terms of the overtime, are there quality controls to make sure that the overtime is productively spent?
Yes, there are a ton now. We've been rolling through this overtime analysis, and we have been severely disciplining those people who abuse the overtime, and more importantly, holding the people who are supposed to be accountable for monitoring the overtime uses. We've been holding them accountable as well. So our overtime, we're keeping a tremendous eye on that overtime. Our quality assurance team headed by Jay Flannery keeps me updated on what's going on with those overtime. And if we see any remote signs of abuse, we immediately investigate it. And if necessary, we send those people up for accountability lessons.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the NYCHA team. With that, I will turn it over back to you, Malcolm, for our colleagues to jump in.
Thank you. And for the record, we've also been joined by council members Kagan, Neely, Ressler, and Wan. The order for questions, and I'll remind council members we're limited to 5 minutes, is Ayala, Kagan, Osei, Hudson, Barron, Ressler, Neely, and Sanchez, but we'll start with Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Starting time.
Thank you. I think, most of what I wanted to ask has already been asked, but I wanted to kind of chime in here because I do represent the largest public housing stock citywide, and I have had the pleasure of speaking with resident leaders throughout the district regarding the possible transitioning to, we've discussed RAG, we've discussed, public trust, we've discussed the PAC program. And I will say that there's a lot of confusion still today amongst the residents, even the resident leaders, about what these programs actually mean, how it will impact them. And there's a lot of misinformation that is being, spread around. And I think that the reason that that's happening is because really NYCHA has not done the best job in in outreach and in having just conversations with the leadership about, the impact and the current state of public housing. We know we go into these apartments, they're in horrendous conditions, but I think, I wonder how much of that, could have been explained away had residents been a part of the conversation to begin with. So when they say that they feel like they've been sold out, it's because they have not been brought to the table, and that needs to be recognized. I have not been a part of conversations either. I think I've had one conversation regarding transition early on, and it was because I heard about it, through other people, and I requested the meeting. As an elected official that has referred, certain buildings to PACT, I was certainly, to a certain degree supportive of some transitions, not the entire portfolio, but those buildings that were, severely distressed. It was, I felt my obligation and our obligation to transition them if we had the resources necessary. But having said that, I will say that I have huge concerns about the blueprint staying, allowing NYCHA to stay in the authority to manage these buildings, because to my, benefit, I have not seen any evidence that NYCHA can manage anything, correctly. I will share that a couple of months ago, I was at Wagner Houses with my staff cleaning up blood because we had a homeless woman that was murdered. And the incident happened at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the blood was still, it was an actual murder scene outside of somebody's apartment, door. And that could have been remediated. I go to Mitchell Houses and I have seniors that are living. I have one lady that opened the door and the smell of mold almost knocked me out. She has respiratory issues. She's an older adult. That could have been remediated by even moving her to another unit. So there are a lot of ways that I feel let down as a representative for these housing, developments. So I can only imagine what they're going through. And having said all of that, my only one question right now, I guess, really is what % of the existing budget is set aside for unit repair?
I would have to get back to you on that question, only because it's a bit more comprehensive. So we have, our unit repairs are done by our staff mostly. So it would be some portion of the budget for the skilled trades that work on those repairs, in addition to the caretakers and maintenance workers, supervisors and maintenance workers and the like that work on those repairs. In addition to our healthy homes team, so as you mentioned, lead and mold, they also do in-unit repairs. So that's a bit more of a comprehensive number that we could sort of get to you. I can give you a high level sort of just setting the stage. We spend around 1.5 billion of our $4.1 billion budget on salaries for staff. So it's some portion of that number in addition to a portion of perhaps contracts, equipment, and supplies. So I don't want to misspeak here, but I do want to make sure that you get your question answered.
Yeah, and I have concerns with that because, if most of the funding is going towards salaries, which obviously, I get it, then why are my buildings still so disgusting? Like, why are they so dirty? Why are they infested with rats? Like, there are capital needs. I get that. We need roof repair, we need brickwork, we need pointing, we need, but there are things that NYCHA could be doing today that NYCHA is not doing. And that makes me really uncomfortable with a transition that would allow NYCHA to stay in charge. So if you can get that information to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Time expired.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Ayala. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Kagan.
Starting.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have a question to Chair Gregras. He spoke repeatedly about it. Some issues do not require major investments. Like, for example, do we need to pass any kind of legislation to make sure that property managers, or at least their representatives, will be present during every tenant association monthly meetings? Just in the last several months, I attended many tenant association meetings in my district, both in Coney Island and in Marlborough Houses. I would say at the two tenant association meetings in Marlborough Houses, there were representatives of the management, but I was at meetings at tenant association meetings at Unity Towers, Surfside Gardens, and others, and I did not see a single representative from the management. I believe it could be done easily without $40 billion investments from federal government. That's my first question and request. I believe it should be like mandatory, like tenant association meeting. Someone from property management should be present to listen to people's concerns. Because if they're not, it means that like just don't care about it. That's my opinion. I'm present and management is not present. It's not okay in my opinion, and it doesn't require major investments. And my second question is about situation with gas problems. I know that every time is old pipes that requires a lot of time and money to restore it. But like right now in Coney Island, we have situation when, especially Coney Island side 4 and 5, they don't have cooking gas for more than 10 months already. And also Dwyer Gardens, one building doesn't have cooking gas since February. And now we have similar situation in Coney Island houses. So what could be done to finish these projects? Does it require additional investments from federal and state governments, or it's just like requires something else? And I'm a big believer in $40 billion. I am advocating for it. I talked to Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, and I believe that it's still not over with Build Back Better. It's still not over, made because Senator Manchin is not against the public housing portion of that legislation. So it's still a hope. But meanwhile, we can do something, what you mentioned, culture of NYCHA, to be more attentive to tenants' complaints, to respond to their emails, phone calls, to be present at tenant association meetings. It doesn't require a lot of investments. Thank you.
So first, we agree with you that they should be present, and we are taking steps to make sure that they do attend on a monthly basis. We signed a memorandum of agreement with the citywide resident group that actually does spell that out. So we're hoping that over time we do get the managers there. Certainly, if the tenant association leader wants them there, they can be there as part of their routine. So we do agree with you on that. I don't know if Sherrod has any information on the gas line issues. I know they're incredibly difficult repairs. And one of the big problems is the asbestos that wraps the lines, because that has to be abated and remediated before we can even do the plumbing. So I don't know, Sherrod, if you've got any updates on those sites or not. And certainly we can get you updates if we can't get this to you right today.
Yeah, we can get more detailed updates to the council member, but I know for O'Dwyer, they are permitting at the city to finish some of the repairs, and Surfside should be up relatively soon, but I can get more detailed information for the council member. Also, if your TA president has a monthly meeting and no one shows up, please shoot me an email, because they are required to go to those meetings. So when I find out they haven't, that's part of the accountability measures that we take into place to make sure that they hear what the tenants have to say and they don't have to complain to you or I.
Thank you, it's important. And thank you, Daniel Sherrod, for helping with Haber House Senior Center, but the job is done like 80%. It's still not done in Haber Houses. Specifically, talking about money, from my understanding, like by the way, right now the 2 senior centers, it's the same area, same Haber Houses, but the new one is now like partially reopened again due to your intervention. It's still not done 100% in terms of ceilings, but like the old ones for 5 years, it's still like, and I was there like a few days ago, it's still not even started.
I'll follow up with the team to figure out what's the delay on the rest of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kagan, Councilmember Osei, you had your hand up. Did you have a question? Okay, not seeing him on, we'll turn to Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Hi there. Thank you so much. Hello to all of the chairs. I have several questions. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to run through the questions. And if I need to repeat anything, I'm happy to do so. My first is What funding does this budget provide to renovate or support older adult centers and community centers located in NYCHA developments? Are there any requirements for RAD developments to also renovate communal spaces, including older adult centers and community centers? If not, what protocols and funding streams exist for those upgrades? Does NYCHA have plans to roll out universal recycling and composting to its facilities? If not, what are the barriers to doing so? Are there any items in this budget to expedite the capital process for NYCHA developments to ensure upgrades are made in a timely fashion? And I know that we've talked a lot about that. And then there's a joint effort. I don't know the name of it or if it has a formal name, but there's a joint effort between DHS, NYCHA, and I think NYPD to address street homelessness specifically on NYCHA campuses. And I'm wondering what the current level of funding is for that program. It's my understanding that only a handful of NYCHA campuses are part of the program. And I'm wondering if the agency is considering an expansion. And is there consideration of increasing the duration of this program as we know folks typically need several touches? And what's the current coordination amongst shelters and other temporary housing resources nearby or close to NYCHA developments in this program? And sorry to sort of overwhelm you with all the questions, but they're important.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. I'll take the first questions on the senior centers. So in a prior budget, we received $22 million in capital funds for the renovation of 3 vacant community centers, Monroe houses in the Bronx, Sheepshed Bay houses in Brooklyn, and Wagner houses in Manhattan. And so all 3 of those are in the planning and or procurement phase. And so I believe there was another question around homelessness. Sharad, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, but can I just follow before you get into the homelessness? I just want to follow up because I'm wondering if in RAD developments, I know that there's one, there's a senior center in, I believe it's Central Harlem. It's definitely in Councilmember Richardson Jordan's district. And I visited that senior center. It's a RAD development. And I was told that there was no funding to renovate the senior center. So literally everything is being renovated. And just for the record, I'm not an advocate of RAD, but it's there. And everything is being renovated except for the senior center. And I think it's just sort of wild that we would exclude older adults from any sort of renovation and having a new facility when that development is going through the RAD program.
So Councilmember Hudson, normally we do include renovation of all common areas and centers in the PAC programs. I think we can follow up with you offline and identify which specific site you're talking about and understand if there's a reason why you might have heard that and clarify.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And I
For
had
the homeless outreach that, okay, go ahead.
No, go for it.
For the homeless outreach on our properties, it's a collaboration between NYPD, NYCHA, and Department of Health and Human Services. Generally, we've been reaching out to these individuals, but the issues we're running into now, because it was successful at first, but DHS can't send people out earlier during the day. So they're coming out when most of the homeless individuals have went back to the neighborhood shelters to get their food and other services. So we're trying to get DHS to come out earlier so that we can actually reach these individuals while they're on the property to try to get them the services they need and get them to move out. So we're working with our city partners on expanding the program so that we can have extra coverage during the time that we think that what we know anecdotally that they are in the hallways or in stairwells so that we can have a larger collaboration.
Okay, and is that just for clarification, is that a funding issue, like a personnel issue, or it'll just take the conversation to ensure that the DHS folks come out earlier?
It's going to be probably a combination. I can't speak to DHS's numbers, but on our side, we are ready whenever they can actually expand the program.
Okay, thank you. And if the chairs will allow it, I did have a question about the rollout of universal recycling and composting to NYCHA facilities and any barriers in doing that?
Well, we just funded a pilot for this very thing, and I'll get you a fact sheet on what that's going to encompass. So we approved funding for that just last week, actually,
Great.
because we are interested in trying to increase the recycling and composting, since it helps us with the trash overall. So I can share that with you. We'll share that with you on the follow-up, and then if you've got questions, we can put you in touch with the resiliency staff that's working on that.
Great, thanks so much. And just want
Sure.
to echo my colleagues' sentiments, around repairs and all of that. I know it's an issue that plagues the entire, portfolio. But I think anything we can do to increase response times and, efficient work being done is something that I would support. So thanks again.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Barron.
Thank you very much to Chair Vilas. I want to thank you for your line of questioning, but let me just be straight and to the point. First of all, I want to clear up some deceptions and some downright lies. And I say lies because I know that the Chair Russ understands what we're saying here. It is privatization. So what he tried to do is to deceive you into thinking because NYCHA still owns the property, it's not privatization. But the property management has been turned over to private companies like L&M and Hudson. This is privatization. Privatization. And if you want to privatize and if you want to give ownership to something, we support, many of us, having the residents own and manage their properties, because this property management privatization will lead to eventually ownership of the entire buildings and the property themselves. So that's a lie. And he knows that that is privatization, no matter how you slice it. The other thing that makes it privatization is that they forced, and I say forced, residents to sign new leases. So they no longer were under Section 9, which is public money. They went under Section 8, which can be used for private companies, private money. And this same Section 8 money, which is the tenants getting, residents getting in the first place, can be used for resident management of their own building. Give them the money, give them the lawyers and the technical experts to manage their own places. So there's been so many lies about Rad and Pat that it's just like uncalled for. Tell the truth. And I know for a fact that in many of the residents across the country were forced into this program, threatened with eviction. I don't care about your 85. There would have been thousands who would not have accepted this program if they weren't threatened. And I know that for a fact, and I raised it with NYCHA, and they said they'll look into it like they do on a lot of your questions here. They'll get back to you on information they should have right now. This is a hearing and they knew it was coming. But the bottom line, this is privatization. And it started way back with President Obama and the president now Biden. He was vice president. They wanted to take money from HUD, public money, and put it into privatization through Rad and Pat. They called it privatization. It is still privatization, no matter how much property NYCHA owns. The other thing I'm concerned about, we had lawyers testify at some of the meetings we had, letting the tenants know that once your lease is under a private lease, you don't have the same protections from the government that the public money has, that is definitely going to have a negative impact. And no matter how much they superficially fix up your apartments and do some renovations and fixing up things for the first year, after that, they're at victims of this privatization of the public property management of NYCHA properties. And then finally, it also impacts Section 3. NYCHA was already not doing good with Section 3, which said that 30% of the employment had to go to NYCHA residents when they're using federal money, public money to fix up NYCHA stuff.
They weren't even honoring it then, and they're certainly not going to honor it now. It's going to be even worse. It's going to be worse. So those are my concerns. And my question is, why not? Why not have the residents have the Section 8 money? And why not the residents give access to capital? Because this conservative mayor has decided that the only residents that's going to get any capital money, the 1.2 billion, whatever it is going to go to RAD and PAT programs, not to the rest of NYCHA, which is the overwhelming majority, because we have a closet Republican conservative mayor with an austerity budget. Mayor Kopp, I call him, is that why is it that only it goes to the RAD and PAT program? More pushing toward privatization of property management, sir. Privatization of property management. Tell the truth. Thank you.
Well, council member, if I may, you just don't have your facts correct. And I don't come to a public hearing and get sworn in to tell you a falsehood.
Then why did you say it's not privatized?
It's not privatized because we still own the.
Right?
If you would let me finish, please.
Is it private companies? I'm tired of
There's a private company working there.
No, working
That's
there.
That's true.
They're managing
the leases, but it's publicly funded. The Section 8 is a public program, just like the Section 9.
All of it's going to a private company.
It's not.
Correct?
It is not.
It is so.
It is not.
Going to L&M and Hudson.
So I can only tell you that we now engage the residents fully. They select their
I'm
partners.
not talking about resident engagement. So, they have no power. Chair,
well,
I don't mean
council
to be
member,
rude.
I don't know
mean
that.
to be rude, Chair, but the only reason why I'm doing this because he's lying and he's trying to come here and fix up a lie. The private companies are managing RAD and PAT. At least you can say that. That's no big thing. Tell the truth.
I am telling the truth, sir. I just wish, if you'd like, I'd very much like. Is
NYCHA managing the property? No. RAD and PAT is managed by private companies. So stop lying.
I'm not lying.
You
and
are.
You're not correct. So we could leave it at that.
Leave it. Leave it. I'd rather not hear anything else from you.
And next, we're going to turn to Councilmember Ressler.
Starting.
Councilmember Barron is always a tough act to follow. And I don't, I have to say, I do not, my preferred path forward for the future of NYCHA is not more RAD impact. And I am hopeful. I think the much better path is the trust, and was pleased to see the mayor leaning in on the trust this morning, and I'm hopeful. I see it came out of the Housing Committee in the Assembly that you'll make it through codes and that we will similarly gain some meaningful steam in the Senate in the final, 8 or 9 days of session. This will require a great deal of focus and attention from the NYCHA team. And I'm happy to help in whatever ways I can, because with the trust model, if I have a NYCHA development that doesn't want to be a part of it, they can opt out. But I feel like when you all come to our communities and say you want to do RAD or PACT, we don't have an option. And I am trying to be helpful on the trust. I will continue to try to be. If there are ways that I can be put in play that are of assistance, please let me know, because I think it is a much, much, much preferred route than RAD and PACT. I do want to just thank the chair, Chair Russ, and thank the Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Sherrod, who have been impressively responsive and hands-on to each of the issues that our office has brought to their attention over these handful of months that we've been in office. And I have been truly appreciative of that. I think it's the leadership you all demonstrate, the responsiveness, and the results has been impressive. And I just want to thank you for your hard work. I'm hopeful that it will trickle down across the breadth of a complex bureaucracy and a tough agency. But it's good to see from leadership. And I also want to just shout out Andrew Kaplan, who is superb. I just like one of the best public servants in all of the city of New York, and we're lucky to have him at NYCHA. And I should have started with this, but I think we have exactly the right council member leading this committee in Chair Aviles, and I just want to thank you for your leadership and clarity of values and vision in holding NYCHA accountable, because our tenants deserve nothing less. And I really appreciate the caliber of the work that you've been bringing to this committee. It's been superb. The two questions I wanted to focus on, and I apologize for my long preamble, were firstly, where Wyckoff Gardens sits in the Build to Preserve initiative with the $200 million that we have allocated for both developments. While it does not meet the full capital needs assessment, I'd like to hear again from NYCHA leadership that it is no longer under consideration for market rate development on our campus. Is that something that you all are prepared to commit to at this time? Or is there any additional insight you can offer on your current thinking?
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. So currently, the former project proposal at Wyckoff is still on hold. We appreciate the allocation of funding through the Gowanus rezoning, and as you know, have been engaging with you and your office and tenant leaders and others very closely on trying to push that work forward to improve the property and to meet residents' needs. But currently, the Build to Preserve initiatives are on hold, given the resident feedback that came in several years back.
Okay, well, look, I'd like it to not be on hold. I'd like it to be dead. So I appreciate that it's on hold, but it's not the outcome we're looking to hear. We're going to continue to push until we hear that. We've gotten a good response on Wyckoff. We've been meeting every few weeks with the NYCHA team. I think we're finally supposed to start meeting at Gowanus this week. I'm very, very eager to get that moving as well. The other question I have is, I was deeply disappointed to see the $1.2 billion capital allocation in the HPD budget for RAD. And again, I would have preferred you all to put all of your energy and efforts into the trust. If we are successful in passing the trust, will that $1.2 billion be reallocated for capital improvements across NYCHA?
I think it's too early to say. I mean, I couldn't speak for the city on this particular one, but we certainly don't want to lose it. But I can't tell you, council member, that I know what would happen if we had the trust in play. And to your point earlier, though, first of all, thanks for your help. Secondly, we just received word that in the State Assembly, the Codes Committee voted out the trust unanimously. Good. So that's a piece of good news. I'm going to talk to Andrew and have him give you a call if there's other things you can do. So
I talked to him yesterday.
I know he's he always keeps us up to date. But I would rather say that if we do get the trust bill, we have a lot of choices that we currently don't have, and that could affect how we think about the money that we currently have. So I
will just say my
just want to keep it open. I want to keep an open.
Very much like to see the trust be the path forward, and I'd like to see that $1.2 billion be reallocated for other developments and for us to no longer move forward with additional RAD and PAC conversions. That would be my strong preference.
Sure.
And thank
so
you
noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Mealy.
Starting time.
I want to thank you for this hearing today. One thing I wanted to ask, with the memorandum of understanding, why after all these years, as soon as you started to do the RAD PAC, that's when you gave the tenants an opportunity to sign off on a memorandum of understanding? And secondly, before RAD and PAC was initiated, why was not the unions involved in this? You knew you would have to have plumbers, electricians. Why were they not in the first proposal in this whole RAD PAC? And I would love to know how much you have spent on your budget in regards to overtime with all these private contractors. And I'm totally with Councilmember Barron with Section 3, in which NYCC was supposed to give some of these positions, jobs, NYCC residents jobs, whenever you do have a project. And that has not, that's been void almost 10 years or more. And my last question is why you haven't reached out. Well, I didn't reach out to your office as of yet. I was waiting to see the trust. To this day, I believe I have a package. You are asking for 15 of my NYCHers, in which I've been speaking with some of them, in which they do not want to go with RAD. And I hope that we can have a conversation really soon in regards to this, or I would just wait until we really see what the trust is. And it should be, after all these years, the community should be able to own those apartments. So could you answer something in regards to that? And one thing, why we haven't had a conversation on it as of yet, what is going on with my 5 developments? I would love to know.
So we can schedule, hang on, we can schedule time to sit with you, council member. With respect to the unions, when a property is converted, there is a union that represents a good number of the folks who work there. It's just not a union that currently represents NYCHA staff. And those staff that are at the site are moved once it's converted into the rest of NYCHA's property, so that we're not displacing a worker as a result of the RAD conversion. And then with respect to your properties, we'd be glad to get time with you, obviously. Be glad to do the trust, and we can provide you with an update on Section 3, which we are still implementing even under the new rules. And we could show some very good activity in that area. And I'll let Sherrod speak to the memorandum of understanding that we have with the residents.
Thank you.
Hi, council member. So the reason it took so long to get the MOA signed is literally it was a derivative process between myself and the CCOP, Central Citywide Council of Presidents, for 2 years. I met with them on my own time each night, almost 3 to 4 times a week, going through creating that document, getting them comfortable with the language that they were drafting for that document. So it was a very intensive process because they had to overcome all of the wrong that had been done to them by NYCHA in the past. So it took me about 2 years to get them to a point where they were comfortable signing that MOA with NYCHA. When it was presented to NYCHA, I think they made all of 3 word changes, and the rest of the document was driven 100% by the residents. So that's why it took so long.
Why, I believe, well, my understanding was, why hasn't NYCHA brought the residents to the table years ago? And only when you started RAD, that's when all of a sudden you want to invite the residents to the table to make decisions for themselves. So this is really a reaction just for RAD, really, and not to really bring the residents to the table to defend for themselves in regards to making their own decisions in regarding where they live.
So this MOA actually was not a derivative of RAD. It was actually a derivative of the Federal Monitoring Agreement. In the monitoring agreement, NYCHA was required to re-engage the residents. And this was part of that re-engagement, drafting that document that had not been drafted since 1993.
Thank you. I thought so. So going forward, if the tenants do not want to sign off on their leases, will they be able to stay in their apartments?
Well, we need a lease. We need a contract.
If they don't want to transfer over to RAD.
Well, the lease is identical except for a rider that talks about the form of
Please don't
subsidy.
say that, because
It
I
is.
have a senior who afterwards he said his rent went up and he can't afford to live in one of the reds. They were not in my district, but I'm trying to stay abreast on how the
Sure.
leases are. And thank you to our chair, Avalez, I'm sorry. That May 3rd hearing was so phenomenal. It gave me a bird's eye view exactly what's going on. And we have to start thinking after they sign their lease, they can't transfer. That's a problem. Domestic violence is prevalent in NYCHA development. And if they cannot move, or one thing I'm gonna start really focusing on, the succession rights to their children living in these rad apartments. So going forward, I'm looking forward to being aggressively looking into this and looking forward to sitting down speaking with you.
Sure, we can arrange the time and we can make sure that the lease requirements are spelled out so you can see what it looks like pre and post. As to the income is calculated exactly the same way. So if you have this particular resident, we should look at the case, because if there's a change in household or change in income, we have an obligation to think about that. But let's get your time and we can go through the whole set of issues.
Thank you. Looking forward.
Sure. I
Thank
look
you,
forward
Chair.
to it as well. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, council members. We also recognize we've been joined by council member Stevens and Narcisse. Councilmember Juan, followed by Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
So sorry, Sergeant, is it my turn?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Aviles, for all the work that you're doing. My question is building off of all of my colleagues, building on the neglect in the conditions that NYCHA residents are currently living in. Right now, as a council member for District 26, I have Queensbridge houses, which is the largest NYCHA complex in the entire country, as well as Woodside houses and Ravenswood houses. I'm very concerned. For the last 6 months, I am still getting the same response from NYCHA every time we reach out about an issue that we have. So for example, Queensbridge houses has had issues with their doorbell intercoms for more than a year now. And I still continue to get the same answer back about the vendor or the contract being an issue. But when I ask questions about the contract, I get no answer. So my question, and same thing with Woodside houses, we've had heat and hot water outages, and we keep on hearing the same thing back about procurement, how certain pieces are missing, whether it's a broken window or it's about the heat boilers. I seem to continue to get questions about the contract. So the first question is for Anika. What percentage of the NYCHA budget is set aside for contracts, and what percentage of that is actually for vendors that are doing the repairs? And the second question is, what protocols do you have in place for vendors who fail to deliver what they're contracted for? And what accountability is there for all of these procurement issues that you have? And how do I also get in touch with NYCHA to actually help me understand which contracts are being held up so that I can actually help? Because it seems to be, I'm talking to a black hole.
Great. So thank you, Councilmember Juan. Happy to answer your first question. So in our 2022 budget, we have $487 million set aside for contracts specifically. So that amounts to around 12%. And that is in our operating budget. So there might be some questions that you're asking here about capital. I'm not certain, so I don't want to misspeak on that.
Yeah, it's for capital. So for the actual contract, so if you have $487 million, can you help me understand why there are outstanding issues with these contractors, and what accountability protocols do you have in place to keep these contractors accountable for what they're supposed to deliver for our residents?
Sure. Sherrod, do you want to speak to our work with the vendors?
Yes, so we have a quality assurance department that goes around sampling the contracts across NYCHA and gives us a report on the status of the actual quality, if they met the contract terms, or if there are any outstanding issues. So for a recent example, we are actually tasked them with looking through Queensbridge intercom system to figure out what precipitated the failure. If the failure is on our side, if the failure is a NYCHA related failure, meaning that we didn't spec out the contract correctly, or if it was on the vendor side. And then once we know which side it's on, then we have QA dig deeper to say, well, why did it fail? Was it a performance issue? Was it a supply issue? What was the failure? And then we document those so that if we find after all of that analysis that it actually is a vendor failure, we set them up for the contracting process with procurement to start to go through our enforcement options in that contract. So right now, that's the exact process that we're doing at Queensbridge, because we know that there are intercoms out, and we're getting to the bottom of why the intercoms are out, if it's a NYCHA fault or if it's a contractor fault, and we'll determine what was the failure, what's the appropriate response. On top of that, we are also actually in the process of simply getting those repaired, getting the equipment and the pieces necessary to actually do those repairs. So that's what happens on the operations side. I can give it to Sean to speak to the contract enforcement on the capital side.
But COO Sherrod, can you also help me understand the timeline? Why is it over a year that the intercom is still broken? And I understand the vendor is Verizon, but why have we not figured out during the process that you've laid out whose fault it is, what the issues are, and why is it still an outstanding issue? People cannot get into their own homes.
Because in each of one of those situations is not a common problem. We're seeing hundreds of different small problems that are adding up to these failures. So for example, we see sometimes it's a magnet, sometimes it's a missing dial tone, sometimes it's actually the tenant is not configured their phone or their service correctly to talk to the system. Sometimes it's the computer board. So there are hundreds of different reasons why these intercoms have consistently failed. It's not one particular reason that I can give you over the whole 1,000 intercoms over there. So that's why we're doing this deeper dive, because I see it is a problem, but I have to figure out, is it a systematic problem or just the fact that the system is so old that things are starting to break independent?
It's a brand new system, by the way.
But that's what we're doing analysis on.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to turn to Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Malcolm. And thank you so much, Chair Aviles and Chair Brannon. I just want to co-sign onto so much of what Councilmember Ressler said, especially about Andrew and other staffers in the leadership. I have a lot of respect for the team, but I am going to share frustration today. So I'm picking up from the conversation that you were all having with Councilmember Aviles about the RAD program, the trust, and how the trust legislation now includes a provision that would allow tenants to opt in or opt out, of what kind of future they want to see in terms of their capital repairs. So I am a fan of the Fulton process. As you all know, I was there. We were in the trenches. We went through a very deep community engagement process with the residents, with community organizations and others, and it was robust and it had a great outcome. And yes, of course, if there's going to be conversation like that about future conversions, then let's do it. I also am with you, Chair, that I wouldn't be surprised if more and more tenant associations and residents opt into RAD if the process is like that. But I am currently going through the Northwest Bundle. We are in current conversations, and I have buildings in my district. There's 3,500 residents that are going to be affected by this Northwest Bronx RAD bundle, and we have buildings in our districts that don't have TAs, and I'm not getting the work from NYCHA in terms of the outreach. We have folks that have no idea what RAD is, and we're months into the process. We've received the RFEIs. We're in this, right? And NYCHA is, what I hear from the team is we're marching toward a goal of selecting developers this summer, but there are residents in these buildings that have no idea what's going on. I'm against that kind of conversion. I'm against RAD if my residents are not involved. So first, sure, yes, Fulton, Chelsea Elliott was great, but the kind of resources that were put into that process are not being put into other places. And that is very frustrating to me and very troubling. So that's one, expressing that. And two is to pick up also from what Councilmember Aviles said and phrase it into a question. if the trust does pass, knock on wood, we'll make calls. I also support the trust. If the trust does pass in Albany, do we revisit the question for existing tenants that are in RAD bundles that have not yet converted? Do we allow them the choice of saying, do you want to go through RAD conversion, or do you want to opt into seeking repairs through the trust?
So we'll talk about the engagement in a minute. Where we don't have a tenant association, that is hard. It would be great to, I'll let Sherrod speak to, maybe we have some options there, because if we have a focus, it helps to engage. As we did in Fulton, it was pretty strong. If the trust bill passes, the trust is obligated to issue a set of rules on how the choices would be made and who would be entitled to make those choices. The bill provides for actual period of comment so that the trust can't just arbitrarily set up, say, a choice process that is somehow not fair. So I think if we get the trust as a choice, if it passes this session, then we could have the discussion about some of the farther out RAD sites and how to think about them. Keep in mind the trust is only limited to 25,000 units in the current bill, which is probably, and it may mean if we get the legislation, we sort of have to rethink what that queue looks like ourselves. So I'm not discounting what you said at all, because we've been thinking about it, but I feel like if we had both options available, we could put something out through that required rulemaking process on how the choice and selection would work that would get to the question you're answering about what does that mean for the sites that are farther down the road. I have a sense that, you know, we've got property in that first bundle that has significant physical needs. I think when we talked to the CCOP about physical needs, the first 4 properties were almost $3 billion in need. So I think what gets in that first queue, the 25,000, we'll have to think about if we have the option, but I don't discount the kind of choice you're talking about. I want to ask Sherrod, though, to talk about the engagement that you're currently experiencing and what he hopes to do about that as well, because that we can change right away.
For any of your sites that don't have a TA association, let me know, and I'll have resident engagement function as the TA for that particular site so that they get the flyers and notifications and everything that a TA would do. And also, if you have a group of residents that actually want to form their own TA, let me know, and I will make sure that we work with resident engagement to get that TA stood up.
Mr. Sherrod, with all due respect, and I do appreciate that, I've been in conversation with folks in different departments at NYCHA. We had a whole plan about when they were going to do door knocking, right? I used to work with you, right? We made a plan together. We're going to do door knocking. We're going to do flyers. We're going to do, we're going to have the right language access. We're going to do calls. We're going to do all of these things, and we're going to have a schedule of meeting. And what I'm not seeing is the implementation of that. Right. So this is a known problem among the staff. And I need to see more. I need to see engagement. I need to see real engagement in order to be supportive here, because, you know, my residents are just not engaged. And even in the ones that do have associations for independents and Bailey houses, we have residents who are not on the TA who want to be involved, and there should absolutely be a mechanism for them, because we need to cultivate leadership in all the places we have it. But thank you. I appreciate y'all, but I just need more here if I'm going to be supportive of this conversion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sorry if this question was already asked. I jumped in a little bit late, been jumping in and out. But so in the last hearing, I asked, was there an evaluation process that had been done on the current RAD conversions in NYCHA? And I didn't get a straight answer for it. So that's why I'm so disappointed to hear that in the budget that we're allocating money for a program that we have not even evaluated or have any means of success. But my question now is, how much money has been generated from the current 15 NYCHA developments that have been converted to RAD, and how much of that money is being used to really chip away at the deficit that NYCHA seeks?
I'm going to let Sean can jump in after me, but out of the 15,000 households that are now converted, 6,000 units, we've raised about 3.4 billion. There's a significant, like think about 700 million in the queue that's coming up. So that would be additional capital that would chip away at the total need that we usually talk about. And I know Sean had some numbers earlier. Do you have those again, Sean, about what's coming up in terms of conversions and what those are estimated to value at?
Just to clarify, Councilmember Stevens, when you talked about the money that's come in, were you're talking about, as Chair Russ has highlighted, the actual funds that were raised in the different PAC transactions, or were you referring to something different?
Well, I'm referring to that in addition to like the money that's being generated from the RAD conversions, right? Like, is that money being raised? How's that now being put towards NYCHA and the deficit that we continue to seek?
So Anika, do you want to jump in and cover, outside of the actual funding that goes back into the PAC RAD properties and funds the renovation there, additional funding that's been brought in and how that compares to our capital needs?
Sure, absolutely. And so across the projects that have been converted, we received around $275 million, of which 182 or so million has been committed and or spent. And we are using that funding to help us close our deficit this year. So we've anticipated that we would use $80 million worth of PAC proceeds to help us with our maintenance and operating costs. In addition, PAC funding is also used to help support other deals. So for example, when there might be potential subsidy gaps to close the deals, that's an additional source of revenue that we use there as well. So it goes back into our properties, either as maintenance and operating support or to support another RAD PAC conversion.
Okay. That's good to know, because I know that was one of the questions that I had, but I still just want to echo that I'm still concerned that if we do have 15 sites, that why we're not doing like a full 360 evaluation to see, like, is it working? How's it going? I know we talked about in the last hearing that, that there's being things done and tenants are all happy, but I think that it's not just important to just like hear from the residents, we should be listening to the managers, the community at large, because it's just not affect just NYCHA residents, it affects the community at large, and really looking at a 360 comprehensive evaluation process of these before we continue to invest and expand this program. Because I'm finding more and more that we continue to invest in things, and then when it's not working, we're like, oh, I didn't know it wasn't working, because we never stopped to evaluate it. And I think the time is now to really evaluate these programs and get the data that we need to say, how do we move forward, and also shift if we need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I'll now turn it back to Chair Aviles for her closing comments, and then to Chair Brandon for his.
Great, thank you so much to my colleagues for their questions, their passion. Thank you to the NYCHA staff, and thank you to central staff for getting us here. I think what we've heard today, obviously, is, ongoing and full acknowledgement of the challenges that are faced by NYCHA, and particularly no one faces those challenges more than the residents, right, who have to live in these apartments day in and day out. And so you see our passion here, right, our commitment to do the best we can by the residents. So I think, what we are seeing here also is some real challenges with the RAD PACT program and what it means, and questions around implementation, funding transparency around those contracts and what they look like and their profit margins, and a lot of outstanding questions around assessment and accountability. I think, as I said in my opening statement, I would like a fuller investment in our public housing that is not relegated to RAD and PACT, but that is an open funding that we can allocate to our most troubled housing that does not leave residents behind. We've heard about the trust bill and different issues. I specifically have deep concerns about the trust bill's resident engagement, actually representation on the board, not being elected by residents themselves, but being appointed by just the chair and the mayor. Feels like if we want resident voice, we should allow the residents to choose. Also, I'm very concerned about the voting process. That is not articulated in the bill, but says it will get articulated at some other point with potentially at least one public hearing, which does not feel sufficient enough for such an important thing as determining how you would like to move forward in your development. So that would be a place for some real strengthening and outlining what are the standards for that voting procedure, right? Will it just be a TA president and 7 people making the choice for thousands of units, or will there be a more robust commitment to a 50% threshold in a development to determine what its future will be, and how the city should support that? So with that, we have a long list of questions that we hope and expect NYCHA will be able to respond to in a timely basis over the next couple of weeks as we talk about, this budget and the future of NYCHA. Obviously, we'll continue these conversations and really struggle on how do we do the best by our residents? How do we ensure a democratic process? How do we ensure a transparent and effective process of public dollars? And so with that, I will close this hearing and pass it over to the chair of finance. So thank you all for your time. Councilmember Brennan.
Thank you, Chair Villas. Thank you, Chair Russ and your team. We appreciate it, and we look forward to getting any of the outstanding information that we requested back, especially like Chair Villas mentioned, the converted units. I'm especially interested in the converted units, and as far as the estimated capital need as it relates to that. There were some other outstanding issues. I know I made a note of the timeline, all that stuff. You know the deal.
Sure.
So
No,
we
we'll
want to
have
be
a
partners
list.
with you. I mean, these are our constituents. We care about this just
Sure.
as much as you do. We're passionate about this because we care about it, right? If we didn't care, we would be indifferent. We're passionate, we're angry, we're upset, we're frustrated. We want to get things done because we care. That's what this is about. So, but we have another long hearing coming up, so we're going to let you go. We appreciate it very much, Chair, and we'll follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll get our list, and then we should make sure we compare so we can get all the answers and that it satisfies.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Chair Brandon, just give us a few moments and we'll switch over to Department of Correction.
Malcolm, are we going to take a break here, or what are we doing?
No, we're just waiting for Department of Correction to log on.
Okay.
And then we're just going to get started right away.
I feel like I need a mental health session after that.
Yeah, there's a lot of
session. You want me to counsel you?
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
So Chair Brannon, it is the ninth day, so I'm allowed some mistakes. Department of Correction isn't until 2:30 actually.
That's why I said
So
that.
I know, and I just told you were
Come on,
wrong.
man.
So you know what? I'm gonna ping because they are time limited. See
We're
if
going to
they're free
pause
now.
for station identification. This is WNYC Radio.
So we'll see if we can get them on earlier because there is that hard stop that they have, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions.
What's their hard stop?
4.
4 on the dot. So
Okay.
I'll ask the sergeants to have a stand at ease, and I'll text you if we can get them on quicker.
Okay, that works. Thank
Thanks.
you, Mal. All right.
Department of Correction. I see a login from Chelsea Shard, but it looks like there's multiple of you in the room. Can you just let us know who's in there so I know how many other Zooms I may or may not be waiting for, unless you're all going to, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
I believe we're just waiting on 2 more people.
So you'll all be in that one room?
Yes, we'll all be in that
Awesome.
room. So if you can change it to DOC or something like that.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Chair Rivera. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chair.
We can hear you loud and clear. DOC, if you just want to give a thumbs up if everyone's in the room. Great. Thank you. Chair Brannon, are you ready?
I just did my hair. I'm ready.
Oh, I did mine as well. Okay, so we'll start with your opening, then we'll go to Chair Rivera, and then I will go ahead and swear in the administration. So we'll start with you, Chair Brannon.
Okay. Thank you, Malcolm. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third portion of our 9th day of executive budget hearings. I'm Justin Brannon. I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Finance, and I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by my colleague, Councilmember Carlina Rivera, Chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice. I want to thank and welcome Commissioner Luis Molina of the Department of Correction for joining us today, along with your team. I know you have a tight schedule, so we'll try to keep this, I won't say brief, but we'll keep it as efficient as we can and get right into questions. Quickly, just to set the table, the Department of Corrections projected fiscal 23 budget of $1.3 billion represents approximately 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. DOC's FY23 budget increased by approximately 3.4% from the preliminary plan. The increase was the result of several actions taken, most significant of which is the increase of $59 million for 578 uniform positions and $10.7 million for the Facilities Maintenance Repair Division. My questions today will mainly focus on the Rikers Action Plan, the uniform overtime, the rising costs of incarceration and supervisory capacity. I want to thank Jack Story for his hard work on today's hearing and all of the finance team behind the scenes that work so hard day in and day out to keep this train on the tracks. I now want to turn it over to my colleague, Chair Rivera, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Carlina Rivera, Chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice, and this afternoon we will review fiscal 2023 executive budget for the Department of Correction. As was mentioned, the Department of Corrections fiscal 2023 executive budget totals $1.3 billion, an increase of $125 million from the fiscal 2022 adopted budget. The executive budget supports 9,600 employees, approximately 3% of the city's total workforce, and there are around 5,500 people in the department's custody. Just last week, the Federal Monitor also wrote that the conditions in the jails continue to be of grave concern, severe, and life-threatening. For decades, people at Rikers Island have suffered a lack of access to medical and mental health care. Last week, we tragically lost Mary Yehuda, the 5th person to die in custody since the start of the year. She was the 21st person to die in city custody since the beginning of 2021. Although the committee recognizes the cautious optimism of the Federal Monitor's latest report, we remain deeply concerned about the department's ability to address the intertwined issues of mismanagement, staff absenteeism, and dysfunction that make the jails more dangerous for people in custody and DOC staff alike. The department must explain how the executive budget concretely lays the groundwork for the initiatives outlined in the action plan and implementing the monitor's recommendations. Of particular concern to the committee is the addition of $59 million for 578 new uniformed positions. The committee has serious concerns about the department's ability to effectively manage and supervise its current staff, and the department must explain why new officers will help the department address the profound challenges it faces now and in the coming fiscal year. I would like to thank my staff and the committee staff for their hard work. Senior Finance Analyst Jack Story, Unit Head Quillian Francisco, Deputy Director Isha Wright, Senior Policy Analyst Kishore Denny, Senior Counsel Agatha Mavropoulos, my Legislative Director Isabel Chandler, and my Chief of Staff Katie Loeb. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Molina and his team for being here today to answer our questions. And I will turn it back to Chair Brannon.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Rivera. Good afternoon and welcome to the third portion of the executive budget hearing for May 23rd, the Department of Correction. I would first like to acknowledge council members present for the record. Council members Brannon, Rivera, Barron, Brewer, Dinowitz, Farias, Hudson, Kagan, Lewis, Narcisse, Osei, Sanchez, Ayala, Schulman, and Powers. Council members who have questions use the raise hand function in Zoom. We are limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, and please remember that the DOC has a hard stop at 4, so be mindful when time is called for your colleagues. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. Louis Molina, Commissioner, Kat Thompson, Chief of Staff, Linnell Maganlay Liddy, First Deputy Commissioner and Chief Diversity Officer, Patricia Lyons, Deputy Commissioner for Financial, Facility, and Fleet Administration, Francis Torres, Deputy Commissioner for Programs and Community Partnerships, Melissa Guillaume, Acting Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters, and Chelsea Shard, Senior Policy Advisor. I will first read the oath, and after I will ask each member of the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Molina?
I do.
Chief of Staff Thompson?
I do.
First DC Maganlay Liddy?
I do.
DC Lyons?
I do.
DC Torres?
I do.
And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing any names. Acting DC Guillaume?
I do.
And Senior Policy Advisor Shard?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Molina, you may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Rivera, Chair Brannon, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Committee on Finance. I'm Louis Molina, the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. I'm pleased to be joined today by the dedicated members of my leadership team. We meet today when this department is on the precipice of great change to discuss the executive budget of fiscal year 23. I intend to show this council in our city that I, as Commissioner, with the support of Mayor Adams, the Rikers Island Interagency Task Force, and this council, can lead the Department of Correction out of dysfunction and chaos that have plagued our agency for far too long. Before I begin, I must acknowledge the recent loss of life. Deshaun Carter and Mary Yehuda passed away this month while in the department's custodial care. We are heartbroken for their families and loved ones, and my deepest condolences go out to them. Since we last met, I have lost active duty members of service, including Officer Edward Roman, who tragically took his own life this past week. Our thoughts are with his family and loved ones as well. The dysfunction and resulting heartbreak that has become pervasive over the past several years within this agency troubled me profoundly. As I have shared with this council, the impact of incarceration on my family has instilled in me a deeply rooted and firmly held commitment to criminal justice reform. My commitment was not born out of naivete and is not dulled with time. It is a commitment that has driven me throughout my career, a commitment that has been challenged by both professional and personal experiences and by events that have unfolded over the past few years in our city and our country, but has never wavered. This commitment brought me to Westchester County, also under a monitor at that time, which I successfully transitioned out of federal oversight. And it has brought me to this agency twice, first as the Chief Internal Monitor and now as the Commissioner. We have a challenging road ahead, but my commitment to reform remains relentless and persistent. I will not be satisfied until we successfully turn this agency around. The serious issues facing the department were not created in a day and were not created in a vacuum. It was clear to me as I assumed the role of Commissioner in January that the same foundational issues persist today as when I was the department's Chief Internal Monitor in 2016. Deeply flawed security practices, inadequate supervision, ineffective utilization of staff, and an absolute lack of accountability. I documented these issues in a report published in December of 2016 and noted that if they were not addressed, things would likely worsen. I could not have imagined 5 years ago that the department would have reached the state of dysfunction it did in 2021. Rather than face the facts of what existed then and seriously consider what was proposed, leaders of the department went on to further ignore correctional best practices and policies which produce poor outcomes year over year. Instead of addressing these issues, the city systemically disinvested in the jail system. We ignored the crumbling infrastructure in our jail facilities and expected them to remain intact and safely house the incarcerated population. We disregarded the needs of staff, yet expected members of the service to remain fit for duty and engaged in their work. A global pandemic upended every agency, every business, every person across the city, but we closed and disinvested in the jail's facilities and expected this department to work towards the goals of the borough-based jails programs as though nothing had changed. The department's ability to effectively operate has been crippled and has resulted in the tragedies for officers and people in custody alike. Last week, the federal monitor filed an action plan for the city and the department to address the decades of mismanagement that have brought us here today. I want to emphasize, as the monitor did, that the conditions in the jails today are not only the result of failures within the department, the failures of our jails represent the failure of a whole system. Accordingly, it will take a concerted effort to move us forward. With the support of the mayor, the Rikers Island Interagency Task Force, and I hope this council, this plan will be fully implemented and our city can finally take the important steps towards reform and renewal. As the monitor has noted, there is no fail-safe path forward, no mechanism that will achieve immediate reform. A receiver will not fix our jails or the systems that have failed around them any faster or more sustainably than we will together. We must all have the courage to face this challenge head on. Tomorrow, we will meet before the court to discuss the action plan put together in consultation with the monitor. I am in agreement with the plan as it supports my vision for the department. I am focused on creating a culture of discipline and service to persons experiencing incarceration that will ultimately lead to safer and more humane jails. My vision is of the jails that embrace a model of rehabilitation and hope for the future instead of punishment and languishing. My vision of an agency driven by passionate leaders with deep expertise in corrections and problem solving. My vision is a modern jails that employs 21st century technology to drive efficient operations and solutions based in data and research. My vision is a department that treats its workforce with dignity and respect and values them as people, and it serves the public interest and earned the public's trust. In my first 4 months as commissioner, I have taken thoughtful and effective steps to create an agency I envision. At the end of February, just 2 months into my tenure, I instituted a strategic violence reduction plan at the Robert N. Daverin Center, also known as RNDC, to address the heightened levels of violence at that facility. This plan outlined changes to housing policies, improvement to staff supervision and accountability, and enhanced programming and services to provide critical opportunities for behavioral change and growth for young adults. The plan ended the misguided practice of concentrating gang affiliations in housing areas at RNDC, which allow people in custody to overpower our staff and lead to an atmosphere of violence and fear. The federal monitor noted its effectiveness by reducing the level of fear among staff and people in custody. Because of its success, we have since rolled this strategy out to other facilities with the anticipation of similar results. We have also strategically increased facility searches and tactical search operations at RNDC throughout the department, a practice that was largely abandoned during the pandemic. These searches have resulted in the recovery of 700 contraband weapons from RNDC alone and over 2,200 across all facilities. The number of slashings and stabbings at RNDC decreased by 45% in April as compared to March of this year. When we instituted this strategic violence reduction plan, and it decreased also slashings and stabbings department-wide by 35%. To put this into perspective, the number of slashings and stabbings have decreased 67% at RNDC and 50% department-wide month to date versus this same time last year. In just 4 months, these actions and others have resulted in decreases in several major violence indicators. Calendar year to date, the department-wide rates of assaults on uniformed staff have decreased 31%. Rates of non-uniformed staff who have been assaulted have decreased 33%. And calendar year to date, rates of use of force have decreased 27% in total. I recognize the frequency of assaults and use of force incidents are still too high, but fortunately the trends are moving in a downward trend, which I intensely focus on sustaining. Of course, implementing these best practices and sustaining trends cannot exist without staff performing their duties along with the timely and meaningful discipline process for those who do not or cannot perform these duties. Since taking office, I have been laser focused on returning staff to the facilities and creating the leadership structures to support our workforce and address deeply entrenched organizational health issues. The number of unavailable staff continues to drop and has been reduced by nearly 40% since the beginning of the staffing crisis that began in the summer of 2021. To ensure that our staff return to full duty, we are revamping our health management division, which is responsible for overseeing and supporting uniformed staff who are out sick. I can assure the council that the disarray and mismanagement of the health management division ends with my administration. New leadership has been appointed, and we are reviewing and revising critical lead policies that have allowed abuse to fester and lead to the crisis that emerged over the course of the pandemic. I look forward to sharing updates on these efforts with the council once they have been finalized in consultation with the monitoring team. In conjunction with these efforts to engage staff who are out sick and support them in returning to duty, we have been taking a close look at the members who appear unable or unwilling to fulfill their obligation to this agency and this city. For all of the rhetoric of previous administrations, accountability in this department has been absent. In order for the Department of Corrections to succeed, it's imperative that expectations for staff conduct are clearly communicated and that the consequences of violations and failures to fulfill duty are swift. To date, almost 100 staff members have been suspended this year for sick leave abuse, and some of those members have been referred to the Department of Investigation for further review. At least 150 medical incompetency cases have been referred for discipline, which is almost the same number of cases referred for discipline in the entirety of 2021. We intend to expedite the processing of more egregious cases to demonstrate unequivocally that these abuses will no longer stand. In the first 4 months of my tenure, I closed out and administered final disciplinary dispositions in over 820 disciplinary cases, holding staff accountable while at the same time allowing them to move forward with their careers and not be held in limbo. That's more than the previous two commissioners combined with the same time frame by a large margin. In my short time as commissioner, I have shown that I am willing to address these issues not only expeditiously, but appropriately applying increased penalties and disciplinary dispositions when I believe further discipline is necessary, more so than what OATH has originally recommended. I have issued over 2 times the number of days of suspension as the previous two commissioners in the same time period, and over 2 times the number of separations. I believe these initial steps have put us on a path toward improved practices and greater accountability, and I look forward to sharing more progress with the council in the future. As these initiatives continue to take shape, it will create more space for reforms in other areas. While safety and security are major tenets of the department, we cannot forget that the goal is to support behavioral change and skill building for people in our custodial care that leads to successful reentry into the community. This can become a challenge when individuals remain in the department's custody for extended periods of time. Nearly 1/3 of the jail population has been in custody for more than a year, with some having been here for 3 years or more. Jails are simply not designed to hold individuals long-term. Through the work of the task force, we've secured commitments from the Bronx DA to expedite cases when someone has been detained over a year, and we are working with our partners throughout the city to expedite more cases for individuals who have already received the city sentence. I'm using the full power as commissioner to assess and release as many people safely as possible through the 6A work release program. Last week, we released a cohort of 19 individuals through 6A and are evaluating an additional 9 individuals for release. I intend to continue to exercise this power to the fullest so that no one is languishing unduly in our jails. For those remaining in our custody, we'll continue to strengthen our programs and services despite the ongoing challenges of COVID. We offer programming and services in a manner that is safe and committed to returning to a sense of normalcy within the jails. External contract providers and dedicated department program staff continue to show up every day to provide counseling, educational services, workforce development, reentry services, and more to support the people in our custodial care during this challenging time. Credible messengers continue to engage our young adults and have been instrumental in supporting our shift to safer housing model at RNDC. Young adults housed in our school housing areas continue to attend school regularly and take ownership over their academic achievement. To support these efforts and improve the quality of other services within the jails, we continue to move forward with technological innovations and initiatives. In the coming weeks, students will be able to take the GED exam online and receive their scores in minutes instead of having to wait weeks for their results. I hope this technological advancement will empower more individuals in custody to successfully pursue educational goals. Beginning in April, we transitioned away from operating commissary in our facilities and moved to a modern system with an expanded menu. Individuals in custody can place orders via the phones in their units and have items delivered directly to their housing the next week. In the coming weeks and months, we will continue to build our management analysis and planning team, which will explore ways to modernize jails, measure the impact of our newly instituted strategic initiatives, and move more efficiently and efficiently with our operations. As we turn to fiscal year 23 executive budget, we must keep in mind that we are tasked with disentangling decades of dysfunction and mismanagement. I fully agree with the monitor and with this council that this department needs more efficient operations and safer, more humane jails. I have demonstratively begun to work that will make this happen and will continue to relentlessly pursue all of the goals laid out in the action plan. However, as the monitor noted, reform of this department cannot happen in mere months. As the monitor has talked about, the department cannot sustain changes, takes time. We will not be deterred by failures of the past. We must do whatever it takes collectively to move forward with this important work. The department's fiscal year 23 executive expense budget is $1.3 billion. The vast majority of this, 86%, is allocated for personal services, 14% for other than personal services. The fiscal year 23 executive budget is $83.5 million less than this year's budget of $1.39 billion. As noted in my preliminary budget testimony, this decrease is largely due to funding provided in fiscal year 22 prior to my tenure for emergency executive orders, initiatives, and overtime. Included in the executive budget are increases of $50 million in fiscal year 22 and $73.1 in fiscal year 23. The following are some highlights of the major initiatives that were included in the executive budget.
Commissioner, I know you don't have a lot of time. You submitted this testimony to us, right?
Yes, we'll be submitting it to you.
Okay, I'd like to just get into questions because I know you have a hard stop and we don't have a lot of time.
You got it, sir.
Okay, thank you. I want to be respectful with everyone's time. Let's jump right into the Rikers action plan. Does the executive budget include resources to fund any component of the action plan? And if it doesn't, can we expect to see any additional funding and adoption?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. At this time in the executive budget, no, it does not, because most of the work of the interagency task force and the conversations with the monitoring team and the court have been post the executive budget release. And at this time, we don't have defined costs yet related to the action plan as it's still under negotiation. And we are working with OMB to ensure we assess all of our budgetary requirements and what we have as existing resources so we can come to an amicable position when we have a finalization with the court.
So did the department use any existing resources to fund any of the components of the current plan?
No, not yet, because the plan is not finalized with the court.
Okay. So what is OMB's role here then in helping the department allocate and manage its budgetary resources and to identify efficiencies?
So we work with OMB closely, almost on a daily basis, related to all of our operations and ongoing needs. And they're very supportive, and we've been assessing what requirements we might have due to the action plan. And as you can see in the executive budget, they afforded the department the increase in uniform headcount and the funding needed for the facility maintenance and repair division.
Okay, and that was $59 million for 578 uniform positions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk about overtime. FY23 executive budget includes an additional $52 million for uniform overtime, which would bring the total budget to $185 million, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so to date, how much has the department actually spent on overtime for uniform positions?
So as of the, I apologize if this is a little dated, but as of the April 15th payroll, what I have here, we have spent $178 million on uniform overtime.
$178 million. Okay. And considering the department's reliance on overtime to operate facilities, does this budget accurately reflect your needs?
I think at this time, again, it's, we continue the conversation with OMB because, as we work towards the year-end close, We'll be assessing what surplus we may have in other parts of the budget that could shift over to overtime, but it's an ongoing conversation with OMB.
Okay, because, you know, the total FY23 executive budget for overtime is approximately 185 million. And you're saying as of April 15th, we're already at 178 million.
Correct.
So I don't think 185 million is going to cover it, right?
It might not.
Okay. So how is this, you know, how are you going to reevaluate that? How does it work that you're going to go to OMB and say, we're going to run over here?
So we share with them regularly a monthly surplus needs that evaluates the department's budget, and they on their own do their own analysis and monitoring and send us questions, you know, as needed. So as we work through the adopted budget, we'll be looking at the department's overall surplus needs with OMB to see if there's any movement we can take in any other parts of the budget to shift over to cover the overtime. Or they're also always continually evaluating now, as you can see with the addition of the 52 million funding that's coming from the American Rescue Plan to support COVID-19. That's the federal funding offset we have.
Yep. What steps does the executive budget take to reassign staff and resources to posts that have the highest need?
So the 578 positions that we have been increased by, that'll be going towards future recruit classes. So those individuals don't actually exist yet on DOC payroll. So that is.
So how are you triaging now with the staff you have now? How do you prioritize?
Yeah, so if I could take that, Chairman, thank you for the question. So we prioritize first all of our A and B posts within our housing units, so all of our detainee-facing posts, where we have to provide services to the custodial population, as well as our medical posts as well, to make sure that our clinics are operable with our partners at CHS. So we have been identifying and prioritizing posts for the deployment of staff.
All right, I want to move into the supervisory capacity. The budgeted headcount for uniform supervisors is 866. However, the actual headcount as of the executive budget is 761. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to what the federal monitor has written about the DOC's uniform supervisors, how does the vacancy rate of supervisors impact the overall agency's operation?
So there is an impact, which is what's, you know, also leading to the increased reliance on overtime, because we're short in every rank at this point. Even if you look at our most recent payroll, which would be as of May 13th. So I just have for the headcount information overall for the uniform members of service, we are 320 staff short our authorized headcount. So each rank is now being impacted, and that's why we'll be working on recruitment and putting through not only correction officer classes, but we'll have to put in classes for our supervisory ranks as well.
What's the optimal ratio for supervisors to officers?
Well, we're in discussions with that with OMB. I mean, currently our ratio is about 10 officers to 1 first-line supervisor. That's a higher ratio than other uniform services at best practices. So it's not only the officers that they're supervising, we also should take into consideration there's multiple different detainees and different housing levels that they also have supervisory capacity over. So we're trying to determine that now. That's what one of the recommendations of the monitor was, to be hiring a staffing manager, and we're going to be looking to do that so that we can do proper evaluation assessments of what these ratios should be. That has never been done in the department.
So perfect world, what is the optimal ratio?
I don't want to commit to a ratio right now because we haven't really done that analysis yet, and we want to work with our partners at OMB to figure that out.
So I guess I'll ask the same question as I did for the uniform overtime. How are we triaging and prioritizing with supervisors how we're deploying folks effectively?
So the same thing, you know, our officers that are assigned to housing units are supervised by captains, and our assistant deputy wardens, which is the next line up, are predominantly tour commanders and unit housing managers. What we're effectively doing now is ensuring that there are captains available to tour at all of our housing units, not only to provide guidance if officers need that, not only for themselves, but to address issues of the detainee population. They can be there to provide support as well as manage up. So the detainee facing posts are the priority.
And what the department employs approximately 1.3 uniformed staff for every person in custody. And the department has employed more corrections officers than the average daily population since FY16. What does the department believe is the optimal ratio for staff to people in custody?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So I think to take into consideration, one is we have very outdated facilities, which require more staff. The other thing to take into consideration, when we have housing units, whether we're dealing with young adults or those restrictive housing units where we have individuals that have just committed violent acts, we need to have a higher staffing ratio in there and a lower housing census in order to manage that population effectively to keep people safe.
And although the jail population has fallen considerably over the past decade, the total annual spending per incarcerated person has risen to approximately $556,000 a year. What is the department doing overall to address the rising cost of incarceration in our city's jails?
So we're moving to leverage some technological solutions that we're evaluating that will address more efficient scheduling of our uniformed staff, more efficient scheduling of programmatic services for the detainee population, the ability to be able to identify and know where scans are posted. These are some of the items that are in our action plan that we're hoping to finalize with the monitor in the next few weeks as we have court tomorrow to talk about those things. So really doing a deep dive of how do we create an efficient operating environment for the jails. That's one of the reasons why we developed the management analysis and planning section so that we could be a more data-driven and scientific decision-making organization.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner. I know we've been joined by our speaker. I'm not sure if the speaker wants to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good to see you.
I did want to just follow. Commissioner, welcome.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. And I'd just like to thank both of our chairs for having this really important hearing today. The Department of Correction is an agency that I have very strong feelings for. My mother was employed as a correction officer for many years. And knowing personally how important staffing is at DOC facilities, along the same lines as what Chair Brannon was just asking, I'm deeply concerned about the department's inability to effectively manage and supervise its current staff. The department's perceivably mismanagement raises serious concerns for this council. As the DOC's federal monitor stated, the department's most critical resource is its staff, and it's poorly administered that even the most basic aspects of workforce management have been neglected. I don't know if you agree with that statement. Would you agree with that statement, Commissioner?
Well, I would agree with the statement that there has not been a level of accountability in this department for a long time. And what I will tell you is when it comes to accountability, whether we're talking about issues related to forced incidences, or whether we're talking about staff absenteeism, over the last 4 months, we have done considerable work to not only hold people accountable, but put them on a pathway that they can continue in their careers. I have finalized over 820 disciplinary cases in the time that I've been here, calendar year to date. We have referred 150 cases for medical incompetency through oath. And so we are addressing those issues every day. The other thing I'll share with you, Madam, is that we are also evaluating our policies. Policies have not been updated in many cases in decades in this department. So we've been starting and going through that work now so that we can have a department that is based in discipline, but also is evidence-based in its operational tempo.
I thank you for that, Commissioner. I'm just going to continue along those lines and perhaps we can expound on your point just a little bit more, because in the council's preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to identify efficiencies and use existing resources in the department's $1.3 billion budget to address the crisis on Rikers Island. With the addition of $59 million for 578 uniformed positions in the executive budget, it appears that the department has done just the opposite. So how does the administration justify the addition of 578 uniformed positions when, as the Federal Monitor and Council have repeatedly found, the department lacks the basic aspects of workforce management?
Thank you for the question. What that headcount is specifically referring to is our risk management accountability system. So as you are aware, the Board of Corrections last fall passed a rule that will completely not only end punitive segregation, but completely shift in how we manage our restrictive housing for individuals that have committed violent acts while in custody, in many cases to other persons that are detained or to our staff. And what we have done is we have been developing a risk management accountability staffing model, which requires significantly rich staffing in order to manage very low census populations in these housing units. We received guidance in that way forward from a classification and custody management expert that was referred to us by the Federal Monitor. And with the need to implement that rule that was intended to be implemented last fall, those staffing needs is what's needed in order to operationalize the risk management accountability system.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question about staffing around that. Maybe it's relative to risk management, maybe not. You can clarify. How does the administration justify the addition of the uniformed staff when twice as many, approximately 1,100 DOC staff are unavailable for work on any given day?
Yes, thank you for that follow-up. So what we have seen is that staff that has been absent anywhere from 2 days to less than 30 days, we have seen those numbers decrease. In fact, since the height of the pandemic, we have seen decrease in staff that were out, reduced by 40%. We do have a number of members that are not only out indefinite sick, but that are medically monitored restrictive duty that are unavailable to work. That being said, we're working not only through the reorganization of our health management division to get individuals healthy again to come back to work, but also working in consultation with our disciplinary system to address those individuals that may be gaming the system. But the majority of our personnel do come to work and have been responding, especially during the pandemic that we just have been surviving through.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just cited 1,100 out. Do you have a new number for us?
The number out. The number today of individuals that are out is 1,155. That includes individuals that have been out indefinite sick for over 30 days, which is the significant majority, plus anyone that may have called in sick today.
Okay, I gave a little leeway with the 1,100. You went up. I was looking for the number to go down, but you actually took my figure higher.
Well, ma'am, it fluctuates, right? Because day to day, what we have seen is individuals calling out sick for 1 or 2 days. That has significantly come down. The number of individuals that have been out dealing with healthcare issues for a long time, that number has been staying pretty static.
I understand, Commissioner. I appreciate your response. And I hope that you can understand, perhaps, myself and my colleagues' confusion with these numbers as far as looking for additional headcount when there is an extraordinarily, I believe, DOC has the highest level of absenteeism than any agency. So, I mean, we're looking at right now trying to justify the addition when we can't get, a substantial number of COs to come back to work. But I'm gonna move away from that for now. I want to ask one question. I might have a follow-up on this. When it comes to housing, we have seen and heard of instances of officers being in situations due to I'll say perceivably, due to the way that housing is structured on Rikers Island in creating, in essence, situations where gang activities are exacerbated because of the housing situation, putting not just detainees in peril, but putting officers in peril as well. Is there anything being done about changing the existing housing situation or the way that detainees are housed right now?
Yes, we have done that, ma'am, and that started pretty early on in my tenure. What was a common practice, as you may have been aware of, what you described was the former administration would house individuals by their gang affiliation. That not only put our officers in risk, it also put other detainees at risk in the event that one of those individuals might have fallen out of favor with the gang that's in that housing unit. What we have done, starting in RNDC, but we're now doing this throughout the department, is we have rebalanced the housing units. And what we have done is that we have mixed the housing units, and this has had some pretty good, yielded some pretty good lowering of violence indicators. What I'll share with you is when we started doing this at RNDC, in addition to changing up gang housing and rebalancing them and adding additional staffing resources there, we lowered slashings and stabbings in April versus March of this year by 45%. That reduction in April throughout the department was 35%. And what we've seen month to date in May is slashings and stabbings reduced at RNDC, which is our young adult facility, by 67%. And department-wide slashings and stabbings have been reduced by 50%. So that is one, the rebalancing of gang housing is one component to that strategy. There are also other programmatic interventions and other supportive services that not only we're providing the staff, but the detainees in order to quell the violence that has existed here for far too long.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses, Commissioner. I may come back in for more questions. I know that my colleagues really want to get in on this, and I'm just going to punctuate again our concern as far as the numbers, the head count, and the trending that, quite frankly, I don't see that trending getting any better, but I'm going to defer to my colleagues at this point, and I thank you for your testimony thus far.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to turn it to Chair Rivera from here.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Speaker Adams. Hello, Commissioner. Hello to your entire team. Thank you again for being here. So at the preliminary budget hearing, I asked about increasing the Department of Corrections units of appropriations in order for the council to have more oversight over the department's resources. Is the administration committed to adding more units of appropriation, and will we see them added in the adopted budget?
Hi, Chair. Thank you for the question. So we have been doing some back and forth Q&A with OMB just about that, finding out what the right structure would look like and how we would configure it. Since I can't speak for them, since a lot of it relies on their work as well, I don't know that we'll see it in adoption, but it is an ongoing conversation we're actively having with them now.
Okay. Well, please let us know, of course, as soon as you can, and we'll be sure to encourage them as well. So Speaker Adams touched on the proposed 8% increase in the department's total headcount. Will all proposed 578 positions be deployed to the RMAS units? And how much funding in total has been baselined for RMAS total? How many total staff? How many are uniformed and civilian?
Sure. Yes. So the 59 million, yes, will be dedicated to RMAS. To give you a total number, looking at uniform staffing plus civilian, that's something I don't have calculated in front of me right now, but in previous financial plans, we received some additional staffing for program support. So I would include that in there, and that's non-uniform staff. And then also there were some existing positions already in GRVC where we'd be housing RMAS in its totality, so all 3 levels. So I can follow up with you putting together that total picture. So it would kind of be our existing lines that we already have for uniform staff, plus this addition, plus the dedicated resources programming got to give you a holistic picture.
Okay. Again, if you could follow up, that would be great. I really appreciate it. So we touched on the action plan already, but considering the important role outlined for civilian staff in the action plan, how will the department address these civilian staffing concerns, particularly in key units like the Health Management Division, Trials Division, and the Investigations Division?
Sure. So as we're moving forward towards putting out those positions and postings, the department, unfortunately, we do have quite a high vacancy rate on our non-uniform side right now. So as we're reassessing internally those existing vacancies and how to repurpose some and post for the ones we still continue to need, that's kind of the objective we will have so far as we continue to have conversations with OMB. So honestly, right now, it's going to be looking to repurpose our existing vacancies on the non-uniform side.
From what I understand, the department has a 23% vacancy rate in civilian positions, as well as a 23.3% attrition rate for civilian positions. So I know there are some challenges there with retention and hiring. So we would love to know kind of, your plans for that. So on the RNDC emergency plan, expanding to other facilities, how were staff and resources reallocated to implement the RNDC emergency plan?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So what we did when we came up with the RNDC plan, we worked not only with our security staff at our Special Operations Division, where we moved staff out of there and we assigned them into RNDC to help support our young adult housing units. In addition to that, it's not just about the security strategy to deal with helping manage this young adult population. Programming is also important. What we did was we brought in faith-based leaders. In addition to that, we also brought in credible messengers, while at the same time, Chairwoman, contract providers also started to come into the facilities as well. If you recall, contract providers they weren't here for a very, very long time. So all of that happening simultaneously is what helped us to address the violence that was at RNDC, which this month, as I stated earlier to the speaker, we see a 67% decrease in slappings and stabbings in May, month to date, compared to May of last year.
Sorry about the background noise. So, okay, well, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll have some follow-up after this, and I know my colleagues have questions. So in March, there were 12,745 missed medical appointments, and people in custody refused to attend medical appointments 7,148 times. How many missed medical appointments were a result of DOC staff unavailability?
Thank you for the question. There are many reasons an appointment may be missed. Our Correctional Health Services actually determines whether an individual requires a scheduled medical encounter and schedules an appointment for the individual. Individuals may be scheduled for medical encounter at the facility clinics or elsewhere on Rikers Island or off island, or for any number of reasons, including but not limited to medical mental health, on or off island dental, BRAD-A's discharge planning, and medical distribution. As indicated in the department's public monthly reports, an individual may not be produced to the clinic for a scheduled appointment if they are at court, participating in a program or family visit, as well as a host of other reasons. So the majority of our non-production, which is categorized out by CHS, is really individuals refusing for one reason or another not to go to their medical appointment. I will share that we had approximately slightly over 49,000 scheduled medical appointments in the month of March.
Okay, well, yeah, I understand out of 12,745 missed medical appointments, 7,148 is over half. So that would be the majority, but my question was specifically on how many missed medical appointments were a result of DOC staff unavailability. And I'm disappointed that you don't have the number, because we did ask you to prep this in advance.
The number's 1,200 in March.
1,200.
So we had 1,200 scheduled appointments because of staffing challenges that were missed and had to be rescheduled.
Okay, 1,200. So how much of the department's executive budget is dedicated to addressing COVID-19 in the jails, particularly to support quarantine housing transfers?
We don't have an actual number calculated related to that specifically. I mean, the 52 million we received in overtime funding from OMB, that's the federal funding, the American Rescue Plan, that speaks to that to a degree. And staff that are working overtime and working in facilities that, you know, are remaining to be open, that are not funded in the budget to support COVID-19 and quarantine housing.
Okay. In terms of staff absenteeism, and although the monitor recognizes that the administration has reduced the number of staff out sick from its high of 2,500 in December, the monitor writes that approximately 1,100 staff members are out sick on a given day. And that's approximately 15% of the actual head count as of the executive budget. So thank you for providing the number of individuals out today earlier. Thank you for that transparency. How many staff were out sick on Friday, May 20th and Saturday, May 23rd, respectively?
So May 20th? May 20th.
Friday.
Yeah, so May 20th, the number was 1,120.
And Saturday, the 21st.
Yeah, for a second.
So the numbers that we have for May 20th here, it was 1,060 employees were out sick. And on the 21st, we had 1,041 members of service out sick.
Okay. Can you tell us how many people are detained today at each of the following jails on Rikers, and how many staff are assigned to each? OBCC, EMTC, RMSC, AMKC, GRVC, RNDC, NIC, West Facility, BCBC.
The year 53, by the census.
You want to just talk about this? The census? Or?
This is the census.
Yeah. Yeah, just read it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just bear with me while I go back and forth between two different documents. I'm sorry. So let's just start with AMKC. I'm going to do population first, okay? So for AMKC, as of our 5 a.m. census, we have 2,032. For EMTC, we have 663. For GRVC, we have 513. For NIC, we have 171. For the NIC Infirmary, we have 82. For OBCC, we have 242. For RMSC, we have 300. For RNDC, we have 691. For West Facility Contagious Disease Unit, we have 80. And then for BCBC, we have 660. Did I hit all of them that you asked for?
You said West Facility, you said NIC, and also it was detained, and how many people are, how many staff are assigned?
Right, so that's all the population. Okay, so now I'm gonna go into the staffing, okay? So give me a second. For AMKC, I have 1,419. For GRVC, I have 1,000 assigned heads. For NIC, I have 501. For Rose M. Singer, I have 450. For RNDC, I have 968. For VCBC, I have 357. And give me one second, I have to pull out, here we go. For OBCC, I have 466. And then for EMTC, I have 230.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that. Then my last question. Can you share an update on the department's plans for consolidating operations and closing jails on Rikers?
Yeah, so as of right now, because of population projections that were made by the prior administration that we had expected us to be around the 4,000 detainees at this time, facilities that were closed and defunded, specifically OBCC and EMTC, had to be reopened. They reopened for a couple of reasons. One is because of our census population is at about almost 5,500 today, and not under the 4,000 that was predicted. In addition to different COVID strains and spikes, we had to deal with COVID housing, social distancing challenges, and things like that that prevent us at this time from closing any additional facilities.
Okay, so the update is like you're at a pause, like at an impasse because you're unsure because of the population?
The population is significantly higher than what was projected last year.
Okay, well, I hope the next time we meet that we have an update on the close Rikers plan. You know, the council has voted to close Rikers Island. They did it in the last term, so we're looking forward to a plan to fully realize that.
Well, the borough-based jail plan is still moving forward. So despite our population increases right now, the borough-based jail plan is on the pace. In fact, when it comes to the facility in Manhattan, that facility has already been turned over to the demolition company. And I'm sorry, Brooklyn, and Brooklyn as well. And I think is Queens pending or?
Yes.
Queens is pending. So that is moving forward.
Understood. Well, thank you for bringing some numbers and for answering the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I'll turn it over to the stack. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Rivera. We'll now turn to council member questions. I want to remind council members we have a hard stop at 4, so please be mindful of the clock. We will first turn to Councilmember Powers, followed by Councilmember Stevens, Ayala, and Brewer, and others, but we'll first turn to Powers.
Thank you.
Hi, Councilmember.
Hi, Commissioner. How you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for the testimony. I'm just going to jump in. I want to start with the staffing increases and new needs on staffing, especially when it comes to RMAS, which I think is the sort of the reason you're asking for increased staffing. I heard your explanation earlier. Can you just kind of walk us through again the need for new staffing there and why there's such a need for staffing increase in the new units that you guys have created? Obviously, it's something we've been pushing for, but kind of understanding why there's such a need for new staff there.
Sure. So as you may have remembered, and I know you visited the island many times, originally under the prior leadership, the RMAS was going to be operationalized at NIC, which eventually would have meant putting individuals not only in cells, but their only day room would have been like another larger cell.
Right.
It would have eliminated congregate setting environment for those individuals. What we've done is we rethought the whole RMAS plan because we wanted to be able, our goal was not only to comply with the rule, but to the spirit of the rule. So the reason for the additional staffing is because we're going to have a low census of about 12 individuals in level 1. But as you know, the rule mandates that those individuals be given 10 hours of out of cell time in congregate setting where they can have regular human interaction with not only our staff, but with each other, but they're in there for committing very violent acts. So based on recommendations made by the classification consultant that we were recommended to hire under the federal monitor, those units have to have a very higher staffing ratio in order to ensure that individuals in those units are safe. So in our risk management accountability system, in level 1, the out of cell time is 10 hours. I would remind that the general population out of cell time is, I believe, 16 hours. So in level 2, that out of cell time increases to 12 hours. So that's the reason for the higher staffing ratios, not only for uniform staff, but for programmatic staff that's going to be assigned to those units.
Okay. No, I appreciate that explanation. Where are those now? They're not in NIC. Where are they going, the new units?
So what we wanted to do was we wanted to make sure that the restrictive housing area was in one facility. That way it could be better managed and individuals can move through the different levels easier. And we would have a dedicated uniform leadership overseeing the risk management accountability system. So that's going to be opening up at GRVC.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the absenteeism, and I recognizing that it has gone down, but it is still incredibly high. I guess my starting question, I mean, I think Councilmember Rivera went through the numbers. You have about 15% of your total employees who are unavailable. But I guess my one question is, does that sick number include those who are medically limited and can't do certain posts? That is, or is it just absent, the people that are not at work today?
It does not include that. You're correct, council member. It does not include that number because those individuals are they're coming to work, but they have, because of injuries that they're still recovering from, they're still under what's called medically monitored return. So in many cases, they cannot engage in a detainee facing post where they would have physical interaction with another detainee.
Okay. So how many people are in that list?
As of today, 921.
So you have about 2,000 people who are limited or absent in some regard, which is incredibly high. I guess my question is, like, we have seen this play out over the last 2 years. Yeah, I guess my question is, I mean, I guess this is an honest, but like, it's incredulous to believe that there are 1,100 people out with an illness today relative to when you look at every other city agency. We have brought that number down, but it seems like that is going to stick around that number in my eyes. So do you share that opinion that is sort of going to stick at that number? What are the policies you're going to put in place to go much further beyond that? And looking long term, what policies would you suggest that, whether it's in collective bargaining or in other places, that the council, the agency, the mayor's office of labor relations, and others put in place or remove to create certainty that adding new staff in, or what the current number is right now, that people will start showing up to work, because this is not working. And I think we're going to hit a certain number where we're going to have nearly a third of the agency be unavailable to serve certain posts, and that is leaving. And when last time I was there were 2 housing units and 1 individual serving in those 2 housing units that were next to each other. So I guess I'm looking long term. What are the policies? Do you believe that's acceptable? I guess, number 1. 2 is, what are the policies you are recommending, or to us and in your agency and OR long term, to change to get that number to a place where it would reflect a regular, normal sick pattern for an agency, and that includes collective bargaining and everything else, because this has gone on for too long, and it's leading to, as you know, and we've discussed this, lots of other issues within the jails because of the lack of staffing.
Thank you for your question. So I'll just first flat out say, this is not for me a collective bargaining issue. The issue is 2 issues for me. One is, we did not have a functioning health management division. And for those that may not know, our health management division is the one that manages and assesses our uniform staff's ability to be able to do their core function as a correction officer for the majority of the uniform workforce. And what I've done is I've removed and put in new leadership at the health management division. We're doing a better job at the health management division to make sure that we're better assessing and ensuring people have an opportunity to get appointments and get evaluated so that they can return to work. On the other issue for me is an accountability issue. So the issue of staff absenteeism has never really been addressed for a number of years. And on top of that, with the height of the pandemic, and that exacerbated a already weak system that wasn't in place, and our own policies related to medically monitored return, as well as sick leave, were just not enforced. We are enforcing those now, and that's what has caused us to see reductions of 40% to date. We still have a long way to go, so I agree with you there that the numbers are high, but it took 8 years to get to this point, right? But what I can tell you is that this leadership team is committed to not only assisting and supporting staff to make sure that they're healthy to be able to perform the function of their job, but also hold staff accountable that we think are not acting appropriately.
Thanks. I want to ask one more last question. How many individuals has the agency, starting since your tenure, let's just say, terminated based on abuse of sick policy?
So I've signed over 820 disciplinary cases. I don't have a breakdown of what different violations there were. Some were related to sick leave policy abuses. Some were related to medical incompetency that we took to oath and we won those cases and they were separated. Some were maybe related to other incidents where they were not separated, but they may have been issued suspensions. So I think we could share with you a follow-up on what that breakdown was of those 820 cases.
Okay. In respect to the time here, a lot of colleagues are all end there, but we appreciate getting that data. Thanks so much.
Got it.
Thank you, Majority Leader Powers. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you to our chairs for leading the charge on this hearing, and we appreciate your hard work. And some of my questions already been answered, but one of my huge and major concerns is just around overtime, because it's interesting that I feel like a number is given in overtime and it seems to be tentative, and I'm not really sure what other agencies throughout the city is just allowed to kind of just say, hey, we're just going to go over it over and over again. And just looking at like the past couple of years at overtime, this agency is consistently going over overtime. And so one, are you guys committed to working with council to look at like, how do we have real oversight over this to manage this? Because I think the whole point of our budget is for us to think about what is it that we need and how we put a budget in there, and not just saying like, well, we're just going to not look at it or adhere to it. So are you guys committed to working with council around really managing and getting overtime under wraps? Because at this point, Chair Brennan asked earlier, where you guys were at. And I think it sounds like you guys are maybe at like 80% of your overtime for the year already. And that's very concerning and alarming to me.
Thank you for the question. So I'm always committed to working with the committee as a group or council members individually on these very important issues. I can tell you that when I started here in January, and it predates me, the department was put on 12-hour tours, not only to deal with the staffing crisis because of COVID and other staffing issues. So that inherently having the entire uniform workforce on 12-hour tours significantly impacted the overtime budget. We have put 5 of our 8 facilities back on 8 hours. We have 3 that are still on 12 hours because we're dealing with some staffing challenges. But I agree with you, improving efficiencies. And we think with the technology advances of our scheduling, scanning, and the more efficient deployment of staff is going to help address the overtime issues that have plagued this agency for a very long time.
Yeah, I definitely would love us to continue to work and making sure that there's true oversight, because I think that it becomes a point where we have to say like, wait, why is this agency allowed to blow through overtime when we have all these other agencies throughout the city who have a budget and they have to stick within that budget and make it work? And so like, even with you guys, I believe that you get a budget and you should be sticking within that and not just saying like, oh, well, now we have to figure it out because we're over budget because of, so-and-so instances, because that is not the case for other agencies. So I'm very committed to like following up with you so that we can definitely come up with a plan where we are looking at being more efficient throughout the budget season and throughout the city.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. And for the record, we've also been joined by Councilmembers Carr, Areola, Adams, Hanif, and Juan. Next on my list was Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Starting time.
Still on the Zoom. Okay, we'll circle back. I don't see her on the Zoom. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In today's daily news, as you know, Commissioner, there's not a very, positive story about the DOI, knocking on doors and so on. And it's along the same category, I know you've been trying really hard, but how, I know you talked about you have 820 disciplinary cases. You have a plan to figure out how to get people back to work. But how exactly are you going to get the people who are not responding, either they're out of town, et cetera, et cetera? How is it a funding issue? Is it a management issue? What is it that can break the cycle of people just feeling that they don't have to be there? And it is hard to understand. And for those of us watching the outside, we know you're trying, but it is very hard to understand, particularly when you read an article like that, which doesn't seem to be getting much traction in terms of people responding.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Thank you for the question. So I think it's a number of different approaches, right? One is we're reforming our health management division to make sure that individuals that are out sick are better managed so that we can get people back to work as quickly as possible when they're healthy. It's peer-to-peer engagement. So this department has not had an organizational health strategy to support its staff. And I think that feeds into the psychology of individuals that are out. And then for those individuals that we believe may be gaming the system, we have are making revisions in our home check policy to be able to check to see if people are home. So we're engaging with our staff. We have, in the 4 months that I've been here, unfortunately, have had to suspend 100 staff members for issues related to not being home while they should have been sick or other sick leave related issues that we had issue with. So it's also a discipline and accountability process as well. So I think all of those things are beginning to take hold, and we have gotten over 1,300 people back to work. But I think it's a collection of strategies that help to have a workforce that not only feels supported, but an ability for us to be able to hold people accountable when we need to do that.
Okay, I mean, I hear you. I think it's like you said, it's still a project that is in motion. The other question I have is in terms of education and so on and so forth. People are not there. I had a lot of young people in my home who went to Rikers, so I'm familiar with it. But what is the status of education in terms of cost and applicability? In other words, people actually participating in the educational programs, particularly the high school. I know you said people are getting their GED, but what's the money that's allocated towards that, and how successful is it?
Sure. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Torres. She's our Deputy Commissioner for Community Partnerships and Programs.
Thank you for your question, Member Brewer. If I may, I cannot comment on the budget that is allocated for educational services for the population 18 to 21, only because the provider for educational services happens to be the Department of Education, East River Academy to be exact. Yeah. I am super excited to share with you that throughout the last academic year, we've made great strides in partnership with our members from the Department of Education. I think perhaps you heard me say earlier in earlier testimonies that we've been able to work closely to develop 2 intervals at RNDC. That is a morning and an afternoon interval for 3 hours. We have also strategized and developed 5 housing areas that are school dedicated, meaning the young adults assigned to those housing areas have a common goal, and that common goal is actually to attend school and pursue their high school diploma. I have to share with you and all of the other council members that with Commissioner Molina's support, we have been able to work closely with the Department of Education, and we have already implemented or developed the technology at Rosen Singer as well as RNDC that in the coming weeks would allow the DOE's East River Academy to administer the GED through the computerized system, which will significantly reduce the waiting period of any test result from 6 to 8 weeks to just within minutes. In addition, does that answer, ma'am?
No, keep going. The other question I have is if there are any dollars allocated either through you DOE so that when you leave Rikers you haven't completed the GED, are there any dollars allocated to make sure that you do complete the GED? It's that transition is often challenging too.
So that is a phenomenal question, and I thank you for it. The advantage of having the Department of Education on Island East River Academy through District 79 is that those young adults who commence school while at Rikers Island are able to transition to District 79 to be reintegrated once in the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Councilmember Narcisse.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and thank you, chairs, for today's hearing. Additionally, thank you for today. Real quickly, how do you plan to manage the department differently?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Council Member. As I stated in my testimony, the management and leadership issues facing the department were apparent to me back in 2016 when I was the Chief Internal Monitor. I did recommend some changes at that time that I felt were able to be carried out as commissioner, and I'm confident that they would set the department on a different path. In the past 4.5 months, I've taken steps towards restructuring the agency with a focus on modernization and organizational health. I've restructured the Health Management Division to focus on efficiency and accountability, and further assessment is underway. The goal is really to have a system that is fair and provides neutral and independent evaluations of our staff who are injured or sick and get them back to work fit and healthy. I've hired a chief of staff with expertise in data quality and analysis, strategic planning, and optimization, as well as a deputy commissioner of management analysis and planning to evaluate current data systems to work to modernize our data applications. We cannot improve what we cannot measure, and I'm intent on making policy decisions and improving operations based on sound and reliable data, and I'm confident our new leadership team has the expertise and needed support for this goal.
Now, when we're talking about health, I understand there's a huge emphasis that I'd like to place on mental health and your officers. And so how are you looking forward to addressing that, and what are the needs that you've seen, and how can we, through funding, address those needs?
Well, currently the department has a total of 14 funded positions totaling $1.4 million for staff wellness. 6 of those positions are non-uniform positions, and with 2 filled and 8 uniform positions with 7 filled. Additionally, there are 24 unfunded uniform posts, and I do not know the function of our care team. So what we do is we have a care team that responds to our staff need. So if we have an individual that's suffering the loss of a family member, or in the rare occasion where we have a member of the service who passes away, this care team goes out to support that family and just help them navigate the bureaucracy to be able to get support. So really looking at a complete organizational health strategy to provide support for our officers, as well as manage their health needs if they're out sick.
And now switching it a little bit, I understand you've worked to curb the violence at the young adult facility specifically. Has it worked? And if so, do you plan to continue this work across the department?
Yes, so we've seen in our multi-focus plan, what we've seen in April of this year versus March of this year, we saw a 45% reduction in slashings and stabbings. When we look at April of this year and compare it to April of last year, we see a 24% reduction. Month to date, at RNDC specifically, we've seen a 67% reduction in slashings and stabbings, and department-wide, as we roll that out to other facilities, especially with our new gang housing strategy, we've seen a 50% month-to-date reductions in slashings and stabbings compared this same time last year. So it is working. Things are taking hold, but it's not just about security. It's also about our programmatic interventions, our credible messengers, our increase in our young kids and encouraging them to participate in school programming. All of that is having an impact in addition to our faith-based volunteers that are working at RNDC.
Are there any separate funding requests for that specifically?
Not right now. We have our contract providers that are assisting us with credible messengers. And, we do have a lot of volunteers, and our faith-based community has rose up to the challenge, and they're assisting in finding private funding to be able to support their needs at RNDC.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Carr.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you. And Madam Chair, both Chair, Justin, thank you. And all my colleagues, all the staff, thank you. And good afternoon. I like to reimagine, reinvent, to see how the jail can change. But this is not my imagination right now. I cannot walk it the way I would like to walk it with 1.3, I think $1.3 billion. I think we can do a lot with 413 acres of land. But coming to what the reality is for us, budget documents show that a contract related to the Prison Rape Elimination Act, PREA, for $1,169,000 is being eliminated entirely. What has this contract covered, and what is the reason for cutting it?
Thank you for your question. So that was a consulting contract that actually got paid approximately, I want to say $9.2 million over the life of its contract with us. And a large part of their work was not only PREA, but to provide leadership training. I can tell you that based on what I have saw as relates to PREA and the leadership training that was provided, I don't think we got our bang for our buck. So I'm wholly committed to PREA. We are rethinking how we do PREA as far as our operationalize it, but making sure that we're PREA compliant. So that's why the Moss Group's contract was discontinued.
Mm-hmm. There have been no PREA reports posted to the board's website since January 2020, reporting on 2019 data. How does the department plan to maintain compliance with anything or PREA standard and address issues of sexual assault in the city jails?
Yeah, so I don't have control of what reports get posted to the Board of Corrections website. We do post PREA reporting on our website. So I'm not sure why the PREA information on the Board of Corrections website is not up to date. I'm sorry.
What information can you share today about the number of sexual assaults reported by incarcerated people in the last year and the status of those investigations?
I have to consult with my investigations division to get back with you on that number. We do track that. So we'll get that number to you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, Commissioner, I cannot blame you for everything that's been taking place in the island, but we're still having people dying. So that is very close to my heart as a nurse, seeing people killing themselves or any way or form. I think is something that we look into, and how we spend our money, how we bringing, even in jail, prison system, we have to bring the equity that we're talking about. Because right now, I heard my colleagues ask a lot of questions about education, about rehabilitating people. That's what I'm looking for. So I hope this budget that you have right now, we can see the improvement that we're looking for. Since you make it a promise that that's what you're here to change, and you like to see things improve in the island. So I'm looking forward for that. But
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Carr.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Rivera, for holding this important hearing. Commissioner, it's good to see you today. I was really saddened to see the loss of a corrections officer who took his life, jumping from the Verrazano Bridge right by my district. And you talked about it a little bit with Councilmember Velasquez, but can you discuss a little bit about what you're doing to sort of improve and address, mental health challenges faced by corrections officers and corrections staff?
So thank you for your question. Officer Roman's passing is a tragic loss that we are all feeling deeply. My thoughts go out to his family and his loved ones. Our staff have gone because there was no real organizational health strategy, unsupported for far too long during a very difficult time with what I will describe as few opportunities for professional development and very little way of staff wellness initiatives. If this agency is going to succeed, we must support our most valuable resource and reform our frontline staff. I plan to create more professional development opportunities for uniformed members of service to support them in their work. and trained to help maintain correctional best practices and have the tools that they need to succeed in a very difficult job. I've returned the Employee Assistance Program that OLR really manages very effectively back to our department. And we are in the process of identifying staff that can work with our care team, which provides supportive services to all of our staff.
I appreciate your answer, Commissioner. Thank you. You talked a little bit about this in your exchange with the speaker and ending gang-affiliated housing at RNDC, and you mentioned, rolling out the end of that model in other parts of your jurisdiction. Can you talk about how you're doing that and what the timeline might be for ending gang-affiliated housing, department-wide?
Yeah, so we've already started rolling that out. So gang-affiliated housing is not a strategy that we employ anymore. We did see some initial resistance because I think the population was testing our fortitude, but we are starting to pay off and see some yields in that. Specifically to RNDC, in the month of May, in comparison to the same time last year, as I've mentioned, we've seen a 67% reduction in slashing and stabbings, and department-wide, that reduction is 50%. Our tactical search operations were also part of that plan. In RNDC alone, we recovered over 700 contraband weapons, and department-wide, the recovery of contraband weapons was over 2,200. So it really has been a really strategic focus. Our Special Operations Division officers have been working inside RNDC and providing support to our housing floor officers so that we can have multiple officers on those posts. And we've seen a really new calm within our young adult housing unit. And we've also seen reductions in slashings and stabbings in this month at our GRBC as well.
Appreciate your answer. You mentioned some stats just now, but in terms of use of force numbers department-wide and assaults on staff department-wide, do you have those figures in terms of their trends going downward or remaining static?
Yes. So every month starting in January, we have experienced double-digit decreases in use of force incidences from 15% all the way to 35%. What that has translated in calendar year to date is a 27% reduction in use of force incidences in the department. Specifically to RNDC, since March, we have seen decreases in use of force incidences since March, since the RNDC violence plan has been put in place.
Thank you for that. Just my last question. I believe that you're budgeting 578 new positions in the exec budget, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Am I understanding it that there were 400 one-shot funded positions in the FY22 budget, and that this 578 increase is merely baselining of 400 positions filled over the course of the ongoing budget year? So we're really only looking at a net increase in staffing of 178. Am I understanding that correctly?
DC Lyons.
Yes, yes, sir, that's correct. So the 400 was funded 400 new recruits in fiscal year 22 only. And then, so our headcount drops by that 400 July 1st. And then, the 578 comes in July 1st. So you're correct.
Okay, I appreciate your answers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Ariola.
Starting time.
Actually, my questions were already asked and answered. Thank you so much.
Great. All right, thank you. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Sorry about that. I missed when you said Sanchez. Thank you so much. Very nice to meet you, Commissioner, and thank you for answering all of the questions that my colleagues have asked. So many of mine have also been asked and answered, but I'm not sure if I caught this one. So the PMMR reports that in the first 4 months of 2022, 49% of incarcerated people had a mental health diagnosis, with 16.2% of incarcerated people having a serious mental health diagnosis. So could you clarify if this increase reflects a change in an increase in the actual number of people with diagnoses, or is this just a change in rate because the population is changing? And then the second part of the question is, what resources and programming is the administration and DOC dedicating to incarcerated people with mental health diagnoses?
Thank you for your question. So the percentages are really just the percentages of the population at any one moment in time. But it is not uncommon in jails and prisons in America, especially where we have a high rates of mental health and those suffering from serious mental illness. To your questions regarding about programming around the treatment of mental health, those questions have to be answered by Correctional Health Services, because that organization is the one that directly provides those services to that population.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner. And just to clarify, the 49% I understand is an increase even from prior years. And so that's why I'm wondering, is there a change, because the population has been changing. So is it a change in the proportion of people, or are we seeing more individuals with mental health illness?
I think that we probably have improved our ability, and I'm not a medical professional, but I think that we have gone doing better at identifying people's mental health needs. And that could be a reason for the uptick of properly identifying those individuals suffering from mental illness. The other issue is the pandemic. And we've seen what the COVID-19 pandemic over the last 2 years has had a big impact just on every community in our city. And those that are justice involved, we're not immune to that either.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And then the last question is on just serving women's, trans, and gender nonconforming people. We know that they are lower safety risk than men and have lower rates of recidivism. And so my question is, what resources is the department and the city investing in proven diversion and anti-recidivism programs geared towards women and gender expansive people?
Hi, thank you. So yes, we are one of the only correctional systems in the nation to employ a full-time staff of individuals who are focused on supporting our LGBTQ+ population, which does include individuals who identify as transgender, gender nonconforming, intersex, and gender non-binary. So we have staff that meet with them in the facilities and offer them supportive services and help them navigate our housing systems. We also have dedicated discharge and reentry processes for those individuals. So our staff work diligently with community-based organizations who focus on supporting individuals who identify in the LGBTQ+ spectrum and make referrals as appropriate and connect them to those organizations so that they can get gender affirming support once they enter the community and stay connected with those organizations and with the community that they find supportive.
Great, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Commissioner, nice to meet you. I look forward to
Thank you. Nice meeting you as well.
And our final two council members' questions. Three. Next we'll go to Councilmember Schulman, followed by Councilmember Osei, and then conclude with Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Schulman.
Good, thank you. Starting time? All right. Thank you. I want to thank the chairs for this important hearing. Hello, Commissioner. So 16, you can hear me, right?
Yes, ma'am, I could hear you.
16% of, I had asked this at a previous hearing, so I want to see if we have answers to this. 16% of people at Rikers have a serious mental illness, including 27% of women. As part of the council's vote in 2019 to close Rikers, the city committed in a points of agreement to double the number of PACE units at Rikers for people with serious mental illness by the end of 2020. PACE units where correctional and healthcare staff train and work closely together to provide intensive care have far lower levels of violence than most units on Rikers, despite the challenging population. So one question I have is, how many PACE units are currently online and how many people do they serve? What is the status of the promised increase in the number of PACE units? And if the new units haven't been brought online, when will they be and why haven't they been as of yet?
The number of PACE units.
Want me to go over that again, or?
Just know we have one month to open, and it's been on hold due to staffing issues for us and CHS.
Can you get the total number? We're trying to look it up for you now, ma'am.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I don't remember the total. Just doesn't tell me.
So I can answer for you that we have one unit remaining to open, and I believe it's RNDC. And it's just been, we've been waiting on that due to staffing concerns for both the Department of Correction and CHS.
How many people do the PACE units serve?
Approximately the PACE units.
Yeah. So we have approximately 10 PACE units.
We'd have to follow up with you with the exact census, but I would want to clarify that those units are not necessarily always fully at bed capacity. That's a determination that's made by Correctional Health Services. So they will determine when an individual may need that higher level of care and will place individuals in those housing areas as appropriate to meet their mental health needs.
No, that's understood. I just want to make sure that we're moving forward with having these units because they're proven to lower the level of violence in the facilities. So.
Yes, and you know, we're working with CHS with the therapeutic outpost units, which will also increase bed capacity for that population. So that is part of sort of like working in concert with our borough-based jail plan.
Right. Anyway, that was the only questions I have because I wanted to give time to my other colleagues so they can answer that, so they can ask their questions. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Schulman. Not seeing Councilmember Osei, we will conclude with Councilmember Ressler.
Starting time.
What do they say about the best for last? I guess it isn't always true. But it's always good to see you, Commissioner Molina. I really appreciate your hard work. Hold on just one second. Sorry about that. Commissioner Molina, it's always great to see you. I really appreciate the opportunity to engage. I have to say, though, I am highly concerned about the proposed executive budget or the mayor's executive budget at DOC. At $500,000 per detainee, we spend 350% more than Chicago or Los Angeles. It is extraordinary. And for us to be increasing spending and increasing headcount while our population has been on the decline, I cannot understand. The first question I have is that we are just a handful of years away from the borough-based jail facilities presumably being built and that plan being realized, and a 3,300 bed operating capacity. How can DOC rationalize adding 578 additional headcount relative to prelim? Won't we have thousands of additional staff that we do not need in a few years' time that will be an extraordinary strain on the city's budget?
So thank you for your question. So the new headcount is really specifically to be able to operationalize the risk management accountability system. And as we have been guided by the classification consultant recommended by the federal monitor, those units have to be rich in staffing numbers with a really small census because of the violent nature of the population that they're going to be sort of engaging with to make sure that individuals are safe.
With all due respect, Commissioner Molina, you have ample staff already. The problem is the 600 staff, the 13 to 14% of your headcount that aren't showing up for work. That's the problem. We shouldn't be adding more staff when we have a sick out going on, a strike via sick out going on. I do not understand it. And we're just setting ourselves up for being even more excessively overstaffed. We already staff at a rate of 1.4 DOC officers per detainee. That is dramatically higher than any other municipal or statewide correctional system in the country. I cannot fathom how it is responsible fiscally to be investing in more corrections officers when we are so severely overstaffed already.
I understand your concerns, Council Member.
Look, and it would save us significant resources if there were consolidations and closures of facilities. Are there any consolidations? Are there any closures planned for the upcoming fiscal year?
No, because the population estimates of the detainee populations are not where they were projected to be. We were projected to be at or under 4,000. And we are close to 5,500 right now in our average daily population.
As a result of that, are we investing in population review teams and other efforts that could significantly reduce the populations and get people out?
So one of the things that I committed to this council was to make sure I exercise my power under 6A. So last week I did release 19 individuals under 6A. I'm releasing we're evaluating another 9 to possibly be released this week. The other thing is that we have our executive order was issued by the mayor regarding our interagency task force, and working with that task force, we're working with MOCJ, we're working with the respective district attorney's offices to identify individuals that have been in our system for very long periods of time to help accelerate their criminal process so that they can move on.
I appreciate the efforts on 6A. They are good, modest as they may be, but the dramatic majority of our population in Rikers, of course, are pretrial detainees, not city sentenced individuals. And we've seen a tremendous reduction in the parolees. So the key is to actually get our court system functioning. And we need the mayor to step up and help push OCA to do its job. We need DOC officers to show up and do their jobs to deliver people for court. And I really want to encourage you to help bring MOCJ and others to the table to double down on the population review teams so that we can much more expeditiously get long stayers out of our system and wherever they are rightly appropriate to go. The last question I just want to ask, if I may, is around the staffing for the closure of Rikers Island. Could you speak to what team the DOC has in place for that is dedicated to working on the closure and planning for the future borough-based jails?
Sure, thank you for your question. So actually, when I got here, there was only one individual that was leading that work with the borough-based jails. And what we're doing now is we're putting together under the Office of Management, Analysis, and Planning, a project management team that's going to really be the governance team to ensure that we stay on pace for the borough-based jail plan, as well as the therapeutic outposts that are going to be opening in the future.
Look, I just want to say, Commissioner, I have deep concerns going back many, many years now about what's happening at DOC. But I do want to commend you for taking on this role and for, as I think I've said before, being one of those guys who's running into the fire to try and help. And so, as serious and as deeply felt as my concerns are, I appreciate your efforts, and we'll continue to try to be a good partner in addressing the deeply, deeply troubling situation on Rikers Island.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you.
Chairs Brandon and Rivera. There was one last hand up, Councilmember Hanif. I know that we had the hard stop, so deferring to you two.
I'm okay. How many do we have left?
Councilmember Hanif, just raise your hand.
Okay, the 2 minutes.
Okay. Starting time.
Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Rivera. Good afternoon, Commissioner Molina. I'd like to know how many uniformed staff are currently on payroll?
I have that. Sure. As of the May 13th payroll, we have 7,140 uniformed staff on payroll.
And then how many uniformed staff were not available to work directly with incarcerated people yesterday or the most recent day for which you have data?
Yesterday, the number of individuals out sick, likely I have the 23rd, 1160 yesterday. I just want to make sure I give you the right number.
Yeah, and I'd like a breakdown by those who called out sick, are out long-term sick, and a couple other criteria.
You got it, ma'am. So individuals out long-term sick, our base is on May 23rd data. Indefinite sick number in total was 748 for May 23rd.
This is long-term sick?
Yeah, individuals that are out 30 days or more.
Okay, and then how many called out sick?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
151.
151 people called out sick yesterday.
How many are currently medically monitored?
That number is, as of the 23rd, 921.
And then are prohibited from working with incarcerated people for disciplinary reasons?
So that would be staff that's modified. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can get you that number.
Got it. And then are on other approved leave?
Like FMLA?
Yeah.
I'm expired.
We don't have that.
Yeah, I don't have the FMLA number because it fluctuates. Certain FMLA is driven by a health issue with the family or something else like that.
And then how many do you believe are actually sick?
Well, I'm not a medically doctor, so a doctor is putting them out sick. So we have a health management division that evaluates each person on a case-by-case basis. We have done a lot of reform as it relates to our health management division. So we have seen individuals coming back to work, and we've seen a 40% reduction in those that have been out sick from the height of the crisis last year.
And then lastly, of those out sick, how many are assigned to a post that does not involve direct contact with incarcerated people, whether that's in the mailroom, laundry, their bakers, wardens, secretaries, etc.?
You're talking about people that are medically monitored, restricted?
People that are out sick who are not working directly with incarcerated people.
It would be hard for me to, I don't know if an officer, like I couldn't tell you right now if a particular officer that may work in a bakery is out sick today. I don't have that granular information by memory.
Okay. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. We'll turn to Chair Rivera for her closing remarks for today's for this portion of the hearing.
I just want to thank Chair Brennan and all of my colleagues for their great questions and to the department for being here. I know there are things, some data requested, some numbers as follow-up. So we look forward to receiving that and reviewing it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, team. Yeah, we'll follow up with everything that we didn't get sufficient answers on today. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Okay.
So we have Executive Director Masters on for the Board of Correction. And so just everyone bear with us a moment. We have the same two chairs. So we will just test her audio and then we can begin as soon as she's ready.
Hi, I think my audio is working, but I'm not sure the video is.
Got your audio, but I don't see you.
Okay. I think I may hop out and hop back in again and see if that works.
Sure.
Okay. I think it works now.
Yes, perfect. Okay, we will start with Chair Brandon's opening statement, then Chair Rivera, and then I will go ahead and swear you in, and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Malcolm. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final portion of today's executive budget hearing. My name is still Justin Brannon. I am still the Committee on Finance. I am still joined by Co-Chair Carlina Rivera, Chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice. I want to welcome Executive Director Masters to this hearing. We look forward to hearing your testimony and the answers to your question. In the interest of time, I will keep it very, very brief. The board's projected FY23 budget of $3.3 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. BOC's FY23 budget increased by 16.8% from the preliminary plan. The increase was the result of an increase in the board's PS budget, personal services. My question today will focus on technology needs at the Board of Correction, closing Rikers, and the borough-based jail plan. Special thanks again to Jack Story for his preparation for today's hearing. Everyone behind the scenes who made this happen, Malcolm, Jonathan. I'll now turn it to my co-chair, Carlina Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to hear from the Board of Correction. I want to thank them for being here. The Board of Correction plays an incredibly important role in monitoring, informing, and overseeing the Department of Corrections management of the city's jails. In addition, the board's ability to engage with the department over policy and practice through public meetings is an incredibly important tool for all criminal justice stakeholders. Increasing violence and uses of force in the city's jails continue to pose challenges that require effective and robust oversight. This is particularly true as the city transitions to new jails and the borough-based jail projects move forward. The board plays a central role in the criminal justice system, and today we're interested in hearing about how the executive budget impacts the board and its oversight mission at this critical moment for the criminal justice system and the city's jails. We would like to welcome everyone who is here to testify. We'd also like to thank the board staff for all of their work and to echo Chair Brannon's gratefulness to our staff as well. Turn it over to Malcolm.
Thank you, Chairs Rivera and Brannon. Today we are joined by Council Members Brannon, Rivera, Ariola, Barron, Brewer, Carr, Hanif, Sanchez, Schulman, Stevens, Adams, and Velasquez. I will first read the oath, and then I will ask Executive Director Masters to individually respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these councils, these committees, and to answer council member questions honestly? Executive Director Masters. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, I do.
Perfect, thank you. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Brannon and Rivera. I am Amanda Masters, the Executive Director of the New York City Board of Correction, the independent oversight agency for the city's jails. I was appointed in March of this year, and I must say, came in January as an interim, and now I'm here as a permanent. And when I came in, it was a time of tremendous executive and managerial turnover. And we're working on rebuilding and onboarding right now. But I was appointed in March. And as you know, the Board of Correction has a broad mandate set forth under the New York City Charter. We evaluate departmental performance, as well as promulgate regulations governing the care, custody, correction, treatment, supervision, and discipline of all people held in our city jails, all people who are detained in the city of New York pretrial, and folks who are serving misdemeanor sentences as well. These minimum standards that we have promulgated over the years set the baseline for what must be provided to people who are held in the custody of our jail system. This baseline must be met in order for our jail system to become humane. The board's regulations now cover the original minimum standards from many decades ago, from the 70s, as well as newer regulations from the 80s and 90s concerning healthcare and mental health care, and much newer regulations concerning the prevention of sexual violence to people in custody, reporting on serious injuries, and minimizing the use of punitive segregation and other restrictive housing models. We have a huge mandate. It is to evaluate all departmental performance and also enforce our minimum standards, which we promulgate by regulation and then need to enforce. We are a very small agency with an inadequate budget of just over $3 million, a drop in the bucket compared to the massive Department of Correction, which we oversee. The board has never had adequate staffing. Historically, we have never had enough staff to provide coverage throughout the jail facilities. I'm going to talk about 3 types of staff today that I'd like future focus on. One is our jail staff. The board has access to inspect and visit all facilities and inspect all books, records, documents, and papers of the department. This ability to visit and speak with people in custody in their housing areas, in the cells, in the day rooms, in the clinics, in the dorms, in the visit areas, in the intake cells, in recreation areas, wherever they are held, is critical and is unique to our agency. It is how we enforce our minimum standards. The title Correctional Standards Review Specialist, CSRS, is critical to our agency's mission, and we will be requesting more funding and headcount for CSRS staff. We are currently recruiting 5 new CSRS staff at the moment, but we need more than that if we are to fulfill our charter mandates. Our jail staff, who are in the jails every day, are the key to enforcement of our regulations because the staff on the island tour the DOC facilities daily, speaking directly to people about their conditions of custody. And when we can be there monitoring, staff do observe problems and solve them on the spot. They help the people who live and work in the jails. They work collaboratively with corrections staff, both uniformed and not uniformed, and health staff to obtain compliance with our regulations, the minimum standards. They can escalate compliance issues when necessary to jail leadership, but they are very skilled at negotiating prompt solutions at the staff level for individual people in custody. They save lives. Simply put, when they are there, they can and they do save lives. Right now, we have only 8 staff who work inside the jails, in the court pens and in the hospital jail wards, doing this work, speaking to people in custody and resolving their complaints about their conditions of confinement, whether they need to get to medical, whether they need to get to a visit, whether they need mental health help, whether they have problems with access to religion or access to the outside world, whether they've been in an intake cell for too long and they need to be housed properly. Across the board, all of the work that they do in the jails actually helps people day after day. We have 8. As you know, there are thousands of people in custody. Today, there are 5,473. It is not reasonable to expect each of our staff out in the jails to monitor conditions for 684 detainees apiece. It's not going to get us where we need to be. We need more staff in the jails doing this work. Our staff work very hard. It is heartbreaking to listen to our staff who wish that they could cover more every day because they know that lives and fundamental fairness are at stake. These jails are large and some are quite spread out, and it is difficult to cover more than a few housing areas on any given workday for them. For instance, AMKC houses 2,032 men today. It is an old structure built in 1978 with many long hallways separating housing from clinic and from other space. The footprint of the building covers 40 acres. AMKC houses many people with serious medical and mental health needs. Production is not easy at AMKC for DOC, and neither is the monitoring for BOC. This is a structural problem. We need more staff to be able to cover these facilities and get to people when they need it. As you can imagine, almost all of the people in custody want to talk to our staff as they make their rounds. So our staff have to learn to triage their time, moving through the facilities, talking to people, trying to reach those who most need it every day. It's frankly impossible, but our staff are mission driven and diligent, and when they can be there, they help people get to medical services and other essential services, and they can save lives. We need more of them. The people who live and work in our jails need more of them. We agree in principle with Council's position that the BOC budget should be tied to the DOC budget so that the BOC budget does not persist at untenable sizes. but it should also be tied proportionally to the number of people in custody that we need to monitor and take care of. The size of the custody population and the special needs of the population are also critical benchmarks we should always bear in mind when looking at the BOC budget. The second type of staff that I'm going to talk about today is medical staff. We don't have any. 16 people died in DOC custody in 2021, and 5 have died so far this year. Serious injuries from slashings and stabbings are happening at an enormous and frightening rate. BOC has a new special investigation team that reviews deaths and near-death incidents, and also convenes the Correctional Health Service together with the Department for Joint Death Reviews. This staff review death records, health records, speak with witnesses, and review documents and recordings concerning care and custody. They are a small unit. They are 2 people. And they are doing an excellent job so far. One had onboarded right before I got here, a second one a few weeks ago. As you know, we put out a report about 3 of the deaths that happened in jails so far this year a few weeks ago. I think it was an excellent report. They're doing a wonderful job. There are not enough of them, and none of them has medical expertise. When you think about what they are reviewing and who they are convening, they would benefit greatly from even a part-time doctor or nurse practitioner on staff, part of the team, with the expertise to analyze medical records, give independent advice and counsel to us, and help lead the joint reviews with the health services staff. The third type of staff that I want to talk about is we're taking a look now at visits, or I am, now that I'm here, taking a look at visits and visit appeals. We're undertaking a review of visiting appeals and restriction appeals in general, such as restrictions on access to religious services, packages, mail, that sort of thing. The minimum standards are clear about the importance of contact with the outside world for people in jail and their families and community. Family, friends, and clergy offer critical emotional and social supports for people while they're in detention in our jails. Contact is critical to rehabilitation and to violence reduction. That support is even more important now as we all go through the COVID-19 crisis aftermath and the DOC staff attendance crisis, which has made our jails less safe and even more stressful. A comprehensive review of visiting was undertaken by BOC in 2017, and some information about that is on our website today. But since 2018, we have been too short-staffed to continue that practice. Currently, we have only 1 staffer who is assigned to handle visit appeals, and we need more. We also must improve access to the BOC appeals process for people in custody and for their families, both of whom can appeal restrictions to us for a decision, and also improve public education about visiting rights and the appeals process. Those are the 3 things that I wanted to cover today. And thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Executive Director Masters. I want to jump right into the technology needs. The board has consistently requested additional resources in prior budget hearings for technology needs that are critical for supporting some of your oversight work. So can you describe why technology needs are so important to the board's work and what technology upgrades would do to improve the board's work or make it easier?
Certainly. I used to work at the board a decade ago as a deputy executive director. And when I came on board, I was shown our tech tool, which is called the Data Manager. The Data Manager has not been improved since I was here last time, and in fact appears to be quite glitchy and operating in a way that makes it less useful than it even was before. And it's a system that was built with the best intentions years ago, I think in the 80s and 90s, certainly back as far as the 90s, in-house by a director of IT that we used to have many years ago. And it's a system for keeping track of the complaints that come into us. So if I'm working out at AMKC today and I talk to 12 people and they report different types of complaints, I can record that in the data manager and keep track of the progress on resolving those complaints. And other people can see what I'm doing and we can collaborate and that sort of thing. But it's very, very basic. Even when it was new, it was one of those systems that is sort of built in a pinch and then cobbled on add-on drop-down menus over the years for things that just sort of organically needed to be recorded. So it has the vestiges of some issues that are no longer with us. It doesn't have the ability to pull together reports the way that we would like for it. It's pretty much an antiquated system. So I know that over the years, there have been efforts to get funding to do an overhaul and to get us a more modern way of keeping track of those complaints. And also we get data directly from DOC, for instance, census data, and it comes through, some of it comes through that data manager. And that's not the best way for us to sort of pull together the universes of information that we have. Some of it is very quantitative directly from data that comes from the other agency. And a lot of it is qualitative and is narratives about what we're doing for people. And they don't really marry in this current system.
And does the current budget reflect these needs?
I do not believe so. I believe the executive staff that were here before me were pushing for new funding to be able to essentially renovate, the tech side of our operation, and they did not get it.
Okay. What is the board requesting for technology upgrades? Is there a dollar number?
I'd have to go back and review that.
Okay.
I'd get you the exact numbers, but it would be in the last new needs request that was sent out.
Okay. So closing Rikers and the borough-based jails plan is a significant opportunity for more oversight and input from the board. What is, as of right now, what is the board's current role in the borough-based jails plan?
Well, my understanding is that nearly everyone in government now agrees that that is where we're moving. And as the oversight agency that sets forth the rules for how the department has to operate its jails and what the minimum standards are for the folks who are going to be held in those jails, we want to work hand in hand with the department. I think Commissioner Molina mentioned that up until recently, if not still today, there was one single person in his office that was focused on these issues. We had a meeting with her last week, and we hope to remain in close contact. As we move to smaller, safer, more humane jails with different physical footprints, it may be necessary to revisit some of our regulations and minimum standards that were written in the 70s and the 90s in contemplation of the physical plant and the setups, that we have out on the island right now and used to have in borough facilities. So for instance, one thing I pointed out to her was, we need to find out more about how you are going to arrange for recreation. Our current standards conceive of recreation as being outdoors, which means the sunlight can hit your skin and it's not with a roof covering you. How are they going to do that in a different footprint or something that's much more vertical, where the outdoor space might be more limited? So we began that conversation, but we would like
do you have dedicated staff right now that are working on the borough-based jails plan?
You're looking at her.
Oh my God.
No.
Okay. So then there are needs there, right? Significant needs. Does the budget reflect those needs?
The current budget?
Yeah.
I do have enough money. You know, we don't have a research team right now, but that's because of the tremendous turnover we just experienced. And I have a new director coming in on June 6th. And once I onboard her, I'll know a lot more about the team that she needs to build. I know that we have at least one headcount to assist her. And I imagine
what's the total headcount there?
Right now it's, I believe it's 32, but we have a number of vacancies. And
what was it when you were there 10 years ago?
Oh my goodness.
Just curious.
It was abysmal. The budget was less than $1 million.
Wow.
I was wearing 3 hats. I was the general counsel, the deputy executive director, and directly managing all the staff out in the jails. It was untenable.
Wow. Okay, I appreciate it, Executive Director. I'm going to turn it over now to my co-chair. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I just want to thank you for all that you've done and like your commitment to public service and doing this work and wearing many, many hats over the years. You mentioned before, I just want to make sure that I have it clear that BOC's budget is tied to the population. What do you think, what does the Board of Corrections think that ratio should be?
I'm not sure we've had that discussion, or at least, you know, not I in the past month and a half. But I think the point I was trying to make is that it's one thing to tie our budget to the budget of DOC, but as some have noted, you know, that's a budget that, you know, in a more perfect world would not be so large, right? And there would be more efficiencies with it. And so I think that the even more important thing to my mind to bear in mind is that we have a lot of people to serve. And that number, you know, if we were to get to a point in the future when the staffing ratios between corrections officers and people in custody were more like other cities, that would not be a reason to diminish our future budget, because really we need to serve however many people there are in the jails.
So, I mean, have you talked to OMB about this? Kind of, I know you've kind of mentioned that it isn't necessarily like you don't have a ratio in mind, but how have you discussed this with OMB? What does the administration say?
We're going to need to put together a meeting with them. You know, I am new here, and like trying to repair the plane while it flies, and haven't had time to have all of the planning conversations that I want to have, but I am looking forward to having them.
I understand. So with the announcement of the formation of the Rikers Island Interagency Task Force through Executive Order 16, it states that the Department of Corrections efforts will be enhanced by the full commitment of City Hall leadership and all relevant city agencies. However, you know, it appears that BOC is not part of the task force, and clearly you're a very, very relevant agency. So what is the board's position on the interagency task force? And is it concerning that the board has been excluded, and have there been any updates since then?
I haven't heard any updates with regard to the composition of that group. I also thought it was notable that the Correctional Health Service didn't seem to be in the mandatory list, but I'm not aware of what plans City Hall has to expand the list of invitees.
Well, we don't have a ton of info ourselves. It was announced without notification to the council, from what I understand. can you describe how additional resources would enhance oversight efforts of the Rikers Action Plan?
Additional resources to whom?
To you all.
Well,
okay, and also to, well, in describing additional resources to enhance the oversight efforts, some of the stuff that you've mentioned to me in the past include having someone with medical expertise, so that way you can better conduct investigations in a timely manner. So just generally, I know that you've gone over some of the what the enhancements could be and should be, but is there anything else you want to mention?
Yeah, I think the three areas that I tried to highlight today, most importantly, getting more boots on the ground and human beings out into the jail facilities to enforce our minimum standards and to problem solve in real time is critical. And I think over time, if we can get that staffing level up to where it ought to be, it will make a real difference in people's lives. The medical review part, I think, would enhance our ability to have conversations. You know, part of what we're doing is, after a death, convening the department and the Correctional Health Service together to sit in a room or in a Zoom and talk to each other about what happened and what went wrong and what could be better to prevent future deaths. And you know, I think without having medical expertise at our hands, it's harder to lead that kind of a conversation. So I think it would improve the dialogue with Correctional Health Service if we had some of that expertise on board. And it would be independent expertise. You know, I mean, right now we rely a lot on outsiders to tell us what the medical records mean. And the visiting staff, you know, I think that a lot of the complaints that the public defenders hear and the advocates hear from their clients, especially when their family or their parents are incredibly stressed out about what's happening to them, or not knowing what's happening to them, or thinking a certain thing is happening to them and not being able to get answers. I think a lot of that can be mitigated if we have better connections between the outside and the inside, and if we help more people get their restrictions lifted so that their mom can come visit them, or you know, they are able to see their children, or their significant other does get to talk to them more, and there's more open flow of communication with people. I think that helps bring down the temperature a bit, and I think it's really important that we do more of that.
Well, I certainly hope we can pass a budget that reflects the needs of the board with regard to, you know, your very important role of monitoring and overseeing oversight, especially of the Rikers Action Plan. So I just want to thank you for being here and answering our questions, and appreciate our partnership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, chairs. We have questions from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I can say that we're all benefiting from your leadership, Ms. Masters. The first question I would have, I don't know if the board takes positions on what is the public press issue of more staff, less hiring from the correction officers, you know, money for overtime, et cetera. Do you get involved in those issues, or is it mostly focused on minimum standards as you have outlined so articulately?
You know, we do have the obligation under the charter to look at everything performance-wise with the department. But I think that as we're going through this crisis and seeing what we're seeing in the jails, the most important thing is to get to a place where we can enforce our minimum standards, where emergency executive orders are no longer in place, which overturn some of our standards and make them impossible to enforce. But the getting back to basics of having having a humane baseline in place for people and the ability to move forward on the RMAS reforms to get to a more humane kind of restrictive housing are very important. And we want to support, Commissioner Molina's genuine desire to implement RMAS.
Okay. The other question I have is, obviously the medical appointments have come up a lot. You have a couple of doctors on your board. And do you see any change in that issue? Because obviously it is a situation of life and death, not to mention the need for healthcare. So you've got mental health, you have physical health. You shouldn't have to use your staff to get people to the appointments. That should be done by the Department of Correction. Obviously, you're helping do it. Do you see any improvement in that area, or what would you suggest?
I'm not sure. I think that the board has always played a role in helping people get to medical. And we have a set of regulations about access to medical care. And when I was here last time and before then, I know that the staff play a critical role in helping people who need to get attention from the clinic get it, or helping educate the clinic about what's happening in the housing areas. So I hear what you're saying. They should be able to do it themselves, but I think that in a system as large and complicated and multi-layered as the one that we have, there is, I think, a permanent role for a sort of ombudsman helper person out there who sees things with fresh eyes, and can point things out to people in the jails about what someone's needs may be. And I think it's important to have those fresh eyes all the time.
Okay. Well, that's true. You definitely need more staff, because I can't think of anything more important. And the same issue with education. That's one of, I assume, one of your discussion points. And do you see any improvement there? We heard from the commissioner that there is an improvement, hopefully, with online GED, blah, blah, blah. So I just didn't know if that's something that you're also paying attention to with such a small staff. I mean, it's just tiny.
Yeah. Detailed data on actual attendance in school is not something that I have. I know that many of our board members are very focused on that issue, and when they go out to the jails to visit people, they look more closely at who's actually getting to school and what the school situation is like. If I had one of them with me right here, I'm sure he could give you a lot more information than I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll turn it back to the chairs. Councilmember Brewer was the only one with questions.
I'm done.
Chair Rivera?
I think I'm all set, Chair Brennan. Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Executive Director Masters, we appreciate your time, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward here.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, with that, I will close out this, I think, 9th day of executive budget hearings. Thank you, Chair Rivera. Thank you to all the chairs who joined us today. And we will see you tomorrow. This meeting is adjourned.